so fucking delusional. I can't take it. She really thinks that somebody wants to be with her after having 10 kids with one person, another child from a trick. She's an escort. She's living in the home of the baby I mean, this is just such a shit show. Oh my God.
Yeah. This is reality, man. This shit exists. This fucking exists out here.
Albeit it is an extreme example, though.
What's that, Uncle Ruckus?
Albeit it is an extreme example.
Right. But the thing, you know, and it is, yeah, we said that in the beginning, Uncle Ruckus. She is on the extreme end of the spectrum. But as far as the attitude, the lack of accountability, and the entitlement, that she can be, like what Thunder said, a complete shit show, but still demand a man who makes six figures. Like, do we understand how much work is required to make six figures? Six figures in this country is a top 20% of earners, 15 to 20% of earners. So it's extremely competitive to get out there, get an education, get into a job field and a job market that will pay you six figures. And this woman has that demand. It's just, that's what's common. That's what's common, Uncle Ruckus, is that entitlement mentality. The argumentative, the combativeness, the control. That's what's common with black women. You know.
So you're saying be a millionaire?
Yeah.
The child of Ted's dad was wealthy?
Yes.
I'm assuming you get child support.
No, how do I get child support and my kids stay with him?
Oh, so all your kids live with him?
Yeah.
Do any of them live? All you have is a 1-year-old?
Yeah, my 1-year-old girl. Yeah.
So is this a court appointed? Did the court appoint your children to live with him?
No, it wasn't like that. It's just like, you know, the simple fact that, you know, I stay up on his roof. So, you know what I'm saying, he felt like, you know, he thought I was going to try to put him on child support, but that wasn't even the case, you know, whatever, stuff like that. So he was like, well, you know, you stay, you know, once we had split up, we split up like around about 5 years ago. And so he got the, you know, nice big house and stuff like that or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I stay here, you know, with my baby. And so he had told me that if I, you know, he thought I was going to try to put him on child support, so he had said, well, just give me my kids and stuff like that so I can take her. And I said, okay. Until I get to things get better, whereas I can buy me a house.
That's a smart man right there, though. I see what he did, though, right?
He picked up on that, Uncle Ruckus? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a smart man right there. He was like, man, I'm gonna avoid this child support, right? I'm gonna go ahead and keep her in this crib because it's cheaper to keep her right there than to tell her, nah, bitch, like keep going. He probably wanted to kick her dog ass to the curb, but he was thinking smart though. Keep her in that crib, take care of your little bastard child and your little trick break or whatever else, right? Give me the kids and you go your way and I go mine. That was a smart nigga right there. That nigga strategic.
Yep.
So did she say that they broke up 5 years ago?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, 5 years
ago. So they broke up 5 years ago. She continued sleeping with him and having his children.
Yep.
But he was toxic.
Yep.
Okay.
Now here's the thing though. Yeah. So Uncle Roy, you said he's a smart nigga. He's a smart dumb nigga. First of all, he's dumb as fuck for fucking with a chick of this caliber, right? That's the mistake he made. But the man is owning that, hey, I did some fuck shit, got an ain't shit bitch pregnant 10 fucking times, right? But at least the man's taking care of he's taking care of the bad decisions that he's making. He's taking accountability for it, right? But Uncle Ruckus is right. He played it strategically because he understood 10 kids, that's going to be a lot in child support, especially if he's making the kind of money that he is, to be able to own a house and put her up in it, and he owns multiple properties. And then the house he's living in with his current wife with the 10 kids is a big house according to her story. So that motherfucker will get mollywopped in court. But he is very smart because if this were to go in front of a judge, family court judge, he could say, hey, well, the going rate for the rent for the house I put her in, $1,000, $1,500 a month, whatever the case is. So deduct that. Plus, I have the kids in my custody, so she would like literally when they would do the calculation, she wouldn't get shit for child support. So, you know, he did play those cards he played his hand very, very smartly when he made that.
No, Sig, he broke up with her 5 years ago. So at the very least, because the last child is from the whatever, her customer, so he continued to have 4 additional children with her.
Yes.
So he's
No, it wasn't 4. It was about 2 to 3. No. Because she said she had a 5, 4, 3, 2, and a 1, right? So and she broke up in 5 years ago. Mind you, 9 months you gotta be pregnant, right? And the daughter's born already, right?
No.
So that's what
No, so she's got a 14, because they're all stair step. They're literally all stair step. So it's 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. So the 10-year-old to the 14-year-old were within that first 5 years. Those are the ones she had, and then at that point they broke up. So then the 9, 8, 7, 6, and 5-year-old. Yeah, so 5 kids while they were together, and then 5 kids while they were broken up.
No. That don't make no sense still, bro. Okay, so think about it, right? They've been broken up for 5 years, right? She has a child right now. That's about, how old is the child right now?
The youngest child is 5 years old. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that means that baby came after they broke up.
Yeah. So So if you think about it, if they were together, so they started having, 14 years. Okay, no, you're right. Yeah, 14, because they met 14. They started fucking 14 years ago, because their oldest daughter's 14. So 14, 13, 12, 11, 10. That's 5 years right there. Okay, so then yeah. No.
Shit. She got pregnant while she was still with the guy.
No, yeah, she said her youngest is. She said she had some 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds.
Hey, can you remind me back to that point, Sid?
Yeah.
Listen up.
Yeah. Let me scrub back. Give me a sec.
Okay, well, you know what's so crazy? I just had another woman who called me up and didn't want to tell me. She didn't want to tell me the amount of kids. So you told me the amount of kids. No, I told you my amount of kids. Right. So now you got to tell the ages, honey. 11 kids. They start steps. 11, 10.
Okay.
We can disconnect if you desire. It's your choice, but I have to give all the ages. And I don't want to waste 10 minutes on a question you can just answer very easily. I just told you start steps. I don't know. You have to tell me the exact ages. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and I have a 1-year-old. So
Okay.
Bingo. So the 1-year-old came after they broke up.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. Okay, so no, she had the, okay, so let's see. The 14-year-old is year 1, and that means she had the 5-year-old at year 10. Yeah, the 1-year-old came from a trick. So that's not that 1-year-old, that 11.
Yeah, that was after they had already broken up.
Right. But if they've been, let's see, 1, 2, okay, so by the time she had the 5-year-old, they were together for 10 years at that point. So it seems like, yeah, they were together, because there's 4 years difference. Okay, so they only had the 5-year-old after they broke up then. Because if she's got a 1-year-old now.
No. How is that possible?
Because if she had, let's see, she's got a 14-year-old, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. The 5-year-old, if they were broken up 5 years ago, so they had the 5-year-old, yeah. Because the youngest one she has with the man is 5 years old.
Yeah,
they've been broken up. Yeah, so
but during that 5-year breakup period, that's when she had the baby. The one, it's 1 to 5 years during that 5-year period. She had it pregnant for 9 months, mind you.
Yeah.
That means Buddy was actually trying to build a family with her.
Exactly. Right. That's what I said. Feel me? Like, she didn't want to shut up and play ball. And she must have had some good pussy because he went back to the time, which is crazy. You feel me? Every year he kept her pregnant. So apparently he wanted something with her. You feel me? Like,
yeah. So no, that's a good point, Uncle Ruckus, because that means if the youngest one with him is 5 years old and they've been broken up for 5 years. So at that extra year she was pregnant, she got pregnant while they were still together then. So yeah, this nigga kept her by his side the entire time he was having kids with her. The only thing is he just didn't marry her, and we understand how men operate. Men are very picky with who they give that ring to. That woman has to be on point.
It was a battle. That's what it was. It was a battle. It was a battle every day in the house.
Yep, that's what it was. So this is a good dude. All of them kids, they were together the entire time they were having kids. He just didn't put a ring on her finger. So this dude is actually a good fucking dude. He's a good fucking dude.
He didn't put the ring on his finger because look at what he has. He has 2 cribs. He's building, his portfolio's there. Like, that's why he was probably like, look, man, I love you, but I until something about your attitude is making me go second guess and putting my last name on you. That's all that is.
Yeah.
The game runner, bro. She's a game runner. Like she probably cheated a few times throughout the relationship. You know, she wouldn't listen. She probably disappeared on girls' trips. He told her not to go places. She do it anyway. Don't wear it out. You controlling. You feel me? You can already tell she's rebellious.
Yeah, absolutely, man. No, that's a good point, Uncle Ruggers. Yeah. Good thing you brought that up, man. That's a good breakdown. So this even proves everything I've been saying all these years is that guys will fuck anything, but they're very picky on who they give that ring to. And that should tell a woman something. If this man's willing to give you a fucking ring, you are special to him. He doesn't see you in the same category as all the other girls he's just categorized as just pussy only. This literally proves the fucking point, folks. And I'm telling you, man, I'm so tired of hearing this narrative of black men ain't shit. This is another fucking point. This nigga is doing what he's supposed to fucking do, man. He's a good fucking dude. He's a solid fucking dude. What up, JB? Good to see you, man. Good morning. How you doing? Welcome.
Good morning. I don't know. You guys are doing math. It's 2 hours of math to me. But I have no idea what you're talking about. But I'm just listening right now.
Yeah, we're just listening to a woman on this dating show. She's got 10 kids. 11 kids. 10 of them are with a man she was in a long-term relationship with. One of them is from an escort because she sells pussy. So she got pregnant by one of her tricks a year ago. She's got a 1-year-old. So she got pregnant by one of her tricks, and she's looking for a man, in her own words, who makes 6 figures, and preferably she wants him to be a millionaire. So we're just listening to this clip and breaking it down. But I'm gonna go ahead and fast forward back to the point where we left off and continue playing.
My 1-year-old girl. Yeah.
So is this a court appointed? Did the court appoint your children to live with?
No, it wasn't like that. It's just like, the simple fact that, I stay up on his roof. So, you know what I'm saying, he felt like, he thought I was going to try to put him on child support, but that wasn't even the case, whatever, stuff like that. So he was like, well, you stay, once we had split up like around about 5 years ago. And so he got the, nice big house and stuff like that or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And I stay here, with my baby. And so he had told me that if I, he thought I was going to try to put him on child support, so he had said, well, just give me my kid.
Real quick, I'm just going to respond to Dothraki in the chat. He said, it's a shame that men will sleep with anything but won't marry you, yet he's a good man. If you understand biology and you understand evolution, it's just how men are hardwired. It's the same way women are picky with who they have sex with, right? Women have tons of dudes constantly hitting on them to try to have sex with them, but they're discerning with who they have sex with. That's what they control. And if you check all the boxes you need to check with that woman, then she's going to allow access to her body. Men operate the same way with their resources. Okay, so yeah, he can still be a good dude. It's social construct, and no, it's not social construct. It's biological construct. It's biological.
My bad.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
I just want to add to that is that as many times as people can say, well, just put a ring on their finger, you do realize I could say, hey, sweetheart, let's get married. Will you marry me? And she still has to say yes. Right? Like, so all this, like, well, you didn't do this, and you don't know what that man could have proposed 4 or 5 times. And she was like, no, I ain't ready for all of that. We don't know.
Oh, that is a good point, yeah.
Not even just that, though. Like, it's one thing to pay child support. It's another thing to pay alimony, split half your shit and child support, right? So therefore, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to marry no woman. I might sleep with her, but I'm not going to marry no woman unless she got white qualities. I'm sorry. I'd rather pay child support than everything else.
Yeah, but this again. Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, some chick has 11 kids, but I don't give a shit if a JJ sings show tunes. I'm not going near her.
Right, but you gotta understand, these people have a 15-year history with each other. So they started off having kids, and this guy, they were together. It's not like they were just randomly banging. Like you can tell by counting the ages and based off the information she's given, they were actually together as a couple. And this man stuck with her and had all these kids with her and took care of all these kids. She's living in a house now that he owns that she did not have to pay the rent. He only started charging her rent once she got pregnant by another man, one of her escorts, one of her tricks. So it's possible here too, as well, that maybe they were together, and when they broke up, she turned to escorting because now she lost access to the resources that he was providing. And maybe he did put her up in that house feeling bad for her and saying, hey, you know what? I don't want her completely out in the cold, but maybe she broke up with him. Who knows? She might have broken up with him, and he's like, okay, well, bitch, if you want to leave, fine.
Remember, Sig? She said, oh, yeah, he was a mess.
She had unprotected sex with a trick. Like, that's, I don't know if people are really talking about that. That's the one thing that bothers me. She had unprotected sex with a client. Like, she's not scared of no diseases, no nothing.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. But what I'm saying is that, and there's so many possibilities. We don't know 100%, but it is possible that, what Seesaw said, maybe he did want to marry her, and she's like, I'm not ready for that. I'm not. And you do hear women, if you listen to these shows, and these women come on and they tell their stories, a lot of the times, they'll have a baby daddy, and they'll be asked, well, why didn't you marry him? Well, marriage is a big thing. I wasn't ready for that yet. And then the follow-up question, then why the fuck would you have a kid? A kid is way more liability and burden than a fucking marriage is. But a lot of these black women in their minds, yeah, they're not ready for marriage yet, but they'll pop out a kid. So I'm willing to bet a paycheck that was probably her mentality. This dude was probably ready to settle down because everything looks like he was ready to settle down. He's protecting, he's providing, he's sticking with this woman. He literally created a family with this woman. I'm willing to bet she probably wasn't married. That's where I'm willing to place my bet.
And stuff like that, so I can take her. And I say, okay. Until I get to things get better, whereas I can buy me a house.
That's for the Kendra camp-ish.
Hey, what does she look like, Sid? What does she look like?
Oh, so the link's up top. Yeah, the link's up top. So, I'll give you guys a spoiler here because there's only another 2 minutes left on this clip. But the way Kendra works is she goes through her series of questions. Because this is a dating show, folks. If you're not familiar with Kendra G Singles, it's a dating show. So she allows people to come on and tell the world about themselves, and the people watching can get in contact with the people that present themselves to try to matchmake. So Kendra will ask a series of questions, so you have a kind of a brief bio on the person, and then Kendra requires a person to stand up and show their body, so you have some idea of what they physically look like from head to toe. Again, here comes the combativeness. Kendra says, hey, you have to follow my rules. You have to answer all the questions, and you have to show what you look like physically. If not, you're fucking done. We're cutting you off, and we're moving on to the next person. Here we go back again with the combativeness. And I've seen this woman's Instagram because everybody dug up her Instagram because they thought she was lying and thought she was a troll. But her Instagram's out there. She's 100% real, and she looks like a fucking sack of wet laundry. She's built like a sack of wet laundry.
Oh my lord! Hey, send me that Instagram.
I'll see if I can find it. I'll post it in the chat. Yeah, give me a second. I'm gonna play the rest of the clip. But I mean, and after having 10 kids, rightfully so, like a woman's body ain't gonna be what it was, before the kids. But the bad thing is on her Instagram, she's shaking her ass, twerking, like she's pretty much acting like a fucking 20-year-old hot girl on Instagram. And it's fucking disgusting.
Hot girl lover. Don't worry about it.
Did she ever say her age? Because she looked like she's 40 or something.
She looks like she's in her 30s. I give her mid-30s.
Yeah, let's see. Let me see. Let me see if let's see. We'll go back.
Oh, listen.
Let's see.
How can't try. Oh my gosh, I didn't know you was gonna really like pick me. You know, and I wouldn't put on my wig or something. But what's up, boo? Okay, you know they gotta talk about your body. You don't care? No. Okay. Cause they gonna take me as I am. They gotta say, okay, what's your name? My name is Tish. I'm from Illinois. Illinois with no S. Yeah, Illinois. Yeah, just Illinois. Yeah. Oh, the all-new Kendra G Singles dating app is available now on iPhones and Android phones. Just go to your App Store or Google Play Store and download now. How old are you, Tish? 35.
Okay,
35.
she's 35. She's 35.
Bingo, yeah. She look good.
Yeah.
I don't know about none of this, but girl, I'm
You
gonna
take your clothes off. You just have to stand up.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. The point is, I only got on that, and you know.
What, do you want to go put something on?
Yeah, someone. So you wouldn't have waited that long for me to do that.
Well, it can't take forever.
Jesus Christ.
So that's what I'm saying. I mean, what you want to do? Can I do it another time? Okay, we can just end it. He's like, he's a very nice person, and he went out there, we still on my share show.
Got a spiky tonight, huh?
I wish you the best.
Thank you, love.
Yeah, that body sloppy. That's what it is. That
Yeah.
body sloppy.
Yep. Yeah. So let me see if I can. Let me see if I'll see if I can find the Instagram and put the link in the chat. Yeah, because they went and found her ass real quick, man. And oof, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ. That's a hot ass mess right there. Let's see. Yeah, I gotta scroll through these comments. I think somebody did. Somebody linked her Instagram, but I saw a video popped up of her, and they were going through showing her Instagram and going through her video showing how ratchet and ghetto she was, and she's twerking and shaking her ass like her shit don't stink, like she's hot shit, man. It's just fucking sad, bro. Fucking sad. But yeah, man, this is a mentality, man, and listen to how she talked, and just the immature mentality, man. She's it's like a fucking 5-year-old brain in a 35-year-old woman's body. You know, like this is why men aren't marrying these women. It's just a fucking headache to deal with, man. Could you imagine going to work every goddamn day, busting your fucking ass? Like, imagine this man that had 10 kids with her. This man works. This man's got money. He's got properties. He's got a fucking portfolio. He makes good fucking money. And he's clearly busting his fucking ass to take care of her and 10 kids. And this is what he's got to come home to every fucking day. Is that mature?
Hey, say.
What up, Adrian? What's
going on? Have you heard of Shahrazad Ali?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
The older black one, right?
Yeah.
Compliments here.
Yeah. I would pay good money to have her on this damn app. She famously said that, and it was something that you just said just a second ago, that she's a 5-year-old brain in a 35-year-old body. Shahrazad Ali said black men have to deal with black women as if they were 14 years old, because that is the age that they stop mentally maturing, emotionally maturing, and things of that nature. Like, when you deal with black women, this is what she said, a black woman. For the people in the room that think I'm just, about to dunk on black women, no. This is what she said. I will pull the clips. She said, black men have to deal with black women as if they're dealing with a 14-year-old girl, like they're talking to a 14-year-old girl, because of the emotional maturity, immaturity, the mental immaturity, and everything of that nature. And they behave like they are children operating in grown bodies. That's exactly what's happening in today's society. So if anybody is doubting anything that I'm saying, go look up Shahrazad Ali. She has a book called The Black Man's Guide to Dealing with the Black Woman. Very informative reading.
Agent, good morning. You think this is exclusive just to black women? You don't think white women, Asian women?
She was only specifically speaking about the dynamics between black men and black women. So she outlined that specifically. She hones in on that. She's not talking about any other race. She's not talking about any other demographic of women and men. Just only the conditions of black America.
Thank you for the context. I didn't even thank you.
Yeah, her name is Shahrazad Ali.
I was going to say, I've heard white men even talk about this amongst their women as well, that I don't think it's a race thing when it comes to the women being like children. I think that's a thing, like, for women in general, to be real with y'all, man. Like, there's a lot of women that pretty much are, there's, arrested development, you know what I'm saying? They stuck at 16, 17, the more mature is like stuck at 25. You know what I'm saying?
Well, there's a reason for that. There's a reason why that is. Because society has this incessant obsession with infantilizing women and tolerizing them, especially about their development in society. Whenever a woman says, hey, I make my own money, I have my own car, I have my own place, blah, blah, this and that, she's praised for it. It's just like when a toddler meets a milestone, right? At 2 years old, they're learning to potty by themselves. Yay! They applaud it. They get praised for it. They get rewarded for it, right? When a child learns how to walk and how to feed themselves, right? Yay! Big girl, yay! And praise them for it. This is what society is doing for women, is doing to women, is that they are praising them for being functioning adults. Congratulations, you're supposed to have your own vehicle. You're supposed to make your own money. You're supposed to have your own place. Congratulations. But I'm not about to applaud a fish for swimming. And that is what society has been doing to women and for women for years now. So therefore, the arrested development comes into play.
Yeah, no, you're 100% correct, Adrian. Yeah.
Hey, sick man. I just want to say, crazy comes in all colors, man. But just go ahead.
Well, you're 100% correct. But where is it most frequent? Where is it most frequent?
I can't speak on the black community. I can speak for my community.
No, you absolutely can, JB. We have stats to prove it. Let me say. Here's the thing. When you start, okay, and I get what you're saying, but when we're trying to build this puzzle,
look
right?
at all these text messages.
In order to understand what is the content of the puzzle,
this is her profile.
Don't need every single piece. You just need enough pieces. And you can say, oh,
Spanish
that's a puzzle of a
virgin olive oil.
right? That's a puzzle of a puppy. That's a puzzle of a hot air balloon, whatever. When you start getting all these pieces of the puzzle and start connecting the dots. So, for example, the study that was released, or the data that was released by Bumble, Tinder, Match back in 2014, when they released who's getting swiped on the most, who's getting swiped on the least. Well, whoever was getting picked the least on these apps, it was black women and Asian men.
Moderate.
You can look at that and connect the dots and say, well, Asian men, out of all the groups of men, Asian men are considered pretty much the most effeminate, right? They're the least masculine when you break it down by ethnicity. So you can understand, okay, we can see why they're the least picked, because women typically want masculine men. When you look at black women, they're typically considered the more masculine out of the several groups of women. And you can understand, okay, that would make sense to least picked on these apps, because men don't like masculine women, they want feminine women.
Stupid and neurotic
when you look at the single motherhood rate, black women are single mothers at about a 70% rate. All the other races ain't nowhere near that, JB.
I don't really drink
and we understand is that men are very picky with who they give a ring to. So that would make sense that, hey, men, if they find a woman that fits and checks their boxes, which is pretty much simple things, sex, sandwich, silence, you get a fucking ring. All the other races of women are married at a 50% rate. I'm sorry, all the other races of women don't have a baby mama rate at 70%. They're all typically around 10, 15, 20% is typically the threshold when you compare the other races. But black women are skyrocketed all the way to 70%. Well, that means, hey, that makes sense. Men aren't going to marry a woman that they find is going to be insufferable and a burden on their fucking peace. So that can make sense, and we all see how black women act out in public. You know, you hear these stories.
Next question: why do you think that? Why do you think these stats are the way they are? And I'm being respectful. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. But at what point does the black male community take accountability? Just curious.
Well, again,
black men already have.
Part. Right. Over 50% of black men are childless and single in this country, JB. So the majority of black men aren't baby daddies, aren't impregnating women and leaving them out high and dry. So can black men use some work in our community? Absolutely we can. But when you start looking at the black men who are problematic in our community, what's the common denominator? They were raised by and influenced by a black single woman. Typically, the black men who have dads in their lives typically are pretty well off, man. These are pretty decent dudes. And then when you go a little bit further and start peeling off more layers of this onion, JB, well, why did these women have a kid and there's no husband around? Why didn't the man stick around? Typically, the women who can't get a man to stick around, they make very bad choices. They have attitudes. They're fucking combative. They're not conducive to being a good wife and a good mother. And this is what keeps those men from committing to them. This is typically where the rabbit hole always leads down to, JB. And the stats support this. Black men marry at a higher rate than black women do. Black women are at a 23% marriage rate in this country, JB. All of the races of women start off around 47% and up. So, again, it starts making sense. And when you look at the black men who are incarcerated and in the justice system, the vast majority of them are single mothers. JB, when I was in juvenile detention, for the 3 years I was in there, and families were allowed to come visit every other Sunday.
I've never been to the jail section. Why not?
There were no black fathers. It was all black mothers. All fucking black mothers. The only fathers you saw were the handful of white Mexican kids in there.
People in the worst place. The fact is, inside this blasted train, and this train
I was incarcerated for 5 years. And how many times he was next door, just
radical
behind the wall. I would say at least 80 or 90% of black men that were incarcerated always got business for their rights with their kids, whereas the white people, I would say, maybe 30%. That's just my lived experience. In my opinion, I'm going to keep it real safe. I think it's just been my lived experience that black women are the most loyal to their partners than white women. That's my lived experience.
Gilliam had to.
Okay, but listen to what you just said. The example you just gave, the black men who were visited by their wives. That's different than black women.
And girlfriends and significant others, whatever you want to read.
Yeah, but that's different, JB.
Yes,
that's different. Yes, I remember when I said black men marry at a higher rate. Black men are picked more on dating apps at a higher rate than black women. The world doesn't have as big a problem with black men as they do with black women. So it makes sense that yes, black men are going to have more wives, have more girlfriends, things like that. But the other way around, you don't see that. Black women are literally sitting in the corner by themselves at a 23% rate. Black men are married at around 35%. We're about 10 points higher percentage here. Obviously, give or take, count for errors and data and reporting and all that bullshit. But we're generally about 10 percentage points higher. Now, we're still bucking low, which is crazy as fuck, but we're still higher. So, like, all these little pieces of the puzzle, all these little dots, when you connect them, JP, they just start going back and pointing to it's black women that are the problem.
You want Aishi? I don't know if it's Aishi. I'm not saying it. Honestly, I didn't see. I'm sitting there thinking, man, did I just sound like a racist when I said from my lived experience? Because you know some knuckleheads in Wolf and Lucy.
My mother wasn't a great beauty or any of the kind of thing. She was a great warrior, though. She died fighting for your brother Rob.
I served on the Oakland Council Black. He's also a great warrior and an honourable man. In fact,
I think we've had enough small talk. Why are you here?
Janice Baratheon garrisoned the Council Black before he marched up against his father was killed. He showed me the letter you wrote to him. The petition for men. It said
I remember it said, Bear Island knows no change with the
You
king of the
understand,
north.
2014 was the only year they released that data.
But how Stark is not. And it needs your support now more than ever. I've come with my sister to ask for housewarming's allegiance.
You don't just want my allegiance, you want my fighting men.
Ramsbottom cannot be allowed to keep Winterfell by name. It is our duty to stop him. He holds our brother Rickon Stark as prisoner.
I'm responsible for Bear Island and all who live here. So why should I sacrifice one more woman life for someone else's war?
Reporting data.
I understand how you feel.
How would you understand how I feel?
You never thought you'd find yourself in your position, being responsible for so many lives at such a young age. I never thought I'd be in my position. I was a crabber's son, then I was a smuggler, and now I find myself addressing the lady of a great house in time of war. But I'm here because this isn't someone else's war. It's our war. Your uncle Lord Commander, he chose John to be his successor. He knew he had the courage to do what was right, even if it meant giving his life. Because June Mormont and Jon Snow both understood that the real war isn't between a few smuggling houses. It's between the living and the dead. The dead are coming.
Is this true?
Your uncle fought them at the Fist of the First Men. I fought them at Hardhome. We both lost. As long as the Boltons hold Winterfell, the North is divided. The divided North won't stand a chance against the Night King. We have to fight, and we need to do it together.
House Mormont has kept faith with House Stark 1,000 years. We will not break faith today.
Thank you, my lady. How many fighting men can we expect?
62.
62.
We are not a large house, we're a proud one. And every man from Bear Island fights with the strength of 10 mainlanders.
The niggas that are crying racist, crying and whining about the racist boogeyman. Most of them were raised by women, by black women.
Morning, Dr. Adams.
What's going on, Doc Adams? Welcome, bro. Welcome.
Dr. Adams, Beth, what's good?
Yeah, Dr. Goddess, you wanna chime in, Beth? You got something you wanna chime in with? Up to the stage, y'all.
I'm listening. I guess I just do want to throw in there that the reason why the divorce rate is the way it is, and it's been proven that black women are divorcing black men for no reason, and they're not giving reason because there's a special category that it can go under that they don't have to give any actual purpose.
Yeah, so, irreconcilable differences. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. That thing has been the method that's been used to create the divorcee statistic pool that black women are pushing for.
And you're absolutely right. This is why black women, or I'm sorry, not even black women, this is just women in general, divorce at a higher rate. It's roughly around 70% of women file divorces in this country. And the irreconcilable differences typically equates to I'm not happy. So they have an easy path to bail out. No fault divorce. No fault divorce, exactly, Adrian. Yeah. And again, I want to make this clear. Not all black women. There are some very amazing black women, and we have plenty that come into this room. Because I know there's going to be a bunch of people saying, oh, Sig just hate black women, he bash black. No, there are so many black women that come into this space that I have so much respect and admiration for, and they'll tell you out of their own mouths, we don't have a problem with Sig. Sig's never disrespected us. His space is never disrespected. These are women like Elegant, women like Shannon, women like there was a black lady that came in yesterday, just such a sweet black woman in a 5-year marriage with her husband, and she was so sweet and so respectful and so graceful.
I heard you and I forgot the other dude, I think he was a white dude from New York or something, talking about your jail experiences. And only 1.8% of black men or black people in general are in jails and prisons across this country, right? So, as far as, you talking about, you're seeing all these wives and shit that's going to go visit somebody. I mean, that's terrible. That's a horrible example. Like, he's in jail. That's the majority of where we're at. So,
I also preface my statement by saying it's my lived experience. So I didn't mean to trigger you, sir.
Yeah, it is true.
No, yeah, trigger me. I just said that's a horrible counter-argument to the argument.
Hey, real quick. So, somebody recommended Zara Ali. Now, Zara Ali, she spoke about a lot of shit, back in the 80s and 90s. And, and this goes into, I guess somebody was talking about the accountability aspect or, certain black women not being, being acceptable of what you say, Sig. That woman received deference for the things that she was saying, because there's a lot of the things that women are saying now, right? And it just shows you that, to me, a lot of them don't want to take accountability. They only want to hear from their own demographic, unfortunately. So, just wanted to bring that out.
No, you're right. This is why the racism, everybody's out to get me. It's everybody else's fault. This is why this narrative runs so rampant in our community, because we're being taught this by these black women. And again, it's female nature. Just women in general aren't very good stewards of accountability. They're just not. So imagine your entire community, 70% of your community is raised by the very people who lack accountability, who just are hardwired to not be accountable. It's no surprise you're seeing what you're seeing. It's no surprise at all. So, again, go ahead, Adrian. Go.
No, I was going to say about accountability is that, accountability will always seem like an attack to those that are not ready to face the consequences of their actions. Right? And that goes across the board. This is why you see people rebel against it, or fight against it, or lash out. All of this stuff is just because accountability will always seem like an attack to those that are not ready to face the consequences of their actions.
So Adrian, the reason is, and this is perfect because the work that I've been doing the last 3-4 days literally speaks to this. A black woman came into space yesterday and said the reason why black women do not take accountability and will not take accountability is because black men and the world, this is how we say it, black men and the world have done black women so dirty that black men and the world need to take accountability first for all the things that they've done to black women. And then maybe you can possibly, potentially, with some type of ratio and equation, we could get accountability to be the equal out, the result.
Wait a minute.
But black men in the world, okay?
Wait a minute. What do black men have to do with the countless videos that we see of black women throwing beans, salsa, and sour cream at people at Chipotle? Okay, what do black men have to do with the fact that these loud black women, you can hear them before you can see them? Okay, you don't know how many times I'm in the parking garage and I'm coming home from a hard day's work, and you just hear some loud black woman. I'm like, okay, well, I might as well take the stairs. There's not going to be any room in the elevator. Okay, so what does that have to do with black men? Can somebody maybe answer that?
Maybe y'all being on drugs, incarcerated, gay, down low, being HIV positive, passing it to your women. Maybe you being the most unemployed. Maybe you also being the most incarcerated. Maybe you also being the most to create broken homes. There's so many different things we can go down of black men.
Y'all can't even get onto a Spirit Airlines flight without acting up.
And you can't even get on a plane.
And some of y'all don't belong on the plane. Okay, some of y'all should go in a horse trailer and take a cross-country trip in a horse trailer across the country. Y'all shouldn't get on the plane. Okay, you get enough big bags in a horse trailer. Some of y'all might have the truck driver having to take alternative routes. The incline is too heavy. Too heavy.
As soon as you walk in airport security, they're jumping on your back.
Y'all pulling up chairs to the buffet. Y'all are pulling up chairs right to the buffet.
And y'all think black men are far off. Black men amongst men are the most obese, right? And I can pull up the statistical fact. You niggas ain't fucking work. You niggas ain't fit. Right? You niggas fat as fuck.
I'm on my way to work and I just came from the gym. What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? And that's another thing too. I have not seen a single black woman at my gym. Not a single black woman at my gym.
Guys. Okay. Tone it down. Let's let Tori finish. Up to the stage, Tori. Let's let Tori finish, then we can rebut. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's really all I wanted black men think that they have nothing wrong with them, and I think that that's a problem, right? If women have changed so much and you haven't, that's also a problem. So I'll land with that. I think Dr. Adams has something he wants to say.
I just want to.
Yes, I do. I do want to comment on one thing that she said. Okay, I go to the gym sometimes twice a day. Okay, I get up very early in the morning, and sometimes I go late at night before they close. Right? Because I don't want to be in the gym with a bunch of influencers. But here's what I will say: in the times that I do go to the gym in the middle of the week, okay, sometimes in the middle of the day, you'll catch me there on my lunch break. I do not see a single black woman on cardio in the building. Okay, you look at the Chipotle across the street, full of black women in shower caps. They're pulling up in their Altimas, hitting the curb. Okay, but not a single black woman in the gym. So don't tell me that this young black man did not have a point when he said that this is the only group of women where you're faced with goat versus beast. Like goat versus cow. Like these women are getting bigger and bigger and bigger and louder and louder and louder. And based on the clip that Sid keeps playing, it proves my point that they're also getting lazier, and lazier.
Right. So does this include y'all black and fat ass mamas?
Hey,
like,
mamas
I
are black.
think when we like to talk about black women,
y'all gotta pass the mic, man.
Okay, but I'm okay in here for 3 minutes. I understand y'all are triggered, but
So Tori, you got 30 seconds to respond back to Doc Adams, and then Adrian has the mic directly after.
Perfect. Yeah, I just wanted to know if any of these stats include, your fat black ass mama who was also a single mother that no one wanted to marry. I think black men like to other themselves, right? Oh, not my mom, not my mom. So when we look at these stats, let's include all black women in the family, right, who happen to be obese, right, on drugs, and single mothers.
Adrian,
and that's a very interesting point that she raises, and that's a valid question. I also would like to apply that question to you, ma'am. When you painted black men with that broad brush, did that apply to the black men in your family? Your sons, your cousins, your uncle, your grandfather?
Oh, no, see, I married biracial, right? So I don't have
no. I didn't ask you who
right,
you married.
I married a biracial man, and so I don't have these issues.
No.
I do believe if he was fully black, I probably would, but because he has half Caucasian in him, I think I'm
Y'all see how she ran the stop sign?
Hold on, Tori. Hold on. Lock the question in, and then you can respond after he's done. Go with it.
Yeah. I didn't ask you who you married. Who you married has no bearing on the black men in your family. It has no bearing on your father, who's a black man, I'm pretty sure. Your grandfather, your uncle, your son, your brother, cousins. Who you married has no bearing on that. So, the broad brush that you just painted black men with, does that same paint apply to the black men in your family outside of the person that you married? Yes or no?
I don't discuss my
Oh, now you don't want to discuss that, but you was just so
I don't discuss
bringing up black men and their mothers and the women in their. I don't see what's happening. Okay.
You motherfuckers think my name.
Right. Let him finish, Tori.
So you think you're gonna know
anything about me? Wait. Here's the thing. Hold on. Wait. This is a problem, Adrian. I'm gonna unpack. Again, JB, pay attention. And black women have done several rooms where they're talking about how black men are violent, how they're abusive, how they're controlling. Imagine how crazy that would look if I went on the stage to defend black men and all I did was start shouting, yelling, cussing, and trying to take over that stage. I would literally be proving a point.
She proved the video correct, bro.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I hope I continue to prove it while all of y'all are still single and married.
Tori, you're proving my point. Don't do it. Let's kill the stereotype, Tori.
It's okay. I'm just amping up fire so I can open up a space. This is good for me.
Okay, here we go. Go to the kitchen. Bye. Get out of here. We don't tolerate that shit. You're in the kitchen now. Bye. We don't tolerate that disrespect over here.
Ghetto guys. Can I speak?
I don't disrespect your rooms when I go in there. When you guys muted me in your rooms and weren't fair to me, all I did was quiet. I hit the leave quietly button and I left. I didn't try to overtake and bulldoze your fucking stage. But again,
it's always this ghetto gagging, loudmouth bitches.
JB, pay attention to the hypocrisy. She's trying to prove the point that black women aren't what we're describing, yet she's doing the exact fucking things we're describing while trying to prove that they're not.
Exactly.
So just pay attention. But go ahead, Adrian. You got it.
That was my point. Yeah, that was my point. I showed how she was so comfortable with painting black men with a broad paint, but wanted to otherize the black men in her family, right? She didn't want to answer the question, but she was so comfortable asking black men the question, does that also apply to the black women in your family, your mamas, your unmarried mamas, and stuff like that? But when the question got flipped on her, watch how defensive she got, right? She did not want to answer the fucking question and tried to deflect it to the person that she married. I didn't ask you about the person you married, man. I asked you about the black men in your family. And a lot of these women, y'all, have black sons that they talk all of this shit about black men and say, hey, black men are trash, black men are garbage. Well, all right, then if that's the case, then your son is garbage too then. But nope, not my son. The men in my family are exceptional.
And see, Adrian, that's a typical tactic, because I'm almost at work, so I'm gonna jump off in a minute. But that's a typical tactic of these bonnet bandits. Okay, this is literally a typical tactic. Deflect. You asked her a very, very, very simple question, and in true bonnet bandit battle tactic, okay, she wanted to deflect and talk about the white man's family that she'd have married into. No, we're talking about your black ass. Okay, what are Pookie, Ray, and your cousins out there doing? Okay, how many people are they robbing? Okay, how many years are they locked up for? Okay, that's the question that we're asking.
I do just want to mention that white men do get arrested more than us, and we just happen to go to jail for the same type of crimes more than them. So I just want to throw that out there. And then all this like down low shit, there's no way to even prove no statistic on what black men are down low and all that weird ass shit. As far as unemployment rate, I mean, yeah, we might be there. We probably are. But I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not, the gap isn't so large that it's, we're 6%, the others are like 4.5, 5. The other one, the white guys are like at 3.5 to 4. Like, come on, it ain't that big of a, I mean, I get it. That's a couple 100,000, maybe a couple million.
I was just about to mention that. So here's the actual facts, because people don't look up numbers. She is only referring to less than 7%, not of the entire male population in America, but of the black male population in America. Less than 7% fit even one of the guys. Well, the obese category, that's like maybe 30 or 40. But the rest of the categories, from drugs to incarceration, low unemployment, and everything else, that's 7% or less. So I'm really trying to figure out, why are 7% of men affecting the entire population of women? That seems like that ain't the men issue. Why are the women only being affected by 7% of the entire population? Seems like a weakness in their part.
And then as far as the obesity, go ahead, Doc. I got you in 1 second. But as far as the obesity is concerned, if whatever percentage you just mentioned of us being obese is obese, but then 60% of y'all are bigger than us, that is weird. You're talking about us being overweight, but you're bigger than us.
Well, let me jump in for 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Ms. Tori says, can I speak? Thank you. Tori says, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, the obesity rate among black men in the United States is 41.1%. So I want to say, Doctor, the mic is yours, man.
Yeah, but it also says that it's negligible because it's the same almost damn near compared amongst black, Hispanic, and white men. It might be like a half a percentage point off. So I actually looked that up just now too, and I posted it right under that. So what she's talking about is bullshit. Yeah, maybe a little bit more obese than other men, right? But we're right there, right? We're all right there together, number one. And number two, black women are the most obese by a long shot compared to other women. And they're more obese than Asian men, and I believe even a whole bunch of other groups of men. They're just fat.
So the obesity is a conversation, but I do want to get to this new thing that black women are starting to do with the DL thing. It's really starting to irk my soul, and the GAY, the GAY and the DL, these acronyms that they're creating for masculine men who stand on their square, who are stoic and don't take bullshit, right? let's just cross the bridge for a second and remember that I'm not sure if there's a statistic for this, but it'd be great if someone could go ahead and search it and pull it up for me. Is it not a thing where women are married but then have these little girlfriends that they're sneaking and having sex in these little cute girl trips that's happening and stuff that's going on that don't nobody know what's going on? Y'all be licking coochies and stuff. Y'all be twiddling clits and doing all kinds of things and doing lesbian activities and don't nobody know. Is that not down low too? Don't nobody question that because men like that stuff, right? But at the same time, y'all still not being truthful. Because did you tell that man you was bisexual? Did you tell that man you like coochie? Did you tell that man that you was anything other than a woman that likes men? So all I'm saying is like, it goes across the board. If you're going to point fingers on one end, make sure you're looking at your own pot that you're pissing in. Because some of y'all be doing shit underneath the goddamn table too. And men don't be knowing what the fuck y'all be doing on these goddamn girl trips. Y'all be going to Cancun, Mexico, whatever the fuck, Caribbean. They don't know what the fuck y'all be doing. They just let y'all go, pay for the fucking trip, let y'all go, do whatever the fuck y'all want. So all I'm saying is sometimes when people are busy pointing all the fingers, they want to do the army point, with the whole hand and all 5 fingers pointing at the men. That's cute that y'all are creating that, but y'all not army leaders. This is not that. So stop licking coochie and then talking about men that's doing whatever the fuck they doing with they dick because you're not men. Okay? Stop getting into men's business because you're not a man. And respectfully, only gay men and lesbian women are worried about, and trans women are worried about what men are putting their dick.
Hey, by the way, I thought Tori was about to make her own room. She's in the chat, she booting out.
Right, well, here's the
They
thing.
can't help themselves. She wanted to be right, she wanted to be raped so bad. She's acting like the true chip fashion. She booting out. Like, stop it.
Yeah. And here's the thing, I do want to extend an olive branch because yesterday in their room, I was trying to directly reply. My name was brought up. Someone spoke on a point that I made and brought my name up and used me as an example. And you guys know in Clubhouse, if someone directly addresses you, typically you're allowed to respond. I went to respond, and another black woman decided to come off mic and try to overtalk me. And they muted me and silenced me in that room. I didn't talk shit in the chat. I didn't come off mic and argue with the mods. I just quietly just left. I said, hey, you know what? This is your space. I don't like that I'm being treated unfairly. But you can run your shit how you want, and I came to my space and started my own room. So what I want to do, Tori, is I want to extend an olive branch because I did disrespect your room yesterday that you were modded in, you guys were running. I'm going to ask you not to disrespect my room, and if you can show the same level of respect I showed you, I want to invite you back on stage. But I want you to be calm, cool, collected, and let's have a conversation. So let's see if we can give Tori a chance to try to show black women in a positive light that they do have some self-control, decorum, and grace and femininity. So if you want to come back up, you're more than welcome to.
See how this goes.
We'll see how this goes. I just sent her an invite up. She's more than welcome to come up
Adam,
and try.
How many minutes do you give it? How many minutes?
It's so sad because she doesn't realize she's proving the point, but their egos are so stuck on.
This is comedy for me. A lot of y'all. Let everyone mute up.
Hey, Tori.
I am the ghetto poor. Hey, Cray, I'm ghetto poor. I live under a bridge and I smoke meth on a daily. I'm also a single mother who's on food stamps. So the stereotypes you all think about me are 100% true, and I'm just here to abide to them. So if you think black women are ghetto and poor, I'll be that example, right? So yeah, hey y'all, I'm here, ghetto broke poor Tori.
Yeah, bro, you just said
whack and disingenuous. That was disingenuous.
No, guys, this is my life, and black women are 100% right. I'm a fat, obese woman with no
Tori. I'm gonna let you and Dr. Goddess rap for a second. That's a black woman.
No, I don't need to rap with her. Goddess knows me and I know Goddess.
Oh, yes, you do.
Goddess knows what's up.
Yes, you do.
Goddess knows what's up.
I would expect you to show another black woman some respect, and let's let her finish. She was coming off mic to say something, and you ruled.
Oh no, you're not gonna try to defamate my character. Goddess 100% can speak.
You're doing it yourself.
And she can do whatever she wants.
You're doing it yourself.
I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't disrespecting her.
So let's let Dr. Goddess
go. Let Goddess go.
Let's
go
let
ahead,
Dr. Goddess go, and let's see if you can show at least another black woman respect. Go ahead, Doctor.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. Women who show women respect themselves first. So that's not going to happen. And respectfully, men in these spaces, stop asking women to do things they're incapable of. You hear me? Let's speak some actual logic in the space. You're asking women to do things they're incapable of. They don't want to do it, meaning they don't have the ability to try, even to build the sense in their mind to even begin pulling it out as a thought. So while we're speaking to small-minded beings who are married, yes, they have houses and cars and pay bills, and they say they're satisfied and the dick is good and their children are fed and they eat fruit and they go to the gym, and no, they're not. She lives a great life, right? This is how black women with a great life speak. Let's wake it up, right? Let's wake up the truth. This is how black women who are married, whether biracial or racially loyal, who have money, who have assets, equity, credit, right? They have degrees. This is how they speak in America. This is what the equation is equaling and resulting out to. So the disingenuousness or whatever it is that she's coming on the stage to feel like she's going to divert or passive aggressive or push to the side, we're already aware of the dissatisfactions that are taking place in your reality. This is a energy of just I guess men are calling it Jezebel, but I'm saying that it's more, I think it's the wigs, y'all. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's the wigs, and they need to let their brains breathe. Black women, take it off your head. The cap is capping you. You're in the cap. I call them capzillas. You're turning into a capzilla. Take the capzilla off and let your brain breathe, because when you don't breathe through your nose, that means your brain dead. And this is the issue that we're having. Women putting eyelashes on their eyelashes, nails on their nails. This is a lot of advancement and enhancement that's not helping. And enhancements are supposed to help you. They're supposed to make you feel better. You're supposed to speak better. These high-class women are speaking such low-class language. I'm very, very confused. And this is not white man's language. This is what we call American English, correct? These are words in the dictionary. I haven't cursed. I haven't used profanity. I haven't said F. I haven't said MF. I haven't said anything out of context. I've used my words to speak eloquently, to say what it is I want to say. And maybe I come from the ghetto too. Maybe I didn't graduate school either. Maybe my mama is a fat black bee. Maybe my brothers went to jail too. Maybe I'm a slave too. All those things too. But somehow I know how to use my words. And get it across to the stage. You see how the whole stage just emptied out so I can speak, because words matter, little girl. It doesn't matter. You sound like the black woman who's scared of who she married. I don't know what's going on in your life.
Please don't speak about that. I really want y'all to stop.
I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna land my plane. Hold on. Hey, you see, I'm gonna land my plane until I say your name. I'm gonna land my plane until I say your name.
How does that work?
So again, this is the rhetoric, the degeneracy that is being overshadowed. Hold on, let me drop it. This is the degeneracy. 10 seconds. This is the degeneracy that's being overshadowed by marriage, money, and things, and wigs and weaves. This is what's being overshadowed, this type of being.
So we really have to focus on the degenerate bastards, right, that are raised in these single mother households who perpetuate these talking points, right? Some of you bitches actually need a wig. I hate to be 40 with a starter lock. And so I don't like how we like to place all black women in as if we're a monolith. Black women definitely are not who you all, and especially me, right? Like, I come on this motherfucker to troll, talk shit, content, get off the app, go about my life. Like, none of this shit really matters to me. This is fun, right? I know that Goddess you get triggered very easily. And so this is fun for me, right? I always like when you're in rooms because it gets the people riled up, right? You're good content. So again, I live a great life, right? And please don't be fooled. Tori will pack a motherfucker up in a heartbeat, and my husband knows it. Thank you.
Your husband's a cuckold. He let you be online.
Wait.
My husband will be right, and then shoot you in the head, right? So that's the type of shit we come from, right? A lot of you niggas think my husband is a bitch, and he's far from that, right? Don't let the light skin shit fool you. Yeah, don't let the light skin shit fool you. Down in real life, right? You're a Latino man who cosplaying as being black, bitch. Shut up. Bitch. Right. The only faggot is you, bitch, and your mama and your daddy if you knew him, hoe.
There you go.
I think it's weird.
Yes, you didn't know your father. This is an example of fatherless homes. I blame a lot of black women for right.
Wait, Tori.
This is an example of.
That's actually one example that I do blame black women for. If I can make her angry, I can make her laugh, I can make her proud, I can get her right. Black women definitely need to stop frustrating. Black women definitely need to stop hyping these because this is an example of black degenerate, right? This is an example of a black degenerate that black women definitely need to take accountability for. We cannot have these types of
You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times in front of your child. You swore 9 times. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 25,
you're single, and you admitted to being a goer in a house. So bitch, an old bitch like
you talking like this in front of your baby?
Bitch, you're losing in real life, and I'll continue to let life beat your ass. I don't need to beat your ass.
I feel bad for your child. Your child.
You feel bad for yourself,
baby.
right? I feel
Is
bad
anybody
for
caring about the baby? The baby. Tori, the baby. The baby though, Tori. But the baby though, Tori.
Don't worry about my baby. My husband is here. My husband
But the
is here.
baby though, Tori.
My husband is here. He's okay. He's okay. But what you motherfuckers not talking about? You're trying to talk shit and think that when Tori responds, she not supposed to respond, bitch. I'm gonna respond to any motherfucking thing, any blim, any subliminal, because you bitches be punks on this motherfucker.
But the baby though.
Or my family, my
Tori, the baby.
He's well taken care of. He's in the other. Don't worry about
Tori, the baby though. But what about you and the baby though?
Bitch, don't worry.
But Tori, the baby. You don't care about the baby. Tori, the baby. The baby.
It's not a dating app. It's not a dating app. So yeah,
Tori, the baby.
Right. So
you don't care about the baby?
The back's out for ruckus. Don't speak on it.
You don't care about the baby?
You're black for a reason, bitch.
You don't care about the child.
Thank you.
She don't care about the baby, y'all. Wait a minute. Hold on, Uncle Ruckus.
Fuck out of here.
Shut up, faggot, bitch.
Motherfuckers,
Shut up, faggot. Shut up, faggot. I'm doing this shit in real life. You don't want to talk about real life.
Yes,
you don't want to talk about real life. God is move out the way. Stop thinking
I'm
for
gonna punch you in your face.
I
You need to be
understand you look
punched in
like
your
one.
mouth. That's what you need.
I don't need you to get in the way. I'm trying to this bitch, not your
You need to be punched in your throat. Right in your throat. Shut up.
Right? I understand you your daddy in your life. You didn't have a father. You was raised by your crap
I put a 10-minute timer on.
Go seek therapy,
and it's a 10 minutes, y'all. 10 minutes.
Mommy issues. You need to go seek therapy.
You need to be punched in your throat. Call your husband so I can tell him to punch you in your throat. So you should have done that.
You don't sound like you don't sound like it's fucking right. So thank you for the content and thank you for the.
I think this is strange.
This is the baby though. The baby. Did anybody peep that the baby was in the background laughing and giggling, and she is saying F's and B's and O's and I's and U's, and I'm like, what? A faggot? Like, what? Like, bro,
that's a very dangerous woman to marry, though.
Yo, brethren, but Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry, I gotta get on you too, though. Hold on, sir. Hello.
I don't take
No. You need to back off. No. You're no good either. You're no good either.
You've been talking Dr.
No, you're no good either. Because you did that, and that wasn't good for the woman. So if you're married, you're not good either.
Anyways, right? So let me get my
So you don't care, and that's the problem. No, that's not good either, bro. You need to be backed into a corner too, my nigga. Like, you need to stop that shit too.
We're sitting here.
I know
That
exactly
shit is not cool. You did that and made her curse in front of her baby.
Fuck what she's not supposed to do in that
That's weirdo shit. Why would
Just get out the way. Let them do their thing.
That is funny. Hey, listen.
Okay, guys, don't come off mute. I was on a phone call. I'm sorry. All the yelling and screaming and shit's crazy. So let's get back under control, guys. Let's please get back under control. Who was speaking last?
I wanted to bring up something.
Okay, go ahead. You got the mic, Adrian. Go ahead.
And this is in line with the title of the room. And I know this is going to be a big story on Clubhouse once a lot of people get wind of it, but I don't think a lot of people are getting wind of it just yet. But the black woman who was stabbed to death at McDonald's by her employee, right? By another black woman. Stabbed her up. A mother of 6 got killed. She was a manager at McDonald's and was stabbed because she sent one of her workers home early. And the girl crashed out and stabbed her, killed her. Has anybody heard that story yet?
No, I haven't.
No, we haven't heard
It's
it.
about to be a national story. Trust me, it's about to blow up on Clubhouse in a few days. So I just want to put that in the ether and put that on y'all radar so y'all can see it coming. And it talks about accountability. This girl here did not appreciate being spoken to. Let her tell it. She made a video and everything. The girl who killed the manager, she made a video talking about how her manager was being disrespectful, talking to them like they're children, being a bully at work, right? Fucking up her money, sending her home for no good reason, right? And the girl just had enough of it. Enough of her shit to the point where she crashed out and she stabbed her and killed her. And see, this is by you. It's up there in East Point, Michigan.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I'll have to check.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. He's not lying. I just chat GPT'd
Yeah, it's up there
it.
by
It happened yesterday.
East Point, Michigan.
It literally happened yesterday.
Yeah, throw a link, man. I'll put it up top. Yeah.
What's up, Sig? What's up, JP?
Oh shit. What up, baby?
KP, what's the word?
Guys.
What up, brother? What
Long
up?
time no hear from.
Yo, is that KK? Hey,
Yes.
yo.
What's up, KK?
What's up,
Yeah.
What's going on? How you doing, man?
Oh, shit. Come on up, KK. I ain't seen KK in a fucking hot ass minute. How you doing, sweetheart? I ain't seen her in a long ass time.
Oh, sick. Just a slightly derail. I want to bring it back, but Sig, I just bought a new Smith & Wesson 5.7. I know you will be proud of it. It's such a beautiful piece. It's so beautiful. I wanted to get the FN, but it was a little pricey, so I just got the Smith & Wesson. But it still takes the same round. So yeah, shout out to that. I just want to
5.7. You said it went with the Ruger. You could save some more money.
Well, god damn it.
But yeah, man.
But it's smooth though. I don't know. I test fired it and shit. It's smooth. I liked it, but I don't know. I should have looked at the Ruger though.
So I heard, I was on the phone, man. My apologies, guys, but I heard Tori crashing out. Did you guys kick her or did she take off?
I didn't touch her, but I don't know. I think she might have left.
I didn't touch him.
Okay, she probably took off then, but yeah, y'all see what I'm talking about? And here's the thing too, man. It's like, you got another black woman, and I get it. You got shit, you got shit against black men. I get it, no problem. But you got Dr. Goddess who's been completely respectful and showing utmost respect and decorum. And it's like, at least got some sense to not disrespect another black woman. But they don't give a fuck, man. And then they'll sit up here and say black men disrespect black women so much. Black women are the most disrespected, most unappreciated. But who disrespects and unappreciates black women more than other black women?
You know what's crazy, Sig? It's not like we were just we weren't just clowning every black woman. We're not even here we were reviewing a video and discussing that. And for someone to say that, oh, this is fun for me. So getting irate, cussing, and your husband, you said, my husband's in the house with me, and he's allowing that? But I'm supposed to look at your husband with, like, as a man of respect? Like, what man would allow that kind of energy in his household? But why is that considered fun? That's an even bigger question. Why is going crashing out on the internet considered fun?
Because she's not happy. She's not satisfied with her husband. She doesn't respect her husband. Any woman who respects her husband is not going to conduct herself that way.
Or sick, there's no man in the house. Pause. Let's be honest, right? Let's be honest. I respectfully, if y'all's men's that I think y'all is, there's not no man in there. There can't be. And if it is, he got, I'm sorry to say it, but he can't be all the way. He can't be all the way right. There's either a stud, there has to be a stud woman who likes that shit, okay? Or a man who's not standing on square, bro. It cannot be. A true masculine energy will not. He would have came out the room. If he heard her in the phone doing all of that shit, he would have came out the room. Like, what are you doing? What is all of this you got going on? Even on the app, you would have heard the man in the background. Like, listen, I need you to calm all that down. You would have heard her mute the mic. Something would have happened. She's too loud. All of that spitting on the phone and screaming, a real man would have showed up somewhere in the background. You would have heard the baby get snatched from her. Something. I'm telling you, like, there's no way you go from that energy, to now being a loving and caring mom. It's impossible. Like, ain't no way you turn this shit on and off. That's what was like the baby. You didn't hear me say the baby though. But the baby.
But this is something that y'all need to understand here, y'all. When she first came off the mic, she had every single talking point of a misandrist, right? When have y'all ever known a misandrist to have a man in her life? Right? The two don't go together. The two cannot exist in the same space with each other. You cannot be this woman in a loving relationship, a productive relationship with a man, but you're a misandrist at the same time. Either A, he's a bitch ass nigga for allowing you to goddamn have this mindset, or B, he is goddamn finna tell your ass, no, you're not finna talk like that, and we're together. A real man is not going to allow you to have these talking points about men if he's in your life, right? So that should have let you know that she does not have a man in her life. And if she does have a man in her life, it is the weekend. He will be over there to knock her the fuck down, and he's gone by Sunday night, y'all.
Best legal prayer.
A misandrist don't have men in their lives. A misandrist is angry at themselves, and they project all of their insecurities and all the anger onto society because they are the exact motherfuckers that they're talking about. She has a kid with no man in her life. She fucked up her life, and now she's angry at men. I keep telling y'all, this is what feminism did to women, right? Men were supposed to be the guardrails to women on the road of life. Feminism removed the guardrails and gave women licenses, well, not even a license, just gave them the permission to drive cars however the fuck they wanted to on the goddamn road of life. And when you don't have a guardrail, guess what happens, y'all? Your ass goddamn drive off the road and you crash and burn into a ditch, and now you're in there calling goddamn first responders, right? The guardrails are supposed to keep you on the road, to keep you safe. This is what men's functions was supposed to be for women in life. But feminism removed all of that shit and told women, you can drive however the fuck you want to drive. And when people get into accidents on the road, who do they call? They call first responders to come and help them, which are normally going to be men. They call the ambulance, the tow truck, the police, all of that shit. And when those men did not show up to help her out of that ravine, this is where the men bashing comes from. Men ain't shit because no one helped her out of her fucked up situation, even though she was led astray by women. Feminism was a bill of goods sold to women by women that were no good. I'm sorry, y'all, but that's just my observation on things. They removed the guardrails.
Who were the women that were no good? And backfired bitch ass niggas.
Yes.
Can I get added to the queue, please?
But hey, but see, I put that story to the McDonald's killing in the chat.
Okay, cool.
If anybody want to go watch the video,
Yeah, I'll post it.
of the girl explaining her reason why she stabbed that girl.
Jay, if you want to go next, welcome to the stage. You got the mic.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Sig. Yeah, I came in kind of probably on the tail end of that. That's not the first time I've heard that particular individual yelling on this app. I mean, she's not the only one, obviously, but someone had mentioned something about being provoked. That's a cop-out, and that's bullshit, right? We're all adults. We should be able to control ourselves and conduct ourselves in a manner that is respectful. I also agree that she probably doesn't have a man there, because I know my husband would have grabbed my motherfucking phone, okay? So there's absolutely no man there that I could definitely... He's probably, I don't know if he's at work or, like you saying, he just comes on the weekend, but yeah. And I also agree with Adrian about feminism. I'm not a feminist. I think feminism really did ruin a lot of women. It made women believe that they're the same as men, and we're absolutely not. Men are their own type of species. They're great. Women are great when you got a great woman. And so I think it's caused a lot of delusion for women to think that they're men. And I don't know about y'all, but I would not want to be a man. Being a man is hard, right? You got to deal with all the bullshit out there. Like you were saying, the first responders, y'all go in a lot of high stress situation. I'd much rather be a woman and, stay at home and cook and, make sure everybody's happy and do my thing. So shout out to y'all. That's all I got to say.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, man. See, this is what I say. Not all. There are some wonderful black women like Dr. Goddess, like Jay. There's several of them that we interact with. So it's not all, folks. What it is there's just the loudest, squeakiest wheels are the ones that get all the attention. And they make black women look bad, man. And unfortunately, there's a lot of them. Like I said, not the majority aren't on the wild extreme end of the spectrum, but the majority do have the attitudes of Tory. The majority of them fucking do, and it's a fucking problem. And this is what's causing the black community in America to break down. Again, this is why our families are broken, our homes are broken. We don't have any fathers. We don't have any, and it's time for black women to start taking accountability. To say, hey, you know what? Maybe it is a problem that I'm laying down and procreating with men who haven't committed to me, who haven't proven to me that they want to be my husband and they want to be a great father to my children. Maybe I do have some responsibility to, at least not procreate with them. I'm not saying you got to abstain from getting dick. It's 2025. Women are getting dick now. It is what it is. But at least be smart enough and wise enough to not attach yourself to that man for the next 18 to 20 years of your life. That's all we're asking for. Just a little bit of accountability. And maybe if the attitudes and the combativeness drop down to an acceptable level, you might see that marriage rate spike and get to 50% to where the Indian women, the Mexican women, the Asian women, the Native American women, they might be the white women. They might be able to hit that 50% threshold where all the other groups of women are. So.
Well, here's the biggest issue. The ears is two ears in one mouth, right? And when you're trying to even attempt to articulate, even ask a question, like I do like that Adrian continues asking that question about are you also talking about the men in your family or the women in your family? Because it gets very daunting when you say black men, black women, and it's like, okay, but you're not talking about your own, right? You're talking about everybody else, but not the people that raised you and put you out into the world, and now you have children, and this is what you're doing in front of the baby. And the baby is now going to think this is okay. This is why all the screaming is happening in the background, because you don't tame yourself and you can't tame the child. So I'm just saying, like, it's the single motherhood is a disease. Sorry, but not sorry. It's this. I think that's the next wave of the feminism, the single motherhood syndrome, the pretty privilege syndrome. You know, they do want, and respectfully, I do think that Black women want to be married. I do think that they want men in the home. I do think that they want y'all help. Here's the problem. They're caught up in this independent act. Okay? The independent act is a play game, again, to overshadow these daddy issues, but then it's getting bigger than the daddy issues now because, again, I expressed that yesterday. A Black woman expressed that the accountability will only take place when Black men and the world take account for the things that they've done to Black women. And I'm just scratching my head, like, so what do you like? Do you want us to write a law? Do you want to do you want a parade? Like, I don't know what they want people to do because prejudice and racism and pushback and discipline and order, all these things are they're part of being a human. So like it's a part of the world is where we at. So I don't know what extra special toot beep beep train, or I don't know if they want a car. I don't know what they want. So maybe we should ask them and find out what do they want to take place in this accountability that they feel Black men are responsible for.
This is what I've learned. So, in most cases, when two humans negotiate with each other, it's usually a point of, this is what I'm offering, and this is what you're getting. That's usually how it comes. When it comes to this whole conversation these single Black Americans are the ones that keep screaming into the hilltops about what's wrong. They don't want to negotiate. They don't want to make anything. They want to be given something so they can control it. That's what they want. They want control. And once I figured this out about, like, I'd say 2018, that's when I just decided, okay, I'm not going to deal with anyone I discover or come across that wants control, because I know what control does. You have every single piece of history to show you what absolute control does when humans have it. So me personally, I wish you the best of luck for you. If you show up to me saying this is what I need to do, I'm going to tell you, okay, then. So what you're giving me is whatever I want. But that's not me. So I'm not going to waste my time. That's what they want. So this is bad.
And he's right. It's about absolute control and revenge. It's about getting back. It's I feel slighted, and I'm not gonna feel at peace until I get back and I show these motherfuckers who I feel have wronged me that I can get back at them and have that leverage and control. So Isaac's absolutely 100% right. These women don't realize they're stabbing themselves in the foot from the very fucking beginning, man. The attitudes they have, like even on the dating websites, man, like you'll notice a difference in attitude between the Black women and the non-Black women when you're looking at these profiles. Immediately, the Black women start off with contempt. It's my degree, my education, my job, my businesses. That's consistently what you would see listed on these profiles. And then you go to the other races of women, it's, oh, I love my pets, I love to cook, I love spending time with my family. Even the pictures on the profiles, I've noticed consistently. Black women are in bathrooms taking selfies. Ass is always poked out. There's rarely any pictures of these women with men doing activities, family activities. You look at the white girls, you look at the Hispanic girls, they got pictures with their brothers, 4th of July cookouts, barbecues, on the lake, on the beach, smiling, holding a fish in their hand because they're out on the boat, having a great time. I think mentally, these women are so fucking hardened and have this heavy suit of fucking armor on, because in their mind, they have to fight the world. And I think a lot of these women, especially at a 70% single mother rate, they're literally operating like a man. They're out here working, protecting, and providing, and taking care of an entire fucking household. So these women have become hardened, and they don't realize that that's a persona that they give off, and it instantly comes across as unattractive to the type of men that they're going for. And then this builds more anger and builds more fucking resentment. They just get worse and worse and worse as they go on, to where these women sound like Danielle and they sound like Tori.
Hey, Sid.
What's up, Dr. Long?
Is there also a weight problem going on?
Oh, yeah. We talked about that. Yeah, we were talking about that about 30 minutes ago, bro. Yeah, they're the most obese. And her thing was, well, black men are the most obese out of the fucking men, but freaking
JB read a stat.
Yeah, JB. No, it wasn't JB. It was who was it? Uncle Ruckus. Uncle Ruckus said that if you actually look at the stats, yeah, black men are higher, but it's so negligible. But if you look at the difference between black women and their counterparts and their peers, they are skyrocketed through the roof. They are several points above. As far as being the most obese. And again, everything that could be fixed in our community as far as black women taking accountability. Because as a black man, if you've been in these rooms and been in these discussions, black men will tell you, yeah, there's some ain't shit niggas, there's some fuck niggas out here, and there is some cleaning up that we need to do amongst black men. We'll take the accountability and we'll look at each other and say, yeah, we can do better. We can do some better. But whenever you try to point out some constructive criticism to black women, and again, not all, you almost always get pushback, and it's everybody else's fault.
Absolutely.
Can I say something about the obesity?
Yeah. Go ahead, Jay. Real quick. Oh, go ahead, man.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the obesity with black women. I think also that has to do with an aspect of feminism, because I think with feminism, as we know, what the whole agenda was, right? It was to get the man at the home. Well, to replace that man, they decided to give out food stamps, right? And now these fast food restaurants will allow you to use your motherfucking food stamps there. So it seems a lot easier, if they don't want to cook, right? They don't want to be traditional women. Of course, they're just going to go to a drive-thru and just grab up McDonald's or whatever the heck. And that's contributing to the obesity. And another thing with the fast food as well, that has a lot of chemicals and hormones that mess with all of us, but women especially too. And that's another reason why I think a lot of black women and just women in general who go and eat that, they have these attitudes and they have these moods. It's the food they're putting in their body as well. So I just wanted to speak on that too.
You're talking about the you buy we fry places. Mm. They charge like $1. They will fry your food for $1. Yeah. And use your EBT card.
Yep. Also, here's another thing too to look at. Sig, I noticed you when you was talking about family photos and stuff. Other women will be with other members of their families in their family photos. I mean, y'all, we gotta admit, how many times have we seen on social media black women, black mothers having family photos with no father in them? Right? It's always her and her kids all day long, right? Oh, every time they go and do a family photo, the father is nowhere in the picture. And if he is, that's a rarity, and that motherfucker get praised. But a lot of times, it's just be the mother and her 3, 4, 5 kids, however many kids that she got, right? Like, that needs to stop, because it shows the level of prioritization in our lives, is that it shows that women rather have baby showers than bridal showers. They rather carry before marry, right? They put a lot of emphasis on being baby mamas and not wives, right? And a lot of the women come in these rooms on this app. How many times have you heard a woman brag about how many times she's been engaged, but never crossed the finish line though, right? I got men proposing to me all the time. Yeah, but how many have you said yes to? How many times have you crossed the finish line? She can't answer that question. She can tell you how many times she's been in a race but not crossed the finish line. That is crazy to me. That's not the flex that you think it is. When you brag about how many times you've been engaged but never crosses the finish line, all right, and it shows a lack of self-awareness in our community, especially with our women. Also, with the obesity thing. Sig, another thing that you mentioned, the education, right? Black women, we know, yes, y'all are the most educated. And y'all also will use those degrees and stuff like that as a cudgel to beat men over the head with, right? Y'all will try to use these degrees to look down on men and try to silence men. Well, I went to school, right? I got a degree, blah, blah, blah. All right, so answer this question. If you're the most educated, then how come you're the most manipulated? Then you got all of this education, but you can't tell when the motherfucker's manipulating you, though.
Right, right. Yeah, good point.
You got all of this education, right? You went to school to be a dietitian. How come you can't address your weight problem?
No, it's true, bro. It's fucking true, and that's why they did tout that black women are most educated, this and that. But once that got debunked and cracked wide open, we come to find out, you're not graduating, motherfucker. Again, it's a finish line thing, Adrian. We found out what? You ain't graduating. You're the most enrolled. But they took that to, again, use it as leverage over black men to beat black men over the head. Say, we're the most educated to again, put them at a higher status. It's about control and it's about givebacks. It's about trying to be better.
And so the degrees are in social science and early childhood education. Yeah.
Criminal justice.
Adrian, they collect the rings. They collect the rings like Lord of the Rings. They just collect them.
Right. What's that? What's the ass wiping nurse? And a lot of them don't even become RNs.
CNA.
CNA. Yep. A lot of them. Yep. They stop at CNA. So they're professional ass wipers getting paid $13 an hour.
And why are they getting criminal justice degrees, like to get their relative out of jail? What? I have not heard this before. I'm not going to get stabbed.
I mean, CJ degrees. I mean, if you're going to go into CJ, if you're going to be like, if you're going to go into parole, stuff like that, cool. But most of them don't even go into that because they're going to get their ass whooped, so they stay away from it.
Well, I think the point is that the point that we're making is that there's a lot of starting and not finishing, right? We're getting to the engagement and not to the actual marriage, and right, and the point of getting to the finish line is to start a new race with that individual, like a baton, passing the baton type of race. But the issue is we're not being transferred. Like, when you're married, when you go through the marriage, and I'm not talking about, not even bringing up the religious or the law portion of it. I'm just going to the aspect of family, right? The father or a male figure in your family that you respect is supposed to pass you on, right? He's supposed to give you away to your husband. I think this is also creating an issue because women are not being given away to the next leader. It's a baton pass, and it's a whole conversation that's being had. So when we, even go into what Sister J is saying about the feminism, the different waves that Black women have entered, and respectfully, I personally don't think that that's anything to do with us. We just need to back all the way the fuck out that shit because I'm not seeing where we don't have right to speak. I'm not seeing where we don't have right to be. All I'm seeing is that we don't want discipline. We don't want order. We want to be chaotic. We want to be all over the place. We don't want to be told we're wrong. We just don't want to hear, you got to get in line if you want good things. You do have to put on a certain act, and the things that we're assimilating to are not uplifting us as a whole. And it's always about the individual gender and not the whole race.
Ooh, I just remember something.
I like that. I like it.
There's another point that I've been noticing. So when you have a group of Black men talking about their issue with dating Black women, they usually bring up, I don't really see a lot of qualities she has to be a mother or a wife, anything like that. And sometimes sometimes what they say is valid, other times it's kind of like, it sounds like a you problem, like, dude. Then when you hear the woman talking about their issues, notice one thing. It's never about what particular problem that the man brings up. It almost seems like they're looking for men that are more female or feminine today, and that's what their issue is. So they don't really have an issue with who they are as a person. They just have an issue with, he wasn't nicer or had a softer tone or something like that. And it's like, but it's a scandal. Or, oh, my mom didn't like the way that, he planned out his life, or certain ways he acts I just don't like. I'm like, but there's nothing wrong with the way he acts. He just might be a bit aggressive. The thing I'm noticing with black women, when they complain about a lot of issues, some of them, they're more talking about how the guy is not as feminine or soft as they like, rather than any actual problem. Anyone else notice that?
Yeah, they did that to me all day yesterday in Rich's room. I literally. I
need to get out the bathroom. You
They did that to me yesterday, all day yesterday. They literally bullied me and did not speak to any point that I was saying. So it's not just you, Isaac. It's not just men. It's anyone who wants to ask questions of logic, sensibility. Like, if you're trying to have any conversation that is opening up the mind to let them look at themselves in the mirror, it immediately turns. And Adrian just said it, the accountability. If a person is not ready to hear or look into their own lives or see that it is spewing out into reality and creating people's actuality, then it's going to seem like an attack every time. They're not going to speak to any point that you're actually bringing up to have a conversation. So, literally, it's not just you. It's across the board.
People have a tendency of, when you hold up a mirror to them and show them exactly who the fuck they are, instead of them addressing what they see in the mirror, they rather talk about the dirt underneath the fingernail of the hand that's holding the mirror. Shit that don't matter.
Ooh, that's a bar.
Yeah. For real.
Don't matter.
Yeah.
They talk about shit that don't fucking matter. That's not the issue. Who gives a fuck about address what's in front of you first. Let's have a conversation. But motherfuckers don't want to do it because, like I say, accountability will always seem like an attack to those that are not ready to face the consequences of their actions, man. I'ma keep saying this shit. I'ma keep fucking saying this shit because it's true, man. And accountability is not gender specific. This shit is universal. This shit crosses all racial lines, all goddamn gender lines, right? It applies to anyone. But motherfuckers rather talk about ancillary bullshit and try to become a landscaper and move the goalposts from this end of the field to that end of the field to shit that don't fucking matter. Nah, that's not what we talking about. Let's talk about the shit that's right here in front of you first. But they don't want to do it.
All right, can you hear me better now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Yeah, I think you got Bluetooth in, so it's
way better. It's way better.
But it is better.
So what I was asking is, does it seem like a lot of black women are looking for men that have more feminine traits rather than who they are as person?
No, what these black women, specific types of black women are looking for is Tupac in a business suit, a corporate Tupac. They want the thug aspect, the masculine aspect, but then they want him to come with the freebie lifestyle where they can just literally just sit back on their ass, not have to do shit, and shop and go to boutiques, and they don't want to have to put in the fucking work. But then they also want another aspect of this man to bow down and acquiesce to everything that they want. So they want him to be masculine when it's convenient for them, but they still want to be able to control and call the shots with these men, and these men do all the work and take care of all the shitty parts in life while they get to enjoy the benefits of what his work is. That's typically what I'm seeing on these dating websites. When you listen to these dating shows, think about the clip we just played earlier. That woman was an active escort with 11 kids. And what does she want? She still wanted a man that made six figures. She said she preferred if he was a millionaire.
I agree with Isaac
Yes, because they are raising these effeminate males. So I agree with you.
And how are they raising these effeminate males though? Like when you look at it,
because there's no male figure, no masculine man. They raising these punk boys.
Well, no, but how are they raising them? KP, look at these son husbands that are very common in the black community.
And that's what I'm saying. They're effeminate.
Well, no, but hear me out. Listen to me. Listen to me. Look at how they act. Whenever they get disrespected, who are the first ones they want to jump up and defend their honor? It's these fucking boys. But then they want these boys to cow down whenever they get pissed off and upset.
And that's why they're effeminate. Because a man would say, hey, you're wrong. Sit your ass down. You're not going to risk my life because of your loudmouth ass.
That mother-husband thing's a real thing. One of my friends is, I've been, for years, you know what I'm saying? I remember when his dad left or they divorced or split up or whatever. I can remember that. And, after that, bro, my homeboy became his mom's boyfriend. She got mad if she didn't get no gifts on holidays, Valentine's days. Hey, Mom, I want to, we going to go out of town. Well, you going to miss this, and I want you to be, I used to be like, bro, we used to talk about it. And to this day, he can't shake it. But then when he get with women, he's like, he can't keep a girl. And this nigga, he can't keep him from cheating on him or nothing. And he's a good dude. I'm talking about good heart, bread straight, credit, everything you would think a motherfucker would want. My boy got it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. It's something about when that daddy leave, bro. It does something crazy. And this is what we're dealing with. I think a lot of those women, they don't want. You hear them say shit like, we want to cut our brains off when we go out, and it's the most ridiculous requirements. You know what I'm saying? From some of the people that just come on.
So can I just say one thing about the accountability part, and that is that I believe that it is a parental problem. I don't know if you've ever been out and about or maybe within your family where you will see a black mother with her child, whether it's a boy or girl, whatever, and they will make a mistake, they'll spill something, whatever it is that they do, and the penalty for that mistake is so severe. I've seen little black children get punched, cursed out, smacked up, for something really minor, and so it becomes a problem in their lives. They're not loved when they make a mistake. And so as they get older and they are clearly making mistakes, because we all do, the first thing that they want to do is deny, right? They don't want to accept the responsibility because in their lives, any mistakes that they've made, big or small, has come with such severe punishment. I think that there's a problem there that has not been addressed. And it's coming from their childhood and how their mothers are treating them.
It's actually also, too, from the dislike of the father and the man that was chosen. So it still goes back to the accountability of the woman. Women are doing this thing. You want the autonomy. You want to have full control of what you do, where you go, how you dress, everything. And again, not allowing fathers to be present, whether you want to co-parent or not, or whatever the case may be, being upset at the father and not allowing the father to be present with the child, regardless of how you feel about the man, is what's causing the breakdown. Mothers are disliking fathers because of the choice she made, and then abusing the child in public, and now the child is going to turn into a social anxiety, feminine gay boy who doesn't know which way or whatever, or even because it's so respectfully, I'm gonna drop this last little piece. Look up Trevor's Project, because Trevor's Project is the result and equation to what you're talking about, Thunder. The children not being helped through and built up and putting confidence in, especially young black men. They are not seeing fathers. They're not seeing examples. They don't have uncles, brothers. They don't have men around them to show them how to really chop wood and go play basketball and do stuff that boys are supposed to go do. Jump off a tree and scrape your knee or something. You know, not put on nails and women's heels and strut around like this is. It's a very terrible opposition. So again, I'll say it. Single motherhood is a disease because it's diseasing our boys, and I want boys to be boys, not tuck their pee-pees underneath their legs. And this is what Trevor's project is about. It's about they're literally promoting that all children are trans. Okay, they're saying all children are trans. Really quick. Just really quick. They're saying.
But I want to piggyback off of Dr. and Thunder. There's a lot of black boys that get beat on by their mother, and the first thing that comes out that woman's mouth, you look like your black ass daddy. It's like, what? I hear a lot of young boys say that. They've been spanked, and the first thing to come out that woman's mouth, you look like your black ass daddy. Crazy.
And you have to really look at like the root cause of that. You know, it all stems back from slavery. People like to say that's just an excuse, but honestly, you know, even scientists have recently confirmed that memory is genetically ingrained. It's not just the short and the long-term cognitive ability of the mind, right? And we see the effects of it still to this day. Like, why would a mom say that about a child who looks just like her? It all stems from that institution where the black woman who worked hand in hand with white supremacy, you know what I'm saying, enacted the law. They were in charge of a lot of the, you know, positions when it came to the field hands because, as is said in the Willie Lynch doctrine, you know, you would control the man through the woman. You know what I mean? What? Yes, it's the fact.
Go ahead and finish, but let's break this down. Go ahead and finish, and we're gonna break this. Right.
And then, you know, it even shows today, just like the mentality. Everything that you guys have said, it's fact. It stems from that. Like, why would a black man, a man that looks like you, have to go through these hoops and hurdles, have to make six figures, be obedient to your will, yet be masculine when you want him to be? Meanwhile, you can go to a white man who has literally everything in the opposite direction, and you'll bow to him, obey his every command, whether it's sexual or, you know, anything thereof, and there's no talk back. There's no conflict whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Like, this just happens out of a vacuum? No, it's because of the fear of God that they instilled in the black woman for hundreds of years, right? So for a black man, because their mind has been genetically warped through those hundreds of years of literal conditioning, right? For a black man to even have half of the value of a white man of no value, he has to have that for them to even in their mind think that it's okay for me to date you because you're not worthy of a superior race. That's the break. That's the program.
Okay, let me help you out, brother. Let me help you out. There's no such thing as Willie Lynch. That was all a lie. So you can kill that argument.
No, I don't need help. That's a known doctrine that's been around for some
time. No, not so. That was a lie.
That's a fucking lie, man. It's not true.
How
that's not true at all.
Google it, bro.
If you look at the language, how it's written, you did not speak at that time. No certain individual ever wrote in New Age English. That's bullshit. That's how we got disproven.
Yeah, thank you, doctor. I mean, clearly, you know, some people do like to defend that institution. You know, there really is a divide within the black community between light and dark skin for a reason. That didn't happen.
Hold on, before you go into the light skin versus dark skin, let's go back to what you originally said. Let's break this down.
Yes.
Your statement and your stance was the abusive language coming from black single mothers being perpetrated onto their children comes from slavery. I would like to correct you on that. That is not true. We have a shit ton of video footage, photos. Black women weren't acting like that. Our great-grandmothers did not act like that. Our great-grandmothers, the black grandmothers, were some of the most feminine women you can come across, bro. Ask any older black person that's 50, 60, 70 years old. Go through their photo albums of your grandmothers and great-grandmothers. These women were feminine as shit. If you look at how black women were portrayed, Even if you look at Good Times, even if you look at whatchamacallit, 227, even if you look at what's the one with Wheezy, the Jeffersons, What's Happening? Yeah, the Cosby Show. No, no, our black women weren't acting like this, bro. It's once they started taking on the stress of trying to act like men by taking care of protecting and providing an entire household. That's when they started getting stressed out and started discipline, because they had to become the disciplinarians now. Our grandfathers and great uncles, those were the niggas that were those were the niggas that would make us go get a switch off the bush and whoop our ass with it. Our grandmothers and great grandmothers and our aunties weren't doing that shit, bro. So, and yeah, were black women a little more sassy and outspoken than the white women or the Hispanic? Yeah, but they weren't to the degree of what they are today, bro. So it doesn't come from slavery. It comes from the fact that they're donning this masculine persona that they're not evolutionarily fucking built for. They don't have that hard. I'm sorry, they don't have that evolutionary experience to take on that kind of stress of what a man takes on to bear an entire family and a household on his shoulders. So now what you have is you have a bunch of stressed out, erratic, emotionally exhausted women who are disciplining now out of frustration and anger instead of disciplining out of love. That's where that comes from.
And see, if that's what you feel, when you talk about stuff like that, I see things.
Adrian, let's give him a chance to respond real quick, and then Adrian can go after. But go ahead, you get a fair chance to respond.
No, I'm just saying if that's how you perceive that aspect of it, that's your viewpoint. I do agree with that, but I do feel that my stance is much stronger because what you said has actually only been. You can say that was appropriate for, let's say, Reconstruction period up till the 20s, but then after that, once we as a people have started to be able to provide for ourselves and acquire material possessions, I believe that because the black woman is very materialistic driven. Once this era starts to come into play, where we can start to interact with whites and shop at their so-called high-end goods, this is when the divide has happened. Because even then, during those times, and I'm talking about real-life examples, not really, let's say, portrayals of real life television shows, because those are fictitious accounts, right? We've seen this in the divested movement as early as the 50s and the 60s. So again, you have your stance, I have mine. Thank you for letting me talk. You know what I mean? And
I'm gonna go with the Adrian. I'm gonna go with the Adrian. What's going on for you, Adrian? You got it, brother. What's up, Sig? What's up, everybody?
The sisterhood. Y'all know what the sisterhood code is? Where they don't hold themselves accountable, their sisters accountable for their bullshit behaviors. That sisterhood code here is fucking poisonous and is destructive. It's to the point now where I don't even know if the that sisterhood code rivals the police blue wall of silence. I don't even know which one is stronger at this point. The only time you will ever see women hold their sister accountable is when they have a falling out or some sort of disagreement, right? That is the only time you will see that happening. The sisterhood code, a lot of women will not go through it. They will not violate it, because if they do, they get labeled pick-me's and pick-mishas and mammies and shit like that, right? And so for the women that do violate the sisterhood code and be like, nah, fuck that bullshit, I gotta call you hoes out, I applaud y'all, because y'all get the most backlash and you get the most bullshit thrown your way by those that do not want to face accountability. Like Goddess, right? Goddess gets so much backlash from women on this fucking app. That shit is crazy. She even actually had a room talking about the unholy alliance or the irrational alliance between black women and the rainbow community. Right? Motherfuckers came in that damn room and was on 10 and was like, yo, what the fuck? Disagreed with everything that she said. Even though she was speaking facts, they disagreed. When black men hold black women accountable, guess what? You're a misogynist. You hate black women. Well, let's talk about that. Even if he does hate black women, he hates his mother. Why? And this is going to trigger a lot of people when I say this, but why does everyone assume that every black man was raised by a stellar black woman? A lot of people ain't shit mothers out here that raised them. They don't never want to talk about that ain't shit mothers. That. Even if he does hate his mother, I'm pretty sure he probably have a very good reason as to why he hates his mother. Because maybe his mother was a piece of shit. You ever thought about that? Maybe his mother allowed her best friend to fuck him at 14 years old. Maybe his black mother did not put food in the house and left them starving for the whole fucking weekend while she went out and got there dropped it low. Right? Maybe, just maybe, she never attended any parent-teacher conferences or came to any of one of his sporting events. Just maybe. So even if he does hate black women or hates his mother, maybe he has a very good fucking reason. Right? Because a lot of men was raised off of toxic femininity. They talk about toxic masculinity to no end, ad nauseum, but they never want to talk about toxic femininity. Toxic femininity, what it looks like is a mother telling her 9-year-old son, stop crying, quit being a pussy, quit being a girl. She's teaching him not to show emotion, so when he grows up to be a man, now these women they're wondering why they're in relationships with men that are emotionally unavailable. Well, that's because he was taught never to be emotional by his fucking mom to begin with. It's cyclical. Toxic femininity is cyclical than a motherfucker. And they never want to talk about that shit. But you know what? Let me stop cooking like a hibachi chef, flipping shrimp in y'all mouth and cutting my grass.
I want to address America. Okay. I want to address America Jonesy when you mentioned about Good Times. You know, that show was designed, I guess, around Esther Rolle to be a single mother. She turned the role down. She said, no, I'm not going to be a single mother. Out of her own mouth, said, no, it's going to be a united black family. There will be no good times without her. She said, no, I'm not going to do the single motherhood. Hell no. I want a husband. And that's when they got John Amos.
I didn't know that. I really appreciate you for expressing that, because that is one of my favorite shows to watch. I love Florida, and I do think that I think age bracket does have a thing to do with this. You know, my grandmother passed away at 95, and my mother passed away at 68, and I'm 35. So if you see the 30-year, you know, like it's right, 30 years, 60 to 90. Yeah, that's 30-year brackets in between, you know, give or take a few years. But I do think age gap between a mother, grandmother, and daughters does matter. And it's changing very drastically. If women who are ahead of me don't have the experience to show me what I'm supposed to and how I'm supposed to operate and move in a world of where men are the ones who move this shit. Like, respectfully, this is what the real fight is about too. Getting into male seats, getting into men's places and spaces and wanting to see what men is doing. I don't really understand it. You know, Florida is a great depiction of doing what you're supposed to do and doing it when you're supposed to do it. Cause she ain't insert herself where she wasn't I guess asked to be present. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Amos said, I got this, he said, she backed down. Like, I think the what do they call it, conflict resolution aspect that was shown in that show was very dynamic. But women, they're not sitting at home watching Good Times. They watching Sexy Red on YouTube. You know, they watching Shay Shay House. You know, they watching Megan Thee Stallion. They watching Love and Hip Hop, and now I need to go see what this Love Island thing is, because I don't have a TV, and it's not because I can't afford one. I don't need to see what the fuck they doing, because I'm not them. That's not my reality. I'm not bringing that shit into my house. I'm not bringing it to my reality. It's not my everyday, but I do see it happening because I have eyes to see, and I'm an observer. So all I'm saying is, like, whatever the fuck this new Love Island shit is, or whatever's going on, is you're going to continue to spew this quote-unquote reality TV. And as long as people have the reality TV in their reality, the black women are going to continue doing this movement of the wave of feminism, whatever the fuck is going on. So yeah, thank you for saying that.
Can I give a little pushback to the Florida Evans standpoint?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I said something in the chat about Florida Evans, and this is just my observation and my opinion, right? It's not universal. But I think what KP said about her her stipulations on doing the show is admirable. But I'm highly critical of the depiction of her on screen, right, in the show. I said Florida Evans was arguably one of the worst black mothers on TV in TV history, and here's why I say that. Florida Evans single-handedly kept them in the ghetto. She, by herself, kept them in the ghetto. Every time that the family had an opportunity to get the hell up out the ghetto, she always had some type of pushback, and that resulted in them staying in the ghetto in a 2-bedroom apartment with both of her grown-ass sons on the itchy-ass sofa, right? All right, case in point, when JJ got a legit job just painting for Sugar Daddy, Sweet Daddy, right? Sweet Daddy was just gonna pay JJ good money just to paint portraits, something JJ loved to do. She made JJ feel bad about accepting money from a pimp, right? Even though it was an honest living, JJ really wanted to paint and make money. She made JJ stop. 2, when James and them found money, when he found a bag full of money and brought it home, she made him return that shit. She made him feel bad about
that episode.
Yeah, she made him feel bad about finding some fucking money that no one was coming forward to claim. And that money could have been enough money to get their ass into a 3-bedroom apartment. But Florida Evans, with her sanctimonious, self-righteous ass, made James feel bad and made him return it. 3, when James got a new job, a good job paying him good fucking money, she made James feel bad about working at that goddamn job because it was taking up all of his hours and he wasn't at home. Do y'all know how James died?
Went to Alaska.
Yeah, do y'all know how James died? James died on the way back from his job, his good paying job, and died in a car accident.
Yeah.
Right? Which was some bullshit. Because why I say that's some bullshit? Because look what Florida Evans did afterwards. Right? The whole entire time. Remember when JJ painted Black Jesus and their fortune started to change? Because they had a Black Jesus hanging up in their home and they started getting good luck out of nowhere? Right? Florida Evans argued with Michael up and down. I like white Jesus. The only Jesus that's hanging up in my house is this white Jesus, right? She said I only know 2 things that was in my life. That was my mama and this white Jesus. And when she made them take down that Black Jesus and hang white Jesus up, and Michael had to go into the Bible to show her that Jesus was black, and she was like, what the hell? I didn't know this. It was like, yeah, mama, it's in the Bible. So they hung Black Jesus back up. Their luck started to change. She did all of that shit just to marry an atheist after James died. Remember Carl? Yes, she got with Carl. Carl was a fucking atheist. And she married a goddamn atheist after being such a devout Christian and using those Christian values to keep them in the fucking ghetto, only for her to turn around to marry an atheist that had an STD. That is some bullshit.
And that's when the show they killed off John Amos. They killed him off because he said, you know what, I'm tired of people of my color being depicted as poor. He said, hell no.
Right.
That's why they killed him off.
Florida Evans kept that whole family in the goddamn ghetto in Cabrini Green, Chicago, because of her sanctimonious values. Because she didn't got the goddamn want to get the fuck up out of the goddamn
ghetto. And that's when that show went down in quality, man. Because they started promoting
here's another thing. Hold on, here's another thing, y'all. When Thelma was about to marry the goddamn football player.
Yes.
Remember Keith? She was gonna get the fuck up out the hood. She was gonna take her ass out the fucking hood. And what happened? She wanted goddamn JJ to take pictures at the wedding. That's how Keith fucked up his knee walking down the aisle. He tripped over JJ. And they ended up all on staying with Florida in that goddamn, in that home, in that 2-bedroom apartment. Y'all remember that shit?
I remember.
Florida Evans kept them in the fucking ghetto.
Thank you.
She kept them in there.
He was a good man. He was good too. He would have been a good husband.
Keith was finna get the daughter out the fucking hood with his football career. Florida Evans convinced them to move in fucking that's just my opinion about Florida Evans and the depiction of her on TV. That's why I said in the chat, she's arguably one of the worst black mothers on fucking TV. That's just my opinion. But you know what? Let me go back to cut my grass. I gotta go back to my grass.
Damn. All my life I had to fight. That's what he just expressed. All my life.
I gotta cut my grass.
You bet, cause you fried grass sandwiches just now. You put some mustard, whatever the fuck. You just put some hot mustard on the catfish. Now, goddamn it. Again, this is why, with black women right now would call me and Jay male-centered. They would call us women haters. They would call us, they
call y'all pick me.
And again, pick me. Even that. Let's make the haha right. I twist everything up because I'm a rose. I'm a delicate flower. I am. Yes, they will call me, oh, you sound masculine, you sound aggressive, you sound all these things. No. Real women do real things, okay? And a real seasoned woman gonna sound like it. It's all. Ain't nothing too hard to understand. But what we're expressing is, if you don't like men, I think that's the whole point that I'm trying to get to. If you do not like men, honey, it's okay. Somebody told a statistic the other day, there's like 2.5 million, whatever the fuck, or 1,000 women that would be left over if there was 1-to-1 pair, one man to one woman. So if you don't like men, just leave the space open for women who want to be wives. Like, I appreciate logical, critical thought speaking where we can actually have conversation and hear each other fucking talk, because I'm telling you, trying to be in a space with only black women is like brain cell death at its highest fucking supreme level.
That's a thunderdome.
I'm like, is this what we went to school for? Because I went to elementary, I went to middle, I went to high school, I graduated those 3 stages. I didn't choose to go to college. I didn't get no associates and all that stuff because I found out the scam early, and I was like, y'all not about to put me in debt. So I moved along from that, and I went along and learned some skills. I learned some trade. I got a few certifications that I can utilize throughout my entire lifetime that I know people are gonna need forever. So I'm just saying, like, pick your battles. If you don't want to be accountable for the choices you made in life, and you don't want no one to say anything to you about it, one, don't come on Clubhouse or social media or any open public forum speaking about anything that's personable to yourself, because people they clearly don't like opinions, and people have opinions and mouths to speak. So I just be thrilled, like, just keep it to yourself. So just keep it to yourself, because men want women, and men are looking for wives, not unhinged, out of order, chaotic liabilities. Respectfully, they don't want fucking liabilities. That's not what they want. They don't want LLCs. They don't want limited liability businesses for women where they have to buy insurance, the highest life insurance and business insurance for you, because they don't know when you're going to spaz the fuck out and jump off a goddamn bridge and take the business, the house, and they babies with your fucking crazy ass. Goddamn it, no. If I can't have you, nobody can't have you. What the fuck is going on? Lady.
I want to know, doctor, where the fuck have you been?
I'm bragging.
She be on here. She just be in her rooms and spaces and shit.
This is my first time having an encounter with you.
Oh yeah, she be
you dropping diamonds like Magic Johnson.
She's sharp. She's sharp, man. She's fucking sharp. She's fucking sharp as shit.
You never told me about her.
If you look at your back channel, I answered your question for you.
Okay, I'll check it out.
But see, you know what's fucked up, man, and this is what I don't like, because this is where the racism narrative comes in, that black women push so hard that, the country, America's racist against black women, but no, they're not racist against black women. There's just so many Danielles, there's so many Tories, there's so many of these ratchet ass bitches that come in and disturb the scene. So then they get this bad fucking rep. So the women like Dr. and the women like Jay get fucking slighted, man, because there's so many women on the scene that are so loud and so rambunctious and just put a sour taste in everybody's mouth. Then the whole world starts saying, yeah, fuck it. It's just not worth it to fucking deal with black women anymore, because I know the odds of getting a Tori and a Danielle are more probable than getting a Dr. or a Jay, and that's what fucks black women over, man.
Hey, see,
you can go back to...
Stay optimistic. Stay optimistic.
Jay's already kid. Jay's a wife, so...
Hey,
you can go back to the barrel of shit with diamonds. You wouldn't give that a doubt.
Yeah. It's if I got two barrels that I gotta select from, and there's diamonds and shit in both barrels, and the goal is to get as many diamonds as I can. One of the barrels has 70% of shit and 30% of diamonds. The other barrel has 40% of shit and 60% of diamonds. I'm going to the barrel where I have the best probability of getting a fucking diamond and don't have to sift through as much shit. And unfortunately, that's just kind of how it goes. And it's, and again, we sit up here and joke and talk shit or whatever, but it's honestly sad that, so many good fucking black women don't even get a fucking chance because there's so many fucking bonquishas out here, chucking shit at the wall and checking the fuck out. And that's why a lot of us black men are divesting. Not that we hate black women. It's just that when we typically come across black women like Dr. and Jay, first they're already snatched up because they're so fucking rare. They get snatched up really fucking quick. So we don't even have a chance. And then it's like, damn, I don't want to sit through 70% of fucking shit. So I'll just go to the barrel that has less shit in it, man,
Hey, see, do you remember a few seasons ago on this motherfucker, when they had the narrative shit, all male black babies should be aborted?
Oh my God, I've heard that.
Does anybody remember that time?
Yes.
Wow, I don't know if I
do y'all remember that whole saga?
I remember exactly when.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if y'all remember eugenics is a big part of that shit too. You don't remember the eugenics?
Exactly. Motherfuckers around here was championing the sentiment. All male black babies should be aborted. And it was
23.
And it wasn't coming from white people. It was coming from our own women.
It was the femicide too.
A lot of the femicide. It was motherfuckers goddamn championing shit in the exoticals. Remember the exoticals? That whole movement and a half. Right.
Yeah, that was like 23.
Yeah. Right. The misandrous black women that was on this motherfucker had a whole club, had a whole movement, and they were being led by the Pied Piper, which was a gay black man. Right?
Wow.
That was leading them down that fucking... Their leader was a gay black man on this motherfucker. Goddess know what I'm talking about. Goddess don't like that motherfucker. Right? The whole exoticals was championing aborting male black babies. Remember when the lady got hit in the face with the brick? And she indicted every fucking black man on the planet. Right? These are the same ones who danced on the graves of Kevin Samuels. Dude wasn't even in the ground yet. The news wasn't even 45 minutes old. And they on this motherfucker. They had a clubhouse parade literally going in every fucking room. Ha ha, he's dead. Fuck Kevin Samuels. Fuck black men. They literally had parades on this motherfucker. Because the motherfucker who was slicing through their bullshit was dead. And they was celebrating that shit. I like, this is not the Mandela effect. I clearly remember that shit happening. Do y'all not remember that shit happening?
Oh yeah, and Sig, I don't know if you were around when Kevin Samuels was on Tommy's stuff on his platform and said, you know what, you need just to clean up your act. And him and Tommy got into it because Tommy wanted to be raw. That's how far back I go with the red pill. There was no such thing as Kevin Samuels back in the day. That was what, 2014? When we was all speaking together, say, that 2014, 2016?
Yeah, 2016. But I mean, but even then, KP, like you saw the same song and dance, you saw the same shit. It was black women. There's some shit you need to work on, and just instantly, bro. The weapons came out, the tanks came out, the fucking RPGs came out. Like it's like you can't hold these women.
B-52, just this motherfucker out the shit.
Like I've never seen a group of people who you can't just have a civil conversation. Just say, hey, there's some improvement you can do. You know, we're not asking you to be perfect. You know, we're not. We understand our black women are a different category of women compared to the other races of women, and that's fine. But like I said, the Harriet Winslows, the Claire Huxtables, look at the women. What's that one show where they were all in college with Dwayne Wayne? Different World. Like, look at how those black women, like we understand our women. You know, our women are our women, but even back then, they were still feminine. They still understood Claire Huxtable. Like, if you think about the dynamic between Claire Huxtable, right, and Bill Cosby and the Cosby Show, she was the one that was in charge of that family, technically. Harriet Winslow as well, if you look at family members. That was technically a matriarchy, but you know what? They never drastically overstepped that boundary to step over the husband or the fucking man. They still had a level of femininity and still had a level of submission and still had a level of fucking dedication to that family, building that.
You remember in a different world when Kareem had to go off on the light-skinned girl he was dating. When he had to snap off, you can go look it up on YouTube. He had to snap off and said, "Woman, don't you ever talk to me like that." And she grabbed that motherfucker and said, "I love you." Oh my God, I love you.
I remember that, yep. I remember that, yeah.
Oh, when he just got into that. Yeah, man. Yeah. She knew her damn place. Like, when she was trying to challenge that space, that I'm gonna take over, or you gotta get the fuck out. And he was like, "Nah."
Yeah,
I told you to be quiet.
Yep. And he told her ass when he walked up to her ass in the cafeteria, he was like, "Look, I love you. I don't like fighting with you. We gonna go home. We gonna talk this shit out, and we gonna resolve this issue. Now, come on." Right? And when he walked away, she looked at her girlfriend and was like, "Bye. I'm gone." She got up from that thing.
When they was in their own apartment, he had to step up to her.
Yeah.
She was like, "I love you." There you go.
Exactly. Like,
she knew her place.
When that whole bullshit about them hating black men should be aborted, the brick lady and all of that shit, and every black man got indicted. When it came out to that she was actually lying, that girl was actually lying, and she was scamming motherfuckers, did we see an apology?
That was her second time. That was her second time.
Exactly. Did we ever see an apology tour from those women who indicted black men? Nope. Not that I need an apology from the likes of women like that, but it's just nice to show that you have some sort of integrity. And the fact that motherfuckers did not have any integrity to come on the app and apologize to the men that they indicted and excoriated shows that you're not dealing with integral people. These people's moral compasses are fucked up out here, right? Just like the girl that was just in the room. You sit up on this app talking all of this shit about black men, but your ass is a single mother sitting over there. That says more about you than anything. You're doing all of this and belligerent behavior in front of your baby, but you want to try to sit on your moral high horse in this goddamn room and look down on the motherfucker. I hate a person that try to look down on people or walk with their nose in the air knowing they got big boogers.
Yeah, look, hey, real quick, man. You know, that room was irritating. Apparently, I didn't know that Sig was in the room, because that was the room I guess he was referencing. Because it was a couple of us. It was Loose, me, Lion, Concrete, and a few other people that was in the room. Going back and forth with these brides, these black brides that were in the room talking shit about black men. And, they're demanding all these fucking things like 6 figures, college education, all this other weirdo shit. And I'm trying to understand, like, well, what do you bring to the table? And then my thing is, the whole time, especially with that bride Danielle, she kept talking crazy for like 20 fucking minutes. the mob is letting her do this shit, moving everyone else down. And I'm trying to, and I asked the question, where's the accountability on your part, on your end? Because it seems like you're putting every fucking onus on what's going on black men. And you see this shit all throughout social media, whether it be on YouTube or X or Facebook or Instagram and all these other fucking sites and shit. And all you see is the same stupid rhetoric. But, and then, she's throwing out fake statistics like black men are the most divorced or something like that, or the most single or unmarried.
Is that me or him?
That's him.
A lot of these statistics that you're bringing out are arbitrary.
Breaking up.
Yeah, Race, get a better signal so you can come back.
Yeah.
Because you were breaking up, bro. Didn't understand that last one.
Do y'all know how Derrick Jackson got his prominence? Derrick Jackson, right? Y'all remember him? The guy that Derrick Jackson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Derrick Jackson was a motherfucker who was, the woman whisperer at one point in time, right? Women lapped up, ate up every fucking thing that he spewed the fuck out. Only for him to come out to be exposed to be a piece of shit motherfucker, right? Now, when he was doing all of this shit, black men was trying to tell black women, hey, stop listening to this motherfucker. Because men know how to threat assess better than women, right? That's just a fact. Men threat assess better than women. This is why when women are with their men, they feel so comfortable just being aloof and being oblivious, being in their phone. That's because they know that us men are going to check our mirrors, we're going to check the surroundings, we're going to threat assess better than them, right? So, men try to tell women, hey, stop listening to this motherfucker. He's a scammer. This motherfucker ain't shit. Those women defended him and said, you know what, y'all just some haters. Y'all just don't like a man exposing y'all toxic ass, blah, blah, blah. All right, cool, fine. You gonna learn. When it came out that he was a piece of shit motherfucker, cheated on his wife multiple times, all types of shit, tried to gaslight her in real time on the live, all of that shit. He broke that woman down mentally, emotionally, psychologically, abused her and every fucking thing. He was the exact motherfucker that he was trying to tell women about. But, you see any women abandon camp? Nope. I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why they did not abandon camp. Is that when you ask the average woman to describe her ideal man, watch her describe a goddamn superhero. Alright? They're going to describe a goddamn superhero. This motherfucker got to be physically fit. He got to be a certain height. He has a straight teeth, all his hair. Goddamn. All the women want him. All the men want to be like him. He's financially stable. Blah, 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 blah. Right? That's Derrick Jackson. Derrick Jackson checked off a lot of that shit on those women's lists. And they ate up all of that shit because in their mind, he was the perfect man. Right? Even when he got exposed to being a piece of shit, they still did not abandon camp. They didn't. Even more, they ate it up. He was going on speaking engagements, and all of those women was in the front row trying to get their book signed, trying to get pictures, all of that shit. They was in love with that motherfucker. We tried to tell them, don't follow that snake. That's a snake-ass motherfucker. He ain't shit. Y'all men just hate him. Y'all don't like women. Y'all don't like women. No, he was a fucking yes man for you women. And a lot of women suffer from confirmation bias, right? They don't really want to hear men like us, our opinions. They just want their opinions repeated back to them, but in a deeper voice. That's all they want. And that's what Derrick Jackson was doing. Repeating back to them all of their opinions about men, but in a deeper voice.
Yeah, that's true.
Derrick Jackson is proof that women like their lied too. You want to know the worst part about that, Adrian? So who remembers the person that was facilitating most of the financial burden in that relationship? It was Derrick Jackson, a rich lived up and gave kudos to the exact man they complain about. He was every stereotype that they hate. A man that lives off woman, Derrick Jackson. A man that wants people, Derrick Jackson. Basically, He was only abusing child. There was no abuse to a woman. Eric Jackson was a literal abuse. He was the other dude, but nonetheless. And they still going on. So every time I hear these people complain, I just laugh at the fact that they literally made me so rich that he was able to leave the block. That's funny.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I need you to stop talking to a fucking Campbell soup can. What the fuck is going on?
You said work with him too, man.
That motherfucker got 2 cans of the shrimps.
What's up, Pepe? Welcome to the stage.
Oh shit, Pepe in the building. What up, Pepe?
Just listening.
Man, don't let anybody in.
And Derrick Jackson was a total joke.
But that's what they want, though. They want the dude who's aesthetically pleasing and financially pleasing, but they want to fucking control him. They still want to have the control and to say so, man. So this man, a man who co-signs their fucking bullshit. And that's all they want, man.
They attacked his wife, see?
Did they?
Yes, they attacked his wife.
I didn't know he was married.
Yeah, they talked about she was homely. She wasn't aesthetically, like, none of that shit. They attacked her for being a victim of his bullshit.
That's crazy, man. Yeah, dude, like I said, the most attacking of black women I've seen, I've personally witnessed, is from other fucking black women when you don't agree with them. You don't co-sign their fucking narrative, man. It's so crazy how disrespectful that they get. And it's like Tori, the way she showed her ass in here, dude. I'm like, nobody called her out of her name. Nobody yelled or raised their voice at her. She got the utmost respect, even though she came in here and showed her fucking ass. And then you got 2 fucking upstanding black women just trying to have a conversation, and she just totally fucking, oh my god.
So
it's horrible.
Big, this is what I've been asking men to kindly do. Just kindly, respectfully, stoically, confidently. Don't respond. Just don't respond, because it shows who you are, and it bubbles up who the truth is on, you know what I'm saying, the topic, everything. Just backing out of the response because they don't want to hear anything, like you said, it's not of the narrative, not from a black woman, not from a black man. They don't want to hear from no one, not even their own. I mean, honestly, I think if their own babies was to look at them and say, you're a bad mom, that's probably the thing that would turn over the pot cover. If the children actually look at these women and say to them the things that they don't like from early on, not waiting till teenager. No, children expressing like how we did back in the day. Like if somebody was ugly, we said you was ugly. We didn't know if you was a girl or boy. We tugged on our, no, daddy, mommy, like, what is that a boy? Is that a girl? Like we didn't know. And if we didn't know, we asked questions. But children are not allowed to speak aloud. They're not allowed to express themselves. Young boys, I'm sure young boys are seeing things that their mothers are doing and they want to say something, but oh, woe is me if they express to their mothers that are paying the bills and taking care of them and putting clothes on their back and feeding them and giving them their whole entire life, because she's basically promoting that he doesn't need his father. He does. You don't need him. You don't need him. You don't need to talk to him. You don't know. And if you do have a relationship with the father, it's at bare minimum. So I'm just go ahead. Go ahead.
Goddess, there was a classic. When Amber Rose came over here to the masculinity mansion, and Sig went upside down on her ass. That was
I remember that, yeah. Amber Rose brought her ass in here trying to fucking promote that slut shit, man. Oh yeah, we went off on her ass, man. Yeah, that's what we need to start doing as a society, man. We just need to collectively start shaming this shit, calling it out, not giving it any fucking room and space. And you're right, Dr. Goddess. The biggest reason why I do entertain these type of women, because I like to use them as the example. You know, that's the only reason why I give them any type of space. But normally, yeah, I don't. You know, I shut it down. I don't even respond. Like yesterday in that room when they started getting all wild and shit, and started muting and doing all that stuff. I quietly leave. I'm not gonna sit up here and argue and waste energy. And especially in your arena where you got the biggest mic in control, ain't gonna fucking happen. Right. Come over here. Yeah, come over here, and you know, just like Victoria knows, I didn't argue with her. I'm not doing that shit. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let you show your ass and prove to the world that the point we're trying to make reigns true. You're going to be the fucking example. You know, and again, they're too stupid to fucking realize it, but that's fine. They let them be that way because all it does is prove to the world that what we're saying is right, and it opens people's eyes to say, hey, you know what? They got a point. Now I know how to navigate around these types of women, and then I know that. Again, what I love about, like I said, women like you and Jay that come on the stage and are classy and extremely feminine is it helps people to show that, hey, there is a difference. It's not all black women. It's just a certain type. And we know how these women maneuver and navigate in the world to stay away from them and avoid them. But we know that women that conduct themselves the way that you women do, those are the women that, you know, will give a chance and will associate, and we won't judge the book by the cover when it comes to women like y'all. So,
hey, see that story up top, right?
Yeah, I was just reading it, Adrian. Yeah.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question, right? And this is a whole entire... I mean, this shit is fucked up, bro. It's fucking me up right now. Because I'm looking at who is the real victim here in this whole entire story. The woman who got killed, right? She is a mother of 6. Those kids, their father is in prison, right? Now, she got killed by another black woman over their differences, right? And I'm asking myself, who is the real victim here? Because if you listen to the person who did the killing, she's on live video saying that, hey, this woman was a bully at work. She didn't know how to talk to people. She's fucking up people's money. She's not taking accountability for when things get fucked up at work. She said, yes, it's McDonald's.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. She said, when we get busy at work, this is McDonald's, and we have a rush, of course we're gonna fuck some orders up. She is the manager. She's not taking accountability for anything that she does wrong. And when she try to goddamn, when she do fuck up, she'll try to cover it up and try to pawn it off on other workers, right? This is what the girl is saying. She said, I'm tired of her fucking with my money. She's sending me home early, right? I got bills to pay and all that shit, and she's at work. I have to work with a fucking manager who's a bully, and I got tired of that shit, right? And so the girl ended up killing her fucking manager. I have to say that, hey, even though this woman got killed, she still has 6 kids. All girls and 1 boy. She got 5 girls and 1 boy. Those kids are going to have to grow up without a mother. And who's to say, hey, she wasn't being toxic to them at home themselves, right? But they also have to grow up without a mother who's dead and a father who is in prison. All because their mother got taken away by another black woman.
Now, so Adrian, on that point, you know, I didn't realize that was a full backstory. You understand this is exactly the same situation as Carmelo and Austin. Is that one person bullied another, the other person got fed up and stabbed the other person because of bullying. So I wonder how many of these... dude, we should do a room on this shit.
So here go to...
Go ahead, Doctor. Go ahead.
Here go to crapola, right?
I'm a reveal, all right? I'm gonna put a revelation. I'm a first-generation Caribbean American woman, right? And I'm gonna be honest. A lot of these bitches should have got their motherfucking throat sliced a long time ago, cause I'm sorry, I gotta twist the knife a little bit. I gotta play devil's advocate. Some and not all. Listen, black women are fucking bullies. They bully. They is mean. They mean, bro. So and the fact that if you're seeing them doing it to each other is because this is exactly what we're talking about. Some of them, I'm sorry, and It's gonna sound fucked up. It's like, whoa, slow down, goddess. I'm telling you, I was bullied by black women.
Me too.
These motherfuckers are not nice, bruv. They don't have niceness in them. When me tell us that them people are mean. They will talk about your mother's mother. Yo, you know what I find the most rudest thing to hear is when a black woman says that a black man should have been sucked back up into his father's dick or his mother's swallow. What? Girl,
Are you an Islander? Yeah, she said first generation. Yeah, she said first generation.
Okay, somebody sent you a story in my other hearings. Well, okay.
Sorry, yeah, I the coast was my bad. Sorry.
Dr. Goddess?
Yes.
I heard that shit sound like my grandmother. What the fuck?
I don't fully support the narrative that some black women have about how they believe that black men should always be protecting them, and I'll tell you why. Because not only these stories that you are sharing and that Adrian shared, but there was also a case with a black woman, I believe it was in Michigan, who went to a wig store and didn't like the customer service or something like that. And so she returned the next day with her 2 adult daughters, all to beat up that salesperson. And the Asian owner of the store had a gun and ended up shooting and killing the 2 daughters. So this woman went to jump to bully someone else because of something irrelevant. You know, she didn't like the service or the wig, whatever it was. And she got her children, her 2 daughters, killed over some nonsense that she started. That's why you cannot defend them all the time, because they will get you caught up in some mess.
And Thunder, that's what I'm
that
saying.
emotional regulation I was talking about.
I've been friends with them. I've been in their friend groups. Like, I'm telling you, and people be like, oh, you're not black American. I'm like, listen, it does not matter. I've been friends. I sat at tables with this woman. I watched them plan to jump other girls because you don't like what she. Hold up, pause. Wait, what are we doing? We ganging up to go jump shorty because you don't like that she got her own hair and she thinks she better than. This is the type of fucking shit that they was bullying other girls about. And I'm sitting here like, bruh, is this what we wasting time about? And literally, like, eventually I had to get up from the table with them because black women would sit at the table, they would drink, like we would smoke the weed, you know, like we was young, we was in high school, whatever, you know, we had our money, work our little jobs. But so, I ain't gonna lie, and sorry but not sorry, some black women was lazy. They already had babies out of high school. Guess what the fuck they didn't want to do? Get a fucking job. Guess what the fuck they was going to do? Go to the goddamn child support. I literally had to back out of a girlfriend group because Shorty was like, yeah, I'm about to get this nigga. I'm sorry, black American women, the man just came from Jamaica. I knew the brethren. He just came from Jamaica, and she saw him at the club, fell in love with him, and literally found out that he just got a good job, just got his house, just got all the things. He came here, did all the right things. He didn't come here legally. He did the proper things. He was set in stone, had his work ready, and this girl planned and plotted on this man and said, yeah, I'm gonna his name was Jeffrey. That was his name. His name was Jeff. I'll never forget Jeffrey. She sat there and plotted on this man and sat at the table while we're smoking and drinking and having conversation as young ladies. And she's like, yeah, you know, I really like Jeffrey, but I want to have this baby. Like, I think he's a good man. And the whole thing trickled out into her. She tore him down. The job, he lost the job, he lost the car, he lost the place. As soon as she found out she was pregnant, she went right down to the government. And I'm not lying to you. I promise you, on my dead mama, I'd never say that shit. I promise you. She went down to the fucking courthouse as soon as she found out she was pregnant. As soon as she took the test, she called all of us on the phone and was like, yo, I'm pregnant, y'all. Woo woo. And I'm about to go down to the courthouse and file for food stamps and the voucher. Because at the time, if you're pregnant, I was born in Massachusetts, so at that time the vouchers was up. So once you found out you're pregnant, they was doing the housing voucher where you could get the 2 to 3 bedroom house or 2 to 3 bedroom apartment already furnished. They give you like $3,000 voucher. You get the furniture, you get the house, you get the apartment, you get the bedrooms, you get every motherfucking thing. And child, please, that was the goddamn game. And that's what I saw them doing to Caribbean, African, and even their own men. It didn't matter where you come from. The plot and plan was to take down. So what I'm saying is like, this shit is not, we not just talking about social media, we saying that this is a motherfucking disease. This has Tiffany Haddish said it's a mental illness. It is. This is are they having gender dysphoria? The WHO said gender dysphoria is no longer real. Bullshit. Bullshit. Black women want to be men. Why? Why do you want to have a big back? Why are you pumping? Why are you powerlifting in the motherfucking shit? Powerlifting 150, 200 pounds on your back. Are you going to carry the man and the children? And are you carrying the horse and the cow and the sink in the kitchen too? Like, why the fuck is you pumping so much goddamn weight? And you still not carrying the whole family right. You still letting children down. You still not feeding them good food. You don't want to cook nothing that's not coming out of a box. That's not coming out of a motherfucking drive-thru. I'm confused.
Yeah. That's great. And to that point, Dr. Goddess, it's real because we all don't know each other from fucking Adam. Most of us have never met each other in person. Most of us live in different sectors of the country, if not the world. And when we sit here and have conversations, compare notes, we all got the same fucking stories.
Same stories.
So,
she was from New York. She literally told of my high school experience being in New York City with going to school with black women or black girls. And I'm in California, so yeah, keep it right here, y'all.
Yeah, my ex-wife was mixed. Her dad was white, her mom was black. And she went to Finney High School in Detroit, over on the east side. And the stories I used to hear from her, going to school with these dark-skinned black, they would terrorize her. They literally rip the hair out of her scalp. They would beat her up, call her a white whore, a white bitch. I mean, these dark-skinned black women were fucking ruthless to her growing up, man. Even her own sister, they got different dads. Her sister's dark-skinned black, and her sister's on this pro, black girl magic, pro black women are gods and all this fucking just dumb shit. But she was even telling me when she used to get in fights with her sister would physically pummel her, and call her white whores and white bitches and white sluts, I felt bad. I said, holy fucking shit. And she was like, this is what I went through. Yeah, like being a light-skinned, mixed breed, black girl growing up with these black women, these black girls, she's like, they were fucking terrorists, man. They were terrorists.
Sig, they would bring scissors to the school and they would literally cut your hair off if you had the nerve to have long, healthy hair.
Yeah, yep. I've heard that from several black women over the years, Sandra. Yes, I've heard that.
They would really, respectfully, again, other black women, and the majority of the ones that we're talking about, they will come and say, oh my God, again, women haters, blah, 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 blah. But I sincerely am concerned. And I think everyone else who are speaking, they don't hear the concern. We're concerned about your mental health. We're concerned why you think that being single and by yourself and holding up an entire household, money, finances, discipline, bearing the children, feeding, nutrition, like you're doing, and then you get mad when a nigga don't want to come over your house to cut your grass. He don't want to just come over here to cut your grass. Like, you're gonna pay him. Go call, Mexican Poppy to come goddamn cut your motherfucking grass. Like, you not just gonna have no man coming to come over here. There you go. Call him too.
Can't use my phone.
I'm saying. I'm just thrilled. Like, why the whole independent, my body, my choice, right? And then I'm sitting here like, okay, yes, you had a choice before someone took over your body. It's perfectly fine. Like, everything they say, I'm like, there's a twist and turn to this shit. My choice, my body. Yes, your choice before your body was taken over. Now that your body is taken over by another human body, you don't have no choice, my girl. Like, your choices are dead. Your choice is now that child.
Got
it.
I read a stat where it says 56% of women, since that number,
Oh, shit.
Yeah,
you're in the matrix.
Oh, shit. What about now?
Yeah, you're clear now. Yeah.
You're good. All right. I said I read a stat that said 56% of women are on antidepressants. You want to know what's scary about that number? The other 44. The other 44 that's not on medication, right? It's the other motherfuckers that are not on that goddamn medication. Just thinking about all of these motherfuckers that are going around undiagnosed with mental illnesses and not being on the proper medications, right? I guarantee you that chick who was in this room earlier, a lot of these motherfuckers got one thing in common, that they all on the same fucking medications in their goddamn medicine cabinets. I guarantee that's what's fucking them up. A lot of motherfuckers are on birth control that is fucking up their mood swings, that is fucking up their endocrine system, that is fucking up their emotional regulation skills, right? Like, these motherfuckers are active psychopaths out here, y'all.
Yo, just real quick.
Well, one thing you have to look at, Adrian, say our age group. Look at how many single parents, the single women with children is hooked on that shit. It's probably 70%. Guarantee you of women as single parents, especially white women, they are fucking hooked on that shit. Like, not latest, they just pop that shit.
Yo, real quick, I just want to bring attention to the chat. This is what I'm talking about. A little skinny, dreadhead ass nigga. Mr. Studio Girl, come up here, man. I'm gonna send you an invite with your dumb ass logic. This is what I'm talking about. You can tell this nigga was raised by a dumb ass fucking single mother. His response to all of this is, but ain't you niggas black though? That's his response.
What does that mean?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Ain't you? So because we're black, we're not supposed to criticize and talk about how we can improve and do better. And your response is, you dark with nappy hair, so aren't women in your family dark? Just because I have black women in my family doesn't absolve me from being able to criticize shitty behavior. Then he says, Dr. Goddess, you dark skinned, so they talking about you. No, we're not talking about Dr. Goddess.
No.
We're not talking about.
He won't even come to the stage.
Yeah, come to the stage. This is what I'm saying. These slow ass, dreadhead ass niggas. There's consistency in where this bullshit is coming from, bro. It's stupid. It's fucking fucking retarded. That's the most retarded response you can fucking give to everything. Are you listening to everything that we've been saying? So because I work for Ford, I can't criticize Ford cars if they have some fucking ailments and they're pumping out lemons and there's some flaws in the engineering and the design. I can't criticize Fords because I work for them. That's your logic? Yes, it's dark-skinned women. Again, not all, you retard. You understand what generalizations are. You can generalize, but it doesn't mean you're implying all. We just notice a consistent pattern with a certain group of people that share common aesthetics.
Criticize the internal water pump, goddammit. I hate that shit.
It's an issue. And I gotta call you out with this here. You speaking over two syllables.
Hi.
What's going on, baby?
Bunch of dumbass read. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm entering the Minnie Mouse Mansion. I'm bringing my leftover french fries, but I have fresh egg rolls for your shit. And it's Friday night, so I'm gonna get some sushi, and you can't have any. So Sid, I had to come up because I thought was a gentleman, but it's not a gentleman. It was the lady in the chat saying that I wasn't allowed to speak on you, Sig, and I wasn't allowed to have an opinion or criticize because I'm not a black woman. And now you're sitting here saying another black man is telling you how you can't criticize at all. So I have a question. Does the black community have a criticism problem?
Yes, we do. Yes.
Okay.
I'm just asking for a friend in the chat.
So if we have a problem, it had to start from somewhere, right? So
the predecessor of the criticism or lack of criticism in the systems that have promoted the criticism and the issues that we're having start with the pale skin, clear skin. So what? I mean, that's fine. So are you willing to take the criticism where the root where it started at, or because we're not up here having the problem just because we don't like each other?
No. Absolutely. Okay. But I'm just trying to understand why, from my observation and my lived experience, why the Black community is more critical upon not only their own, but people that want to understand their community more than anything else. They say you don't belong, you are not invited to the picnic, you're not allowed to have an opinion, unless you're not exactly what I look like, then you're not allowed to. And Sig, don't be mad at me because I got a selfie picture, okay?
He ain't mad. He ain't mad.
He's not mad.
Good.
What's the question?
No, Jay, hold on.
I was asking Sig, but okay.
I know what you was asking, but I'm on the stage too, and I've actually been questioning a little bit, not even like Sig's stance, but just more so, why do certain particular women feel like it's necessary to insert themselves in conversations that they are the fucking predecessors of, like the feminism we're talking about? We're fighting for y'all shit. This is the reason why we fucked up. So we need to find out why the fuck y'all women don't want to criticize each other about the dumb shit y'all do in y'all goddamn houses. Y'all don't listen to y'all men. Y'all want to be in political spaces. Y'all want to fight with y'all motherfucking men next in the goddamn army. And now black women have got mixed up in this goddamn shit. And we trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong with us. But we know what the fuck wrong with us for real. We just don't want to hear it. Because y'all don't come into space and actually represent and say, you know what, feminists start with us. We couldn't cook clean, we couldn't go outside, we couldn't be ourselves, we couldn't wear our hair, we couldn't speak without our men. You know, men were wife beating us because that's where the wife beaters come from.
Let me help you out.
Right.
Let me help you out real quick.
Just saying.
This is the person you're speaking to.
It's
very anti-feminist. Very anti-feminist.
That's fine, but I do need promotion of Eurocentric white American points, which is very important. Okay, so
not white American. She's not white American.
Okay, well, listen. If you can call it what you want, but my eyes see what
I'm not black. That's an issue. That's an issue. I'm not black.
Scandinavian,
no, I'm not.
Slavic.
No.
Czechoslovakian.
Is that my KK?
Are you an
KK? What are you? Nunca, never, nicht.
Okay, ladies,
Can I say what I am? I'm a friend of Sig's.
So
when someone was trying to clap back in the chat about, oh, he's this and that, but he won't pick, he'll divest and pick a white woman and whatever. I was the person, I said, well, I mean, can you, maybe there's a reason from his experience he makes the choices that he does. We can't judge him for
that. There's black women
and the man, I thought it was the man.
We don't need
you know what, I'll rest in my femininity and let you go ahead.
Hold on a second, Doctor, I don't know you like that.
I don't know you like that, and I don't know these white women either, so I'm just doing what I can.
Her night.
I don't know. You sound like a white woman. Like, what you want me to say?
Ladies, please read the room. KP is trying to establish.
You want me to talk like this? This better. You want dollar nail? I on your nail. That's
hold on.
Shut the fuck up right now.
AK, chill. KP's trying to moderate. Go ahead, KP. You got it.
Look, doctor, you don't know me. I don't know you. I know KK. Yeah, she can be an asshole at times, but she's very, very close for years. So you have to know who you're speaking to speak to them. You understand what I'm saying? Because if I came into your house, I would not talk to you aggressively. I have to know you and build a relationship. So just be mindful of that.
You see, that's
what happened? Like, I'm confused.
I am too. I'm very confused. I'm
too rude.
I don't have a long time. Hubby and I are in Copenhagen, so I just wanted to say hi.
Wait. KK, you said hubby? You got married?
No,
this is the rude.
Okay. What's going on?
Black man going to confuse an Asian woman and a black woman at the same time.
You got remarried. I was like, okay. But let's do this. Let's reset, y'all. So yeah, Doctor, KK is our big little sister. Like, yeah, she. It's a smart woman. She was married to a wonderful Marine who lost his life in combat. I mean, beautiful fucking family. And she could be an asshole at times.
Okay, Black Marine. A black Marine.
Oh no, can I ask a question?
Real quick. Let me just reset. Yeah, 1 second, Doctor, please. And I promise I'll let you go. But what I want to do is, we got a lot of respect and love for KK. And she does have a fucking mouth on her, but this woman is smart. She's got a beautiful family, beautiful black baby. She was married to a fucking amazing black husband. So this is, she's got our respect and love and admiration. She's part of the family here and been part of the family for years. But what I want to do is I want to reset and let KK and Doctor just kind of redo this, because I think your guys' conversation was very interesting.
Hold on, but before you do that, I just have to ask you a direct question, because you say you know this individual, correct? And I'm here in space, in correlation. I did not know who she was, didn't care who she was, because she was in the goo. She wasn't on the stage and not expressing. So my question is, in your experience with this particular individual, have you seen her in action teaching others about the bridging the gap and how racial rage takes place and white fragility, and like, has she done Jane Elliott stuff? Have you seen her cape and stand on the pedestal and actually teach pale skins, clear skins, and those across those boards that do look like her? Does she stand on that like a Jane Elliott? I just need to know, because if you're censoring her, then she need to be important, and if she's not, then I need her to get the fuck up out of here.
Okay, so for one, to answer your question, no, what she stands on is truth and principle and honesty, and that's why she's got our respect. And she doesn't play any favorites to any skin color, any class. She just tells the raw, uncut truth how it is, and that's who KK is. And as far as her getting the fuck off the stage, like that's never gonna fucking happen. So we can go ahead and nip that in the bud right now. But what I want to do is I want to bring it down a couple levels, because what you ladies were getting into was very interesting. I want to reset it and give you guys a chance. So let's let KK restate her premise. Doctor, you will have the mic next to respond. And Mrs. DeGroot, we see you, we love you, good to see you, sweetheart, pretty ass smile. But let's reset it with KK and Doctor. So KK, you got it. Doctor, you can respond.
Thank you, Sig. And I will lead with this because I am a woman. Dr. Goddess, I apologize if I said some words that you may have misinterpreted because you do not know me. I apologize that I didn't convey what I wanted to say that would be palatable for all voices and ears on stage. I directed it to Sig. I listened for a long time in the audience for a reason, because I said, you know what, this is a particular conversation and I'm really intrigued and interested to know why this is. Listen, I've heard this conversation with Sig multiple times for years upon years, right? But then when Sig brought up, like, oh, this guy said another black man calling me Sig is a black man, this and that, and I'm thinking, well, that's odd, that's a lot of criticism. Then I thought back into the chat, someone I thought was a man, because it was very masculine energy, it turned out to be a female, so I apologize for assuming that you were a man. The man, or the female, was saying in the chat, like, well, you know, Doctor and Jay, they wouldn't take you, and Sig wouldn't want you because he divested, and he would only pick the white woman. And I'm thinking, well, there's a reason for that. Are we going to judge him for his experience in life of why he chose that choice? And I am not white. I'm sorry that I do up to stereotypes. I did enter the room though with, you know, the number one rule as a female entering the Minnie Mouse Mansion is you got to bring something to eat. And I brought up fried rice and sushi later. Okay? So, like, I apologize, it was misinterpreted. I am here to listen and learn. And I'm flabbergasted that you were so offended by that, but I'm going to take that and I'm going to work on that. I'm going to listen to that and try to understand the reason is. But the question still is there a problem within the Black community of having criticism? And it's not me saying this as an Asian woman. It's not me saying as a mother who has had Black children. I'm saying this as someone that wants to understand why is there so much more criticism in one cultural community compared to other cultural communities? What instincts or what factor is missing so I can be aware of it, so when my children, when they're young adults, I can understand like why there is the kind of correct the behavior to make sure they're not as critical to the point that it's a detriment not to their own community, but also their lives and people within them for them to excel in life. So I will close with this. I apologize. I don't want any woman to feel like I'm attacking her in that position, but at the exact same time, I'm not allowed to ask the question because I'm not Black. I don't get a half a ticket to the barbecue because my children are half Black. And like, oh, well, now she does have half Black children, so maybe we will listen to her talk. Like, I don't know. I don't know how it goes, so I'm just asking. So my apologies for assuming that the Masculinity Mansion was a safe place for me to ask a question like I have for years with Sick. So I digress and
Doctor, you got the mic now to respond.
Yeah, so somewhere in there was like some fragility and then like some condescending vibration and then the apology didn't, you know, I'm in Las Vegas. I don't know where everyone else is, but Las Vegas is a very interesting place when it comes to prejudice and race. And I'm here with Asian Pacific Islanders. I'm here with Filipino and Filipina Americans. I'm also here with Koreans. I'm here with Vietnamese. I'm here with Mexicans. And I'm here with a very minimal amount of dark-skinned Black people. Just Black people in general. Just Black folks. You know, whether Black American, African, Afro-Caribbean, it doesn't really matter. Very, very minimal amount. So the prejudices that I go through daily are not your own, but they are a part of the different things that have been pushed through systems. So what I don't appreciate is when I get the feeling that a particular set of persons are more versed in my culture and who I am and what I go through and the criticisms and acts that we as us in the culture and community that we're talking about that we need to get with and understand between us, because there's other things that are going on in your own that needs to be addressed that has actually been detrimental to this particular set of people that you're talking about, that you say you love and care about so much, i.e. the Asian hate bill that was thrown over on fucking Black people that we didn't even have nothing to do with that shit, and they pinned us in the middle of that shit, and I was like, I don't even understand. We eat Chinese food, we eat pho, we eat pho, we eat ramen. You know that ramen is the Black college students goddamn go to. We made ramen motherfucking famous.
You can even go to the nail salon.
You know,
without an issue.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, we've adapted and utilized services from all different cultures. I just personally don't. I'm not excited to hear that someone wants to, you know, be given space, because Jane Elliott was my. I love that lady. I love her because she took time to teach her own people about the things that they need to fix so that other communities can go ahead and do their job within their own space. Because I do think having minor intruders, and I'm gonna call it, like, I feel it or see it, intruders in spaces and places where persons are sincerely trying to unpack their own racial prejudices within their own race, and then other ears are listening, you do get to take things back, but are you teaching anything is all I'm saying. Like, are you teaching persons to show respect to beings that are constantly under prejudice eyeball? We're constantly underneath the racial line. We're constantly being battered and pushed down because we don't get space and place to be individuals. Like, just talk about it without other people listening and judging or asking questions that we can ask ourselves. You're asking the question that we're literally doing right now. I know she's gone, but I'm still gonna finish my piece. Like, we're literally doing the criticism conversation right now. So it's like, why do we need to?
Blackism bullshit.
No, it's not about blackism. It's about the conversation.
That's what it sounds like, Doctor. It sounds like
Yeah, it's about the conversation we had. Can you let me just finish? Because I didn't interrupt you when I had to wait, right? Just let me drop the piece. Okay, all right. Y'all got it. I appreciate the space. Peace and love. Y'all go ahead, whatever y'all want.
Wow, go ahead, KB. Go ahead, man.
Oh, why did
you knew that nigga shit gonna pop out in that black woman.
Yeah, you knew it. It came out. It came out. It came out. KK got her.
I'm like really confused. I've been sitting here listening, and I don't know what happened.
Same here, Jay.
I
I
just want it to be known that I opened up with my I'm sorry. I closed with I'm sorry. My nail salon was calling me, so I just had to take that call.
I saw that.
And I don't know if she accepted my apology or not, but I came back and she got mad and then she left. But maybe perhaps if she doesn't know me, so she thinks I'm being condescending, that I'm not being authentic, but I really want to know, like, why the criticism. Like, it's harder within the Black community, and I think it's terrible. I think it's terrible. It's a problem compared to other communities of people of racial backgrounds, ethnic, whatever. They're the most critical one towards each other, and then also receiving. That's just my experience, and I'm just asking you, Sig, because we've had this conversation, these types of conversations multiple times. Am I seeing this right, or am I not right? Because what I experienced in the chat and what the guy was saying in the chat, that didn't come up.
No, you're absolutely right. And here's the thing. Whatever team, like, think about sports, whatever team's doing the worst or whatever player's doing the worst, they're going to get criticized the most. Why? Because there's a big light shining on them because they're not performing up to expectation. So yeah, we are the most criticized because we hold the trophy in all the worst categories in American society. And then too, as Black men, it's our job to lead. Guess what? When you lead, it's your job to coach and mold and criticize and help those in your group to become better. So that's why the criticism is so heavy in our community. I personally love Black people. I personally love the Black community. I've seen Black excellence firsthand. You can laugh all you want, but I actually do. And when you care about people, you're honest with them and you criticize them and you tell them the truth, so then that way they can see their flaws and they can grow and become better. I think when you don't care about someone, you just shrug your shoulders and turn the other way and you keep it moving. You let them keep acting the goddamn fool and looking like a clown.
But she was triggered by KK specifically because I've been in the room since you opened it, and I spoke directly to her and she never came at me that way. So I don't understand. That's why I usually don't like to have these conversations, because it's always about not wanting to hear the opinions from people who are not within the community. I don't know why that happens, and I believe that when you love people, you tell them the truth. You have those honest conversations and you say, look, this is what's going on. It's not about KK coming in here or anybody else coming in here to say, you Black women, you're bad. It's about having that honest conversation to say what we see going on and how do we help? Like, how do we make this better?
Right, exactly, Thunder. Jay, I know you wanted to go. Go ahead, you got the mic, sweetheart.
Yeah, I did want to say something.
Yeah, that was just a little bit weird because I thought everything's going good, but you know, things happen. I get it. I even fight with my husband, so I get it. It's all love. I think that when we get into conversations about people can't say anything about another nationality, I call them nationalities because I do believe there's one human race. I think it's very weird. I think we all can have opinions about people, whatever they look like or whoever they are, no matter if they're black or whatever. I was raised to deal with everybody, right? My grandmother and my grandfather were Christian. I think they were the real Christians, the kind who loved everybody. I mean, we had all kinds of people in our house, Filipino, Hispanic, Asian, of different Asian nationalities, black, white, you know, all of them were welcome in our home. So that's how I grew up, right? So I don't like to make blanketed statements about anybody. And I also don't like to, but I also think that there's a place to have generalizations about specific types of people, right? I know we've been talking about black women. I'm a black woman. Y'all can talk about black women. I don't give a fuck because I'm not the black woman y'all talking about. So talk about them bitches. I don't like them either. Like, so you know what I mean? I don't know. I try to look at things logically. I try to look at things factually. KK can ask whatever she wants to ask. And that's it. I don't understand what the problem is. That's really what I want to say.
But here's the thing. When she get a precursor, I try to stick to her. Yo, this is our OG. And you just keep going and then you flipped it to race. Now you're going to be one of these militant motherfuckers.
Yeah, that was weird.
That was extremely
I mean, I don't. What does it matter?
Was the problem. Exactly, Jay. The precursor was the problem. They didn't say who I was. They just said hello. Obviously I knew them because I was, you know, shucking and jiving with them when I entered on the stage. But like, she was so bothered by like what I said, and she's like, "Well, how dare you?" And I'm like, "Oh, what? Here is. This is a good time to have this open conversation." I didn't just jump in the room and jump on stage. I listened to for hours.
Yeah.
Exactly. Participating in the chat, whatever.
She's been a dominant female, and you overthrew her because of our relationships. Yeah, I like her too.
I believe in a lot of what she was saying. That's the whole point. I'm like, yeah. So I felt that I could come up on stage and ask this question because you had a very palatable stage giving back feedback and whatnot. She assumed I was white, and she's like, she didn't believe me when I was white, even when I sat there and said I'm not white. And then it's like, oh, so only people that can talk on this subject about anything is that. But then when Six said, oh, well, you know, we've known her, I don't like the whole pain in the ass part.
You are pain, yeah. You are.
Shut up, Six Lou. Go eat your damn carrots.
You know you can be
Go eat your carrots and remove your man's face, okay? But like, I didn't understand why that was, and it wasn't until Six said, "Oh, she's."
Go sit your ass in the kitchen. Real quickly, I want to say this too. This is the elephant in the room. We all know that too often black women are jealous of non-black women, particularly white women.
Someone really offended by that.
That wasn't me. Don't blame me. Yeah, I was kidding. That's your boy. But yeah. So none of it was rude what you said. Yeah, KK, none of it was rude in what you said. It was just rude in the fact that you were speaking, and she didn't want you to feel like you should be able to speak because you're basically non-black. So it was just a bullshit way to take a shot at you. That's all.
And I was sitting right there hopping in the shower, but KP, go fuck yourself. Nobody's going to stay in the kitchen. You little wackadoodle. I am.
Nobody go.
Nobody up in there.
Wackadoodle.
You ain't sitting. You ain't sitting, kid.
Oh, nah.
sit your ass in the kitchen.
This is what they doing to make sure they stay skinny and don't have to eat
I'm
their
telling
damn life. They put all the
that.
food in the out of in the kitchen. They ain't eating.
You know what's really funny?
Sorry to
Go
just.
back to the kitchen. Oh, hey, shut the fuck up. Go ahead, G.
You're still bald though. You still bald.
Yo, let Jay go, and then we gotta give the mic to Mr. Group, man. We gotta hear Mr.
I was just gonna say it's so ironic that people come on a voice app and get upset when people use their voice.
Right.
The group help them babies.
Babies are fantastic. I just wanted to come say hi. I got a notification that KK was speaking because I stalk my Asian Korean like there's no tomorrow. So I was like, oh, I have to say hi. But anyways, love you all very much. That was quite interesting to witness.
We love you too.
Oh, thanks, guys. But yeah, it's good to see you guys. It's good to say hello. It's been a minute. It's a little bit difficult. The little one is 17 months, so he's a terror because he can walk, babble, and he has a death wish. Every 17-month-old has a death wish. So yeah. Anyways, it's good to hear from you guys. It's good to see you all.
Yeah, good to see you too. Tell the hubby we said hello.
Oh, I will.
Give me some that. What up, brother?
But just for the record, look, we ain't got nothing against Doctor. You know, she had a little spaz out moment. Everybody's entitled to their little quirky shit, you know. But overall, I still got respect for her. She's more than welcome here, and I do respect the fact that she just gracefully bowed out. She was gonna start with that arguing shit, but I think she caught herself. So I gotta give her respect for that, man. So shout out. We're all human. Nobody's perfect, y'all. Nobody's.
You know one thing that I am complimenting. So,
man, would you get out that goddamn bathroom?
No.
It sounds like you got the phone next to the toilet and we can barely.
I had a fan next to me. It's about 90 degrees, so I gotta keep it cool.
Okay, yeah, much better. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
The one thing I am glad I am seeing, not just on Clubhouse, but the internet in general, Black people starting to be Black activism. I am actually proud of seeing that because I used to be in it when I was a teenager, and then I learned it's just full of scammers and racists. That's literally it, scammers and racists. Now that people are getting out of it, and I think Dr. Goddess, she's well on her way out. I'm glad they're doing it because this might actually start solving the problem that a lot of Black Americans have. We cannot progress because the ones that are doing the progression movement are the loudest races in the world. You can't get anything done. You can't get business, you can't get sympathy. You can't even go to the courthouse because it's going to be like, all right, let these people stay for 20 minutes so we can start getting back to business. So yeah, the less Black activists we got, the more logical people we're going to have. And I hope Dr. Goddess does get out of that so she can come back to the conversation and learn KK is not the typical Asian. She knows how to make some Black food.
That is true. That is true. Collard greens, cornbread.
She greens, maize. She.
I didn't know how to make that. I had to learn how to make that. That's for sure. But it's probably not as good as many of them.
AK gonna have sushi and chitlins.
If you ever want to know,
I ain't doing that. No chitlins. What?
If you ever want to know,
Hell no.
With
I don't ever eat chitlins.
Yo, if you ever want to know what it's like to eat collard greens with chopsticks, hit KK up.
What?
Don't ever wash your collard greens in the bathtub, okay? You'll be fine.
Sorry, I'm not Kamala. Oh, by the way, Judge Joe Brown is in another room on Clubhouse right now.
Oh, that's your boy, KB. That's your boy.
Yeah.
With Dr. Julio.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's like we got to get off this Black shit, man. And anybody can criticize anybody. That's where we need to get at the end of the day. When you're fucking up, anybody should be able to call you on your shit. Shut the fuck up, listen to it. And if it's valid, take it. fix it, keep it fucking moving. If it's not valid, then be a civil adult and just rebut civilly. Don't get all fucking butthurt and offended, and that's a fucking problem, man. You know, goddamn, it's so fucking annoying that a lot of us are so on our fucking high horses that we're above reproach when it comes to other people calling us out on our fuck shit. We're all Americans at the end of the day. Black, white, brown, yellow, red, who gives a fuck? We're Americans. So if the black community is doing horrible, we're only as strong as our weakest link as Americans. Then it's all our duty and responsibility to help get the black community on track. If the Asian community is doing shitty, it's all our fucking responsibility to get the Asian community on track. That's how.
Isn't it ironic that the group that has the highest opinion or the most opinion about everything are the number one group that try to marginalize everybody else's opinion on that? Ooh, and that's fucking ironic.
Yeah, good point, Free. Good point. Yeah. Absolutely. What's up, Alan Dean? Welcome to the stage, brother. Kermit, welcome, man. Good to see you guys.
Have you heard, by the way, that in the comic books, Black Panther is white now?
No. Did they change him over? They make him.
Yeah, you gotta he's white. Yeah.
Yo, you know.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yo, Alan, speaking of Black Panther, you know what's so funny about that fucking movie? How the racial undertones of that movie? Like
Which one? Second?
The first one. Think about this, and I saw a dude break this down. This is not my original thought, for the record, but I saw a dude break it down, and I was like, damn, there's so many racist undertones in that movie. So if you think about it, you remember that scene when they go to like the caves or whatever to meet with that other group to gain allegiance with them? Those guys that were like dressed up in like the fur, like coats or whatever. So they're sitting there, so their original greeting was hooting and hotting like monkeys. Ooh, ooh, ah, 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 ah. You remember that scene? So they depicted those black men as monkeys, making monkey sounds and acting like monkeys. Then the drink that made Black Panther like heal him, whatever, was like a purple. It was a purple color. It was a purple fucking.
Yeah.
Yep. And then when when the fucking spaceship or whatever landed in the hood with those black kids playing basketball, what's the first thing the black kids say? Let's fucking hack it up and take it to a chop shop. Let's steal it and fucking take it to a fucking chop shop.
But even in the first scene, to have two black men fight each other was stupid.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was in another review I saw. It's like, in the modern age, are you really going to decide the leader of your country through physical combat? I mean, there's even that part of it.
Yeah, but isn't that how all animals do it? Like, think about that.
That's just how animalistic people are anyway.
Yeah, I know, but we do it in different ways. In the United States, we have debates between the candidates. We don't have Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in a ring fighting.
I hate to see that. I hate to see that motherfucker.
Oh, I would too. But, you know, generally speaking, we know who wins. I mean, that was just another point. I mean, but yeah, there was a lot of that. And the fact that, I forget, what was his name, Killmonger? The idea that, you know, the uncle and the little kid who becomes Killmonger are living in America, and Black Panther comes and kills Killmonger's father. Well, bring him back to Wakanda. Why are you going to leave him there alone? He's still your relative. You know, it's like in 300, the deformed guy says, I want to be a soldier. And, you know, the leader, I forget his name, said, Leonidas says, no, you can't be. You don't leave him there to wander off to your enemies. Either kill him or put him to work.
There was some kind of genuineness was also in that movie.
There
was some genuine scenes, like the black female, were unnecessarily angry all the time, especially with the black man.
Well, that was his original girl.
Well, that's historically and accurate. I mean, come on.
That was like one of the most accurate things. He always had a female bear.
A guy pointed out that it was fucked up how he came back to Chilla and inherited the title. He actually lost fair and square, so he should have never regained it. So it's like they basically betrayed the official king to go with the loser to get him back the throne. So there was a what's the fucking word, coup, for him to get back in place because a coup because he lost fair and square. So there's no reason for him to get back on the throne.
Well, he never lost because he didn't die.
Oh, he had to die. Oh, okay, well then shit, they had to run it back then. I guess it was no longer.
And that's when they ran it back. And once Killmonger took over and took the juice, and they both took the juice together.
No, hold on. I just thought about it. He would have died, but she gave him some of the shit back, right? Because wasn't he dying? Like the other people found him and they saved him, so they broke the rules then. Because if he was left stranded, he would have died.
And he didn't take anything until later, after Killmonger took the juice.
Yeah, but was it
so
the
that
rule?
was going to be another equal.
Yeah, but didn't you just have to defeat the other person? Was it a rule they had to die?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yes,
I gotta see that.
You have to die.
Say that
That's
again.
That's why he got tossed over the river. They thought he died.
No, okay, here's why. That can't be valid.
To kill the person to become the king.
No, listen, remember at the end of part 2, old boy is challenging the throne. So he's, because, hold on, is there somebody on the throne in the end of part 2? Was there anybody? Because if he lost, that means you have to die. So, I don't think you have to kill the person. I gotta look at it again. But yeah, I think you just gotta win the battle and have him yield. Oh, no, that's what happened. Yeah, the first fight. No, the first fight, old boy yielded.
Tossed his ass over.
Yeah, but remember the big dude, the people that was hoofing and shit, the one that he gave up, right? Yeah, he gave up, didn't he? For to Chilla to actually take it at the beginning. Okay, so he had to yield. Alright.
Yes, yield or die. That's the way it was.
Yeah, you didn't have to die. So you're right, Free.
So it's yield or die. That's the way it was.
But he was saved, so he should have died. If he wasn't saved, he would have died. So he
didn't die, so he had to go back to reclaim it. But Killmonger already took the juice and burned up all the fucking plants and shit. And they said, well, there's another juice left. And that's when he took the juice. He said, okay, we're gonna make it equal. Because if you look at it, he was never challenged prior to. He became Black Panther only because of this shit that happened to his father got blew up in that building. He just took it through lineage. He really never had to fight anybody. And he just whooped Big Boy's ass. He really was never challenged.
Well, in any event, I think in the comic books now, there's who knows what'll happen. Maybe everybody will start using mayonnaise in Wakanda. I don't know, and put raisins in the potato salad. We'll see.
Alan, nah, bruh. No, I'm just kidding.
And that's why I think they're gonna skip. They're gonna skip because they end up in the last one. He had a son. So he may be the next Black Panther because the Black Panther and Storm married each other.
Yeah, but it's really kind of dopey because why are they loyal to this one particular family when there's a number of tribes who can put forth a candidate who can maybe better than this one particular family? If you think about it logically, though it is still a comic book.
He's talking about Stan Lee. He was writing this shit.
Yeah, well, I know, but I mean now. I mean, even now, it's like they're loyal. The storyline is loyal to this one particular family. When, if I understand it, it's not necessarily anybody could become Black Panther if they're the strongest person, you know. So.
And that's why they twisted stuff up. That's why they going to do it different. It's not 616. It's I don't know what universe it is. Now Dr. Doom is Tony Stark.
Yeah, I think the main thing is Marvel is done. That's the big.
Yeah, because it did seem to make everything sissified.
Oh yeah. I mean, Iron Man is now that Riri, that teenage girl, who, by the way, is so much better than Tony Stark ever was.
Iron Man is Dr. Doom.
Well, the character is, but the new Iron Man movie came out and it bombed. Like all their movies are bombing now.
Yeah,
you know, Fantastic Four bombed. They're just, yeah, as you said, they pussified the entire universe, and nobody's going anymore.
Yeah, they had a good run from Ghost Rider with what's his motherfucker? The original Ghost Rider.
Oh,
Cage.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage.
It started a whole run. Everything was good until they brought Lee. What the fuck is her name? Lee Reason or some shit. It's Captain Marvel. That's when everything went to shit.
Yeah. Well, Bob Iger fired Perlmutter, I forget his name, who was overseeing it. Yeah, by the end, look, by Endgame, you had a story arc that went over several years. It ended, and then they got woke.
Yes.
They changed all the everything. Yeah. And Disney didn't know what to do with it. They just
because between the late boomers and Gen X, we went through those comics and they just went to shit. Say no. Now they trying to redo it with Deadpool. That's why they brought back Hugh Jackman. Because he said he was done. He did not want to play this shit no more.
Yeah, but then his bank account started getting low.
And they brought him back. Great movie.
Yeah, I just...
Thor was done.
Horrible what?
Because Thor was done.
Oh, yeah.
Chris was done. He's like, nope, I don't want to play this role no more. So I'm going to get typecast. And then he said, you know what? They're moving in a different direction. And now he's back on the ass again saying, no, this is some pussy shit. No.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see the last Thor movie, but I mean, the reviews I saw, he just gets totally emasculated.
Yeah, it was terrible. It's not worth saying. Yeah, it's just terrible.
Yeah.
That was trash.
Yeah. I always say superhero movies are movies for boys that girls can watch too.
That's why the Superman movie is trash.
Yeah, I heard it's complete. Yeah, it's
like, how you gonna put this motherfucker back in the original suit? Come on now. It's stupid.
Because James Gunn like doing goofy shit, and I like James Gunn. He's a good director, good writer, but he has a habit of trying to undermine seriousness in the end stuff, which is competing with Marvel, because of course he used to work for Marvel, so he's trying to bring the element of whatever. It's like, no, fuck all that. I don't mind the darkness, but of course if it's too dark it's going to be a turnoff. But I also don't mind the comedic part, but if it's too goofy, then it's not good. It's back to Marvel again. So it's like, have a fucking good balance. And that's part of the criticism I heard, that he kept killing good moments that could actually build a story and pull people.
Because the last guy that played no, not the series. He did another movie. He was like a secret agent, and nobody knew who the fuck he was, and it became a great success. I think it was like one of those 007 type movies, and he had a great role.
Argyle or something like that. I didn't see it, but it was like Argyle or Cargyle or some shit.
Some shit I don't know.
I know you did a Mission Impossible. That was pretty good.
Yes, there you go. When he had a mustache, no beard, nothing.
Yeah, that was good.
And yeah, he played a great role.
Yeah,
then they brought it. He came back to Superman. It's like, okay, I'm gonna do it again.
yeah. If you ever watched the Tudor series about Henry VIII, he's in it as well.
Tudor? Okay.
The Tudors. It was on Showtime probably at least 10, 12 years ago. He was in that early in his career. Yeah, it's a good series.
Yeah, that's my ex-wife said she loved that English history shit.
Yeah. But
because that's all the Game of Thrones was about. All English history.
Yeah.
And nobody knew about it. Yeah, I need to find a good series to watch.
Yeah, I never watched Game of Thrones because there's no spaceships in it. It's gotta have.
It was a great series.
It's gotta have spaceships, or I'm not interested.
Sorry, ladies. Boys are being boys right now.
Well, but see, that's the thing about all of those movies. I mean, I remember that one of the actors saying, I mean, look, we're grown adults and we're dressed up in these costumes. It's, it's a fantasy universe, but it still needs to make sense, and it's like, a little boy sees Superman flying through the air and he thinks, oh man, I wish I could fly through the air. Dare I say that little boys are going to fantasize about doing that and beating up all their bullies and having super strength more than little girls are. And so what Disney intentionally tried to do is say, oh, well, we're not going to market to boys anymore. We're going to market to girls. And so in order to do that, the girls have to be strong and the boys have to be weak. Which was actually a misinterpretation because there were always strong female characters, but they were realistically strong in the fantasy world that was created. So, and it came at the expense of everything, so that you literally, a girl can never be seen as being weak ever. So literally you have a scene with a girl hanging off a cliff by one hand, and if the boy is there, or a woman, and the man is there, and the man can save her, the rules are that the man can't save her. So what will happen is he will try to save her, he will screw up, and she will somehow end up saving herself. That's just one of the rules they created, and it just becomes annoying because it's unrealistic, number one, and number two, it turned off the entire, your core audience.
Because men are going to go to movies to see that. We're going to bring our children, wives, and everything. Women are not going to the box office like that. No.
Anyways, Yeah, did you see the John Wick stuff?
Oh yeah, I got the whole before DVD collection. I got all. Yeah.
There you go. We're bringing Sig back into the conversation.
Yeah, I can fuck with John Wick. That's my boy.
Yeah, they fucked that up now.
They have made our guns.
John Wick.
Yeah, we used to know a friend of a friend of a friend who like designed the handles for like some of the guns he used in the movies. But
talking about Terran? Terran Tech?
For the one of the John Wick movies, and that's all the information I know about it.
Okay, gotcha. Because you're out in Cali, right, Alan?
Yeah.
Is he the guy out in Cali?
Yeah.
It's probably Terran. Yeah, it's probably Terran then. Probably Terran Tactical. Yeah. It's probably it. Yo, that dude's guns, some of the guns he fucking modifies and designs, bro, fucking amazing. I've shot, one of the gun shops has one of his guns, and these guns, man, he'll take a $600 gun and modify it, and then charge 10 grand for it, and people pay for that shit. One of the gun ranges my buddy owns in Michigan, he's got one. Yo, that fucker shoots like a dream, bro. That's like probably one of the best shooting guns I've ever shot. Like, fucking amazing. It's like a Ferrari. It's like a Ferrari. He'll take a Honda Civic and like modify it and turn it into like a Ferrari, man. KK, where you been? What you been up to? Yeah, we've seen you.
Oh God. I've just had a lot going on. I was living in London for a while. Yeah. So no, I remodeled my house. I got an offer, like off-market offer. I couldn't turn it down. It was too good. So I accepted it, and then planning that they were going to buy my furniture in the house, everything, the curtains, everything. And then so I was planning on moving, and I was like, well, this is the time to put my personal goods in storage and go live in London, because I just work over there. I'm over there a couple times a year. Lived over there. It fell out of escrow. Then the California fires happened. And then during the fires, since I was out of country, I ended up moving a couple of veterans into my house that lost their home. So I had like two or three blended families living in my house, in my guest house. And then when they moved out, there was some damage to it. I get it. They have kids, whatever. I'm kind of a neat freak. And then then the fire maps changed. So when they changed the fire maps, it changes your insurance and fire insurance you can get and the cost of it. And I'm like, what am I doing? And I'm like, I don't have any place else to, move to. So I just came back to the house and then took my house out of market. But then when I was overseas, I lost access to my Clubhouse account, my Google Voice, and my Telegram. So it was like between devices, right? So I had to switch devices and everything. So anywho, that's where I've been. So, sorry I killed your room. I didn't mean to.
No, you didn't kill shit. You're good.
I feel bad.
No, it's all good. We've been talking for hours about it, Topics get ran.
I liked what she was saying, though. I agreed with her.
That was weird. I don't know what, because when you get, because I'm sitting there like, okay, maybe it's me. Let me just shut the fuck up and try to follow this shit. I'm like, I'm fucking lost, man. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck.
No, I was really trying to lean into empathy and retrace what I said that would be problematic, and that's why I apologize. Started with apology, ended with apology. That wasn't the intent. But then when she started going down, have I done my work, and it's not something about the Asian hate bill, I'm like, oh my Lord, I don't know what's going on right now. But I was trying, and the thing is I think she thought maybe I was coming after you, and I wasn't. I was asking you a question.
KK, and that's what I caught that. So it seemed as though I came in at the tail end, but I don't know, Sig, if you guys started formulating. I know KK and I have both not been on the app for a while.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys have formulated a deep relationship and then KK boom comes up being KK with, that being your sister, and that lady didn't know that, and so maybe she was like, why are you talking to Sig like that? Because she kept saying, we don't need you to talk to Sig. You don't need to talk to him like that. And I was like,
yeah.
man.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, that's now it makes sense. Okay, yeah, I'll give her some grace. She didn't understand the dynamic. Okay, that makes sense now. Yeah, 'cause I was lost.
But I was calling Sig fat in the chat.
Right, but I have I'm very much that way.
You've been calling me fat for years, KK. That's why I was like, I gotta lose weight. I'm tired of this little teenage you want to make it fun of me.
Look, you are remedial teaching. Hello, Marie.
Okay, that makes sense now. Thanks, Mr.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it really was just she was being quite protective, and she thought this, first and foremost, she thought KK was white, so she was like, oh my goodness, there's a good black man, and here comes this white woman, and who the fuck are you? And in my head, I'm in the goo like, bitch, who the fuck are you? Right.
Right. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. All right, I'm a back channeler. Okay, so she was moving with good intention. She just didn't understand the paradigm.
And here's the thing, because I do the same thing for you or Brad or KK, right? If someone were to come at you guys, given the fact that we've been entwined since 2021, I'd feel a certain way, right?
Right. Oh, the same thing here. Yeah, same thing here. That's why she's like, well, I'm gonna need her to get the fuck off. I'm like, nah, bitch, that ain't never happened. So can't rock with that motherfucker.
I would agree with that, but this is the thing. When I asked my question, Sig automatically said, quickly before I can even end my sentence, he said, yes. Yep, there is, you're right, da-da-da-da. And that's when she, came off mic and started talking with me, which is fine. So it's kind of like, all right, well, Sig is agreeing with me. Let's have this conversation. And I was willing to listen to her and try to understand, but she didn't even believe me that when I said I wasn't white. She's like, well, you don't sound Asian. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? You want me to start talking about coloring nails for $1? I'm like, your voice feels good? Like, come on. I didn't, why would I come up to the stage and I brought, chicken fried rice and teriyaki in the glass sushi later? Like a joke. Why would I? Anywho, I did.
I don't feel like she was saying, KK. I feel like she didn't know that you had an established literal 5-year relationship with Sig. She got caught, being, crazy, and then turned around, and it was about Vegas and being black and
there's Asians in Vegas.
It was weird. The whole.
It's like a white woman saying, but I have black friends. That's what she was saying about Asians. But I live in Las Vegas, and there's Filipinos here, and I'm like, there's Asians everywhere in the world. You can't get away from us. We sell wigs, do dry cleaning, and nails great. You can't get away from us. We're everywhere.
Right.
What I did.
Y'all drive like shit. Yeah, right.
Shut up. Did you read in the chat? I haven't had an accident or a ticket in decades. Okay? And I haven't been fat in decades either, Mr. Piggly Sigley. So shut your trap on that one. What she did say is well, you are very condescending, and I was like, oh, I didn't need to be condescending. So maybe she thought
you weren't. You were being his friend, and that's kind of the point, KK, is you came out.
But she didn't think I was. She thought I was being condescending. So I need to be aware of that and correct myself on that. I'm woman enough to do that. But when she brought up the Asian hate bill, I'm like, oh, this is some black on Asian hate right now, and I get it. I get it. I get it all the time, every day, and it's not. I love black women. I love black men. I love my kids. I love the community. I'm frustrated that we can't have these types of conversations, and maybe I am ignorant in some things, and I'm open to hearing what I am ignorant about, but to assume I don't know anything, and I assume that I'm being racist, and the way I'm asking a question and whatnot was no. And even when KP and you guys said listen, She was married to a black man. She has, biracial kids and whatnot. She wasn't backing down from that. She was like, I don't care. That doesn't mean anything, right? So that's why I was like, okay, well, I'm just trying to learn. I'm just trying to. She didn't believe me. That's okay.
Yeah,
I gotta learn not to sound condescending sometimes.
She didn't know what she was saying.
Yeah,
She wasn't expecting Sig. She wasn't expecting Sig to stand next to you. She didn't realize you guys had a relationship. She was pulling shit out of her ass. It was really uncomfortable. Nothing made sense. And here's the thing. When it comes to community, why is the black community a lot more, what was the word you guys, what was it, judgmental, right? And critical within yourselves and other people. I'm going to be honest with you, that's not the black community I'm familiar with in real life. I don't know if I just happen to have a token black family. I'm starting to believe that based on Clubhouse, or the fact that we mountain northerner blacks just don't engage in urban bullshit. I think this is more of a location in a, I hate to say it, economical issue. I do not know black Americans who are middle class that do not live in the city that have this issue. I really don't. Now, are there issues within our own homes? 100%. Are we critical of our own homes? Yeah. But my black family, we take care of things internally. And my dad has no problem saying it with my fucking almost 36-year-old ass, sweetheart, you're retarded, you're dumb, you're stupid, stop doing this. And it's like, okay, daddy, we'll do, right?
But it's being critical of the little things, like the guy that was saying, saying to Sig in the chat, like, well, you don't, you're talking about, aren't you a black man, N-word, whatever, like, that's what I'm talking. It's about critical of the little things, like
that doesn't happen in my reality, KK.
Well, not mine either. I witnessed it, I've experienced it, but in my daily life, no. But I'm trying to understand it.
Yeah, I don't think it's real. I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. This has to be a socio-economical, urban sort of phenomenon. And not to be rude or classist, but I don't hang out with people of any race in that community. Because I don't like city. Well, KK, you are city, but you're like the exception to the rule.
She's Asian city.
I'm an urban. I'm an urban.
Say it again louder.
Asian
I'm
city.
exception to the rule, baby. I'm the black brat. Okay, I'm an urban mountain bitch. Okay, I don't do city. But I don't do it. I don't do it.
You're a black redneck. This is the girl.
That's a fact, Sig. That's an absolute fact. Okay.
She got excited about some damn tactical pants. Like, what woman wears tactical?
Look who she married to, of course.
She's I'm like, tactical pants?
I am a Green Beret daughter ranger wife, baby. I don't know what else to be.
Daddy and husband fucking both badass. What you think, man? She's all tacked up. Yeah.
But I look great in my dresses. I still hold the classy look. I still have the DC sort of aesthetic, right? I can go the best of both worlds. But yeah, I don't do city people. They're retarded, except for you, KK. Yeah, I don't get it. It's like I said, bottom line, that mentality is screaming urban, lower middle class. I'm sorry. I don't know how else to put it. I don't know what else to say. That's not the reality, KK, that you and I live in, or most of the people on this stage. And so I don't comprehend that world because it's just not our reality. I don't know. Yeah. Sounds rude, but it's.
It's the truth, yeah. No, I get it. I've been hung out with some rural people. It's the same way, man. They don't want to have shit to do with city slickers. City slickers just come in and fuck everything up and convolute everything. And man, y'all rural people, y'all just got a nice, simple, easy, stress-free world and life, man. I get it.
Now you're more suburban. Like, you think my black ass get out here in the rural area? Fuck that. I don't want to see a nigga feet 5'4". I can't stand a nigga. No.
Yeah, KP. Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. Women, when it comes, y'all are superior when it comes to social cues. Because I would have never guessed that in a million years. Mrs. DeGroot broke it down she thought KK was coming at me, so doctor was trying to defend me, thinking that KK was coming at me some type of way. So that's what that came down to. So I will give her grace. I'm gonna actually back channel her and just let her know like everything's cool and apologize for any.
Well, that's why I had to stop her and say the relationship. Like, they've been knowing each other for years. We know each other. And then she just went straight from black.
Yeah, I call him fat every time. Like, who does that unless you know him?
That's because you care about your big little big brother. That's
yes,
why.
get your shit together.
No, you're right.
Get it tight.
I lost 40 pounds, KK. I lost 40 pounds, so I'm working on it.
Still fat motherfucker.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, I can't argue.
Yo, what's your jean size, man? Because I got a bunch of jeans, brand new Men's Warehouse. I can't fit, bro.
I don't wear jeans, bro. I wear cargo pants, tactical cargo pants.
Okay.
Oh my God, the whole tactical shit again. I swear.
They got pockets, man. You know how many pockets in pants have? They're so.
But sometimes you gotta put a jacket on and go out with the woman.
What are you putting in those pockets?
Golf.
Fucking knife, flashlight, wallet.
Bar in the pocket. That's all you
This
put in.
motherfucker always on duty.
A Snickers bar and a honey bun. That's what you're putting in.
Oh, goodness gracious. Say fasting is the way to go. Here, I'm going to send you this picture. Yes, fasting. This is 17 months. It's both me and my hubby, so I'm not being crazy here sending this. Let me see.
Okay, cool.
Let me hit send. There you go. Take a look.
Alright.
Yo, I just did,
check it out.
I ate on the 4th. I did eat
Take a look.
5th, 6th, and 7th, 8th.
17 months, Sig. 17 months.
Where are you posting this?
Oh, I'm gonna send it to you in your back channel. It's or in your Telegram. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah.
She got rid
You're
of
gonna
me.
be so Sig. I mean,
You already married to motherfucking Dolph Lundgren. I mean, come on. Shit.
Go ahead, KK. Take a look.
Oh yeah, no, for 17, yeah, that's fun.
17 months.
Yeah,
Sig, 17 months.
Yo, your husband's fucking jacked for his age, man. That motherfucker's jacked, bro.
I'm looking at where the fuck is it?
Oh, here, I'll send it to you too, KP. Yeah, I just don't normally send pictures like this, and
No, yeah, congratulations after having a baby, man. That not too long ago. No, that's good, man. Fuck yeah. So yeah,
fasting. I'm telling you, it is heavy lifting combined with body weight training. Okay, like animal flow movement.
Okay.
That's my warm up. An hour and a half to 2 hours of heavy weight lifting, and I don't eat more than 1,600 calories a day. I eat one meal a day. It is dense food. It's wild rice. It's chicken breast. You can beat the hell out of it so it's tenderized. Endless vegetables. You can eat as much Greek yogurt as your little heart can imagine. A handful of nuts and fruit. You're full. Now the first week feels like hell, okay, because you think you're starving, and then out of nowhere you're like, oh my god, I feel amazing. Like I don't need to. We eat way too much food. We do not need to be eating 3 meals a day. Whoever told us that was a fucking liar.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm a keto diet.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, and once you go through that first week or 2, you're gonna smell like shit. You're gonna have
your brains out.
Right. I mean, here's the thing. I did it. If you can do a 48-hour fast and still be able to poop twice a day, you definitely have been eating too much food. That's the sign, because you're literally you're flushing your body out and you're still able to poop twice a day. You have way too much food in your system. So I just recommend you got to cut back on the food slowly. I don't want you to faint, but you've got to be doing weight training for at least 1 to 2 hours, heavy, intense training, and start eating within cardio doesn't really work. I think cardio is overrated, right?
Well, cardio for men is different.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Cardio doesn't do shit for me. But I don't know if that's because I hike a lot, right? that could be the case. I'm very active to begin with, but Sig, gotta hit the heavy weight training and you gotta cut back on your food intake. And I promise you, it's gonna melt away. 80% of your body is based on your food intake.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, and that makes sense. Yeah, I did the keto thing, so that's what I started dropping weight quick with the keto. I do.
Yeah, but the Japanese purple potatoes, the sweet yams, those are good for you. Wild rice, those are complex carbs, right? And so that sort of fiber flushes out your system, and that really aids in weight loss.
Okay, so I get my fiber from. So I do a lot of hummus. I've been eating a lot of hummus, and then I get the keto bread, so it's got a lot of, it's high in fiber and it cancels out the carbs.
Good. Okay.
And then I've been
It's about the type of carbs that you have. Look at your carbs and the glycemic index of each food type. For example, people will think corn is not a carb; it's a vegetable. It's a carb because it has so much sugar in it. It has natural
pure sugar, right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So when you're looking at carbs, readjust the type of carbs that you are consuming, and it'll help you drastically. Because what the fasting diet does is it puts your body, it starts to put your body into like what is called ketosis, and that's where your blood sugar tries to neutralize itself, and it burns off all the leftover sugars first before it gets to actual burning the fat. So you need to burn so that you don't have a lot of excess sugar left, then it'll go immediately into fat burning. So you're training the burn. That's why they call breakfast, you break your fast. So if you can do one, wake up and just drink black coffee and water, do a fasted cardio, right? And limit your food intake hours to like 3 or 4 hours, you're gonna be good to go. When I want to cut down, I'll go into, I don't eat breakfast anymore. I might eat something like at 1 o'clock and then I eat my dinner. But if I want to like lose weight quickly, what I do is I go to 1 meal a day and I eat around like 4 or 5 o'clock. And then that's it. Yep, 1 meal a day. OMAD. So, but look at your carbs. So like good carbs would be like blueberries, right? Yep. Blueberries are a great carb because it doesn't have a high glycemic index. Bad carbs would be white bread, corn, which has a high apples, oranges.
Yeah.
Yes, bad. But then pears are good because they have a lower glycemic index. Like marathon runners are gold. Yeah, like let's eat oranges. No, when you're gonna up and crash, eat a pear. It lasts longer. You know, when they're like kids, they got oranges and whatnot. But that's basically the name of the game. And so if you can start slowly like delaying when you eat your first meal of the day. When you wake up and you're first hungry, have your coffee. No cream, no sugar.
I cut that out.
Like just black coffee.
No cream, none of that sugar. I got rid of all that shit. Stopped them.
And then if you can have heavy cream. Yes, heavy cream will not elevate your blood sugar levels. Only use it. Yes, just use a little bit of it. But if you can start pushing back the hour that you have your first meal, it will greatly help you and train you to do that. Now, I've tested a fast. I did a 90 hours fast one time. I just really wanted to see what I could do, and yeah, I lost a lot of weight, but then I gained it right back because a lot of it is water. So you have to make sure you have a high water intake during that whole process. But I just want to say, Miss Sister Groot, you still have that fat ass though in that picture.
Girl, listen, I sure do.
Well, and I would tell you, say, going through that process, when you cutting weight like that, you have to train yourself mentally as well, not physically. Train yourself mentally because you know, when man, I want this Jolly Rancher or whatever, you say no. Throw that shit in the trash can.
I just have to say, Sig, what
turn that goddamn dad bod into a father figure. There you go.
Make sure you're going to bed hungry, and this is what I mean by that. So I have a hard time getting to bed before midnight. It's just my kids, husband, work, right? Just natural thing. My last food consumption consumption is at 650 on the dot, so that 4 hours have passed. It generally takes about 4 hours for your body to digest food, right? You want to go to bed without your stomach working so that you're in a complete stated fast. And again, just like KK said, coffee's a great thing to start, as well as lemon water with a shot of apple cider vinegar. That also aids in lowering your acidic levels, right? So you don't get heartburn. I love coffee. I could drink a whole pot. You'd think I was in the army myself. My coffee, you could stick anything in it and it stands straight up, right? So I had a lot of acid reflux, but the apple cider vinegar was absolutely fantastic. Another thing, hun, is you have your coffee, but you need to have 2 liters, which is half a gallon of water a day. That really aids as well in breaking down your fat.
Well, so I bought these water bottles by this company called Zulu. If you guys check them out. So on the sides, they have the measurements, how many ounces. Then on the other side, it has 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. So it has lines of where you should be at by that time of day. So I've been consistently, it's a 64 ounce. So I drink 2 of those a day religiously. So I'm getting 120 some ounces of water every day for my intake with those bottles.
Do you have salts in that? Because if you're at 64 ounces, you're about half a liter, which means you're consuming a gallon of water a day. If you're at 100,
salt, potassium, and calcium.
You need to go to a health food section. So I use this thing called Aussie. It's basically like from the salt glaciers, and it's got every mineral you would need. And so you put in 10 drops into 2 liters. You can do 20 maximum a day, but if you're not having salt, you're not absorbing it, you're actually going into a heightened state of dehydration because you're flushing.
You will have a heart attack and die.
Yeah, if you get heart palpitations, right, salts are really good for keeping your heart rate in a great place. So if you're starting to find yourself like having fast heart rate, right, it's because you're dehydrated.
Yeah, so actually I just got on my, I just did my physical Monday and got all my blood work and stuff done. So it's definitely getting a lot better. My resting heart rate's at 69 right now. On my enzyme levels, like they did my my heart, whatever the shit they pull from the heart, white blood cell count. Yeah, everything's good. Like because before, you know, I was like 298 pounds, man. That was at my highest. I'm down to 254 now.
The fuck?
Yeah, I was a big guy. Yeah. But I'm not like fat. Well, no, you're right. But here's the thing, like I'm not like sloppy fat, like I'm like
he's a solid boy.
Solid like built guy. So it's a lot of people. Yeah, 300 pounds. Most people thought I was like 250 pounds. So I carry my weight well, even though fat is fat. I'm not making excuses. But yeah, before when I was 300 pounds, like even my doctor, my blood levels for my physicals, she was telling me like my cholesterol was creeping up and shit like that. So everything's back down, normal ranges now. Heart rate's a lot lower. Sleep apnea is fucking gone now. I don't have that shit. I had that shit at 300 pounds. It was fucking horrendous. But yeah, so the keto thing, and you're right about the fruits. So the only fruits I do are berry fruits. So raspberries, strawberries, blueberries. And then as far as the carbs, I do like my lunch meat sandwiches. Like I do like my turkey and Swiss cheese sandwiches, but the bread I get is this keto bread, so it's so high in fiber that it cancels out the carbs, like the carbs or whatever. So the most I'll have is I'll do like 3 sandwiches a week. So I have 6 slices of bread a week, and then what my wife does, she weighs out all the
Your wife?
protein.
Why?
Yeah, I got remarried.
What?
What?
Oh my god, Sig, I'm so proud of you.
Wait, I'm still shocked. I'm not proud.
Oh
yet.
my
I'm still
god,
shocked.
you put a ring on.
I'm still shocked. I'm not proud yet.
Welcome to.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay, and do we know this person?
No, I do. Yeah, KP is better. Yeah.
Is
KP
this the Snow Bunny?
Oh, 100%.
But is it the Snow Bunny?
It's the Snow Bunny.
She is literally Snow White, the cartoon, right? The original.
Is she whiter than my husband?
She's at
Way whiter.
Is she whiter than me? No, wait.
Yeah, she's whiter.
Okay, in fairness, that picture is with Jeff and his summer color. So she's whiter than a Dutchman.
She's like,
I'll send you some white. Yeah, give me a second. I'll send you.
Is this the girl that you were dating last year?
No, this is a different girl.
Oh.
Yeah, I had to get rid of that chick. Her daughter's.
Does she have the eyebrows?
God. Yeah, because you were sharing she had some issues with her father and
with her daughter. Yeah, I was she was competing too much with her daughter, so I had to let her go, man. I'm not competing with another man's child. Fuck that shit. So,
right.
Hey, does the wife wear the eyelashes?
No. My wife doesn't wear makeup at all. Fuck that shit. So she meal preps everything. Like, she's got these containers that are like portions, so she weighs out all my protein. She does the wild Spanish rice. Like, she has perfect measurement for that. And then, like, for vegetables, like green beans, carrots, stuff like that, high fiber vegetables. So she properly portions everything out and then puts it in a container, so everything's properly portioned out to weigh, calorie intake, all that stuff. Sets everything up in containers for me. So all I got to do, grab the container, throw it in the microwave, boom, I got my meal right there.
What's your calorie intake? So given your weight, I assume you're at 2,000 calories a day.
Yeah. I'm right around 1,800 to 2,000 a day.
Okay, makes sense. What's your activity level? Like, are you in the gym?
Yeah. So I'm going to the gym, and then what I do for activity, I start off doing the cardio shit, but I don't know, man, walking on that fucking treadmill for an hour, like, it just gets boring as fuck. So I got to, I'm doing weights, so I'm doing low weight and high reps.
Then don't walk, run.
Well, I was just gonna say sprinting is actually better than running. You can research this until you're blue in the face. So the reason that Jeff looks like that, my husband is sprinting.
Gotcha.
That's why.
Okay.
Jeff, because your body has to, when you sprint, you're imagine if we were back in the old days, right? When we had to run away from predators, right? We had to explode. And so our body goes under pressure. It's why high weight, right? Like body under massive pressure, right? It forms beautifully because your body has to go, your muscles go, oh shit, what's happening? Like, why is there so much weight? Well, when you sprint, it's the same concept. Your body goes into panic mode and it starts burning everything. So Jeff looks the way he looks because Jeff sprints. We don't do any long distance running.
Okay.
It is sprinting.
But the other side of the group, when you speak about sprinting the old ways, that's how you chase down your kill. Because you will have certain people in different areas. You would chase them. That feed, you would sprint after they get scared. Because next thing you know, we can do 4 or 5 mile sprint.
Right.
Then the next person picks up, and that bear will get exhausted. They will have a heart attack.
Right.
Now we just pick this motherfucker up and drag it back.
Yeah, I believe in heavy lifting, sprinting, and body and mobility. Like, that's what Jeff and I live by. We sprint. We have amazing mobility. Like, we have dates where we go to the park and we'll wait till like the kids are busy doing something or it's just the two of us, and we'll go to a park, a legit park, and we're climbing monkey bars. We're climbing trees. Like, I know that sounds really silly, but that's honestly why I'm better at doing pull-ups and push-ups. I shit you not. I can't figure it out. Push-ups will be the death of me. But pull-ups, they're just easier, right? I can pull myself up from a tree. I can swing. I can do a million things, right? And it's so much fun, Sig. It's actually the cutest thing you can do in terms of a date night. Take your girl and go play at the park and do fun mobility in the grass with your shoes off. It's fun. Have a picnic after, and then of course the sex is great after.
Why heavyweight?
I'll explain the heavyweights. So when you're doing weightlifting, there's different weights for different purposes. A lot of people that get like very defined muscles, they're not lifting heavy stuff. They're doing those like 25, 50 pounds, and it's just making the muscles look more refined. They pop out. Those are light, medium weights. Heavy weights, on the other hand, instead of doing tension lifts, which is what what the smaller weights are doing. You are doing load lifts. Heavy weights are what builds actual muscle. Load lifting, that's essentially why you do heavy weights. And I'm not talking like 50 or 75. I'm talking now you gotta get yourself up to where you're lifting 100-something pounds. That is heavy. Even if you're like a pretty big guy, that's still gonna do a lot of load because of what your body has to pick up. Because remember, the body pretty much strips your weight across its entire surface, so you don't feel it. Your arms, on the other hand, your legs, if you're just lifting 100 pounds with that is the load building. So that's why you do really heavy weights. And yeah, when I was a teenager, that's pretty much why I was like 5'11" and 260-something pounds, because I lifted and did martial arts, and I did, like, Adele's 100% correct. If you do the correct workouts, it's not just you be healthy, your entire anatomy changes to its more natural state. That's just kind of how it goes.
Yeah, and heavy lifting actually makes you lean. I think the problem with these overly muscular people is the lack of mobility. So, Sig, I cannot stress this enough. Before Jeff did calisthenics, Jeff looked more like Johnny Bravo, right? Like just massive on the top. He couldn't stretch his back, couldn't touch his toes. I mean, strongest dude in the world, but it was bad. Like he couldn't move. And he started following this guy. I'll have to find his name, I'll ask him, where he teaches you literally how to do groundwork, like where you're moving like beast mode and, forward levers. And so he got into calisthenics, which requires a form of gymnastics, body weight, and proper movement, mobility, right? My husband got shrunk down, which was amazing. He can actually move in any direction, and he lifts heavier. He lifts heavier now than he did when he looked freaking jacked and on steroids, right? So, mobility, heavy lifting, sprinting, lower your calorie intake as long as you're moving, and I think you're going to look amazing. Give it 6 months before you really start to see a change. Be a chick like me and expect immediate changes.
Well, I've been trying to... Oh, yeah, just real quick. Yeah, so that's the thing, too. What I don't want to do is... I've been trying to lose the weight like slowly because I don't want that extra skin problem. Losing too fucking fast. Yeah, so that a lot of muscle. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but that's the thing too with the heavy lifting. So I did a lot of heavy lifting when I was in the service. Like I bodybuilt, like I was fucking stacked. My joints are fucked from lifting all that heavy ass weight. Like I really so I have to take it easy now because I started off trying to go heavy again and it was just fucking killing me. So that's why I just switched to the lighter reps. The lighter weight with the higher reps. And then too, like I don't like part of the reason why like I'm so heavy too. Like I got a lot of muscle underneath. Like I'm a pretty muscular guy underneath my fat. I don't want to carry that muscle, that weight around. I kind of want to lean out more like your husband's kind of tone, more that leaner in shape. So that's what I'm trying to work towards now. And just more strength, more of the strength and the like I said, low weight, high rep core I guess workout or working out.
Yeah, like try calisthenics.
I'm gonna tell you one
thing. Get a parallel, Sig. Do you know what a parallel is? Sorry, hon, I didn't hear you.
What you can do, when you go to the gym, just say you're doing curls, right? Yeah. Just do curls on the bar. No weight. 20. Put 10 on. 20. Put 20 on. 20. 30. 20. Till you get to the peak. And then you have to pyramid back. Your ass is gonna be tired out.
Yeah, that's called pyramiding, and it's called pyramiding and stripping.
Yeah, so that's the way I was taught playing ball.
Yeah. So, Sig, I didn't know if you knew this, but I used to be a super fit instructor, so I would get all the fat body Marines during lunchtime, and they were forced to do my workout with them.
Okay, yeah.
So I would do like the whole body assessment, whatever. I was an exercise physiology major in college. So I understand exactly where you're going from, like, okay, I was in great shape, I've got great muscle mass underneath, and I want to burn this fat, but I don't want to get too bulky and whatnot. So pyramiding stripping is actually the best way, but a lot of people forget the muscle rest aspect with it. So what pyramiding stripping is you start at a light weight, like let's just say dumbbell curls, really lightweight, you do 12. Easy peasy, it should be easy.
5 pounds.
You rest, yep, well not for him.
Yes,
More than that.
even the
Yeah,
bar,
so then
it's too light, it feels weird with that. Like,
That's 45.
No, listen.
No, I start off around 30.
No,
Okay,
bar is
listen,
45.
you need, just do I'm just gonna give you an example of dumbbell curls. You can implement to any exercise that you do. So you do lightweight and you do 12 repetitions. You wait 30 seconds, then you increase the weight just a little bit, then you do 10 repetitions. You wait 30 seconds, then you do 8 repetitions, a little bit more weight, then you rest 30 seconds, and then you do 6 repetitions, which is your max weight, your heaviest weight. Then you do not rest. After you do that 6 heavy weight, you go back to your first weight and you burn out 15. If you're doing it right, when you go back to that lowest weight and try to do the 15, you're going to be hurting by 5. So what this is doing is you're waking up your muscle fibers, you're increasing it, but then when you do that burn weight, you're causing little micro tears in your muscles, which are telling your muscles, repair, but you're still burning off that weight. While doing so, you're going to increase your muscle mass that will actually help your internal fat burning engine, so that you will naturally lose the fat. You do that for every exercise. It's called pyramid and strip. Pyramid up, no rest, then strip for 15. You will be hurting. It's the best way.
I did 20, and she's correct.
Both ways, yeah. So,
she's correct.
But it's the 30 seconds. You only want to do 30 seconds rest in between each of the set. The last set, the heaviest weight, you don't wait. You go straight into the bottom weight that you started with and do 15. And I'm telling you, you'll be like, oh my God, I have this little dinky weight and I can barely get past 3. That's the best way of what I would suggest for you to get in, like to maximize, do the heavy side, but then also.
Okay, cop. And also, I would tell you, when you with your girl, get the timer. Just get the bar 45s. That's all it is. It's 45. That's all the bar is. And go fast as you can for 1 minute. Then put 5 point something. Go fast as you can. Then put 10 on. Man, you're going to kill yourself.
Yeah, do dumbbells though.
45.
Well, really quick, if I can interject here, do dumbbells. Don't do the straight bar. That's how you tear your shoulder. Jeff had the same issue. Jeff is actually going through physio because just like you, Sig. Say hi, baby.
Like I said,
sorry, it's just
what's going on?
What's up, mister? What's up, mister?
The group?
Hello. Sorry, we're ready to head out. But no, my husband ripped his shoulder because of the bar, Sig. So do dumbbells.
Yeah.
Don't do the bar.
And that's what I do. I do dumbbells anyways because like I tend to what I don't like about single weight, like even if it's machines or it's free weights, is that one side of my body could be working out and my other side isn't. So I like doing independent weights like dumbbells and shit. Or if I do machines, like I'll do machines with independent arms. So that way each arm is independently pulling that weight itself, and I don't run the risk of one side doing more work than the other.
And make sure you do a row machines.
Well, I love you guys. Hubby and I are heading out. It was good to hear from you.
All right, good to see you, man.
Nice to hear from you, Mr. DeGroot.
And anybody that has like a craving for ice cream or carbs, just send them my way. I gotta put on some weight. So just send them directly to Florida.
Another thing, I can give you some weight if you want some big fat, you better stop.
Another thing, if you can, they're hard to find. Instead of like the regular dumbbells, try to find those like cylinder weights. Those are very good for full on workout. So essentially,
what you said, I said cylinder weights?
Cylinder weights.
Oh, okay.
Yes, cylinder. It's kind of like a bow staff, but you put them on both hands. and you do these kind of similar to both staffs, but it's weighted. You're working out all of your biceps, your forearms, does good for your shoulders and everything else. Yeah, at first it's gonna burn. I'm not gonna lie, because you're not gonna be used to working all of those muscles out at once. But once you get used to it, trust me, your strength is gonna be so crazy to where you grab something and it feels like you're picking a bear. It gets that insane.
Yeah,
I used to have.
Look at me. I once started masturbating once a day. I'm now at 8. Why do we make this so complicated?
Look, you're just genetically different.
You're a fucking beast, man. Yeah, you're a fucking beast, man. Steadily. Built like a fucking Greek god, man.
Yeah, well, twice a day, 6 days a week for 2 decades. I mean, it should pay off, right?
You got that Wagmar arm.
Fucking 2 decades. Sounds like, man. Never got fucking paid for this shit. Man. I almost feel like scam.
Yeah, I appreciate the advice, guys. Thank you very much. Yo, KK, check your back channels. I sent you pictures of the old lady. You know.
Wait, what is the purpose? Ladies trying to lose weight?
Not me. Yeah, me losing weight. Because KK's been ragging on me, calling me fat. Fat ass for a couple years now, so I'm tired of it.
You were fatty.
See, it's the weekend. You could work off a lot of that weight over the weekend. Yeah, get sweaty. Yeah, get dirty. Mm-hmm.
And what way are we talking about that?
Your wife might not agree to it, but that's okay. Tell her that you're trying to lose weight and save money rather than going to the gym.
Yo, see, check your text. No homo. Yo, I've been working my ass off, bro.
I'm gonna send you as soon as I get to my computer. I'll send you a link. Watch that.
Ooh, not even a full shit,
nigga. Goddamn. Goddamn, nigga got incredible Hulk calves. Holy fucking shit, dog.
That's not even a full flex. Yeah. This motherfucker can't even talk. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, nah, it's fucking holy shit, nigga. That's fucking holy shit, bro.
Yeah. Now, when we meet these girls on stage, they might be like, some bad bit of vote shit now. That, yeah.
What did you say you're going to do? What's happening?
Shit, what?
I said, what's happening? What did you say is going to happen?
No, you want to rub my legs down some baby hole for competition.
I'm not part of P. Diddy's group, but I might be able to find somebody.
No, you would do it.
I have to say, that was one of the funniest things back in the day. Law enforcement, when my husband was working in Virginia Beach, our ex, all these guys went into this law enforcement, weightlifting thing, and they rubbed some type of stuff on them that would make their muscles, stick out, but half the guys, passed out. Because it made their body real hot. I don't know if I don't even know what it was, but it was quite fun.
And this is why I wear big clothes. Because I don't like people looking at me like that.
He doesn't like to look like a piece of meat that women want to jump on.
Correct. Yes, I don't.
Wallace, what's going on, man? That's my nigga right there. Wallace got his black card officially.
William Wallace.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's my dog. What's up, Wallace?
Oh yeah, what's happening, dude?
Same shit, different toilet. Just on here. I'm in Dallas right now, working, waiting for a fucking trip. But it's been slow. It's been so fucking slow because nobody's buying cars right now. So the auto manufacturers aren't pumping out as much product, and so we've been slow for like the last 6 weeks.
Well, literally, July is the 10th, don't you?
No, part of it too, because we actually had a meeting. Our company had a town hall meeting, and they were saying that they ramped down production has gone down, so they expect a little bit slower because we're usually not this slow in July. We usually have enough work to where I can at least do 7-8 trips a month. But I haven't even got one trip so far this month, man. We've literally been flying out, sitting in a hotel for 6-7 days, and they just flying us back home, man, with no trips. So it's never been this fucking slow in July. So,
but Pockets, you good?
Well,
When are you heading to Florida?
No, you good.
Oh, money? Oh, yeah, no, I get my salary, bro. Yeah, I still get a salary. So, yeah, I get salary. Yeah, my salary's good. My salary covers everything, so I'm good. Just my flight pay, I get my commission on the trips. That's just the extra money. But no, my salary covers, yeah, I'm good on that, bro. Yeah. Okay. So either way, if I'm sitting here, I'm still making money. I'm still getting paid. So.
Okay, cool. That's how we take care of each other.
And I can fucking go work a third, fourth fucking job before I hit anybody up for money, bro. So,
you remember, I pulled a prank on my brother. I said, man, I'm going to jail, man. They said it's $1,000.
Oh, he called me like 2 o'clock in the fucking morning. I was
that motherfucker said, let me get my keys. Where your credit card?
I wasn't that high, nigga. You called me at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm waiting. I'm like, yo, what's up? You're like, hey, nigga, like, I'm in jail. I need $1,000. You just gonna be. I'm like, fuck, man. I'm like, what the fuck did you do? I'm like, all right, man, I'll be there. This motherfucker.
That's my dog. He's like, fuck, I don't care.
Sig, I just saw your pictures. Was the first picture of you standing with the airplane, was that the before you started losing weight?
No, that's after. Yeah, that's after.
That's after?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your wifey, no lesbo, has a big ass boobie.
Yeah, she does. Oh yeah.
Oh my god! Like she has her arms. She's got her arms by her sides, and her breast is halfway across her bicep. Like she's just standing there too. She's not even trying.
Yeah.
I was like, good lord.
Yeah, she got some.
And she got some oddly big breastises. And then black does not crack. Like your second picture of y'all in a bowling alley or something like that, like black does not crack. Your skin is silky smooth. I'm telling you. Good on you.
Yeah. But yeah, no, she's 5'1", 130 pounds. Yeah, her tits are fucking huge, man. They are. Oh man,
she's 5'1".
Yeah, she's 5'1".
She's 5'1". I'm 5'3". GPS, good pair of shoes. So she's shorter than I am.
Yeah, she's shorter. She's a little tiny little thing.
Yeah, she's short as shit.
Yeah, she's tiny.
Because when she reached up to me, say, "Oh, you came to eat," gave me a hug. I'm like, "Okay, this side work." When we turned to the side,
and the big old boobies rubbing up again.
No, I took her to the side. She's a midget. I'm like,
He's not
my folks wearing 6. No, she's short compared to me.
I'm the same height as KK, and I don't look that short up against 6'1", 6'3" guys. I mean, I'm short, but I'm not right at their wiener size.
Like me, I'm not going to hug you straight on. This is my brother's now wife now. Fuck no. I'm gonna hug you to the side. And she is a midget. Yeah, respect.
God. This room has been on today.
With my jump in front of you. No, hell no. That would never happen. It's called respect. No, I will hug you, man. No, straight up. Now, you gonna feel this strong on your motherfucking kneecap. Goddamn.
We do have to figure out, like, where to go for lunch or something. So you could come down and check out the auto shop.
No, ain't no signal, nothing, no.
Yeah, I gotta sit that first meet out, man. I gotta let y'all handle y'all business.
Shit.
I gotta let y'all get acquainted first, and we'll go out on a second meetup. We'll do the group date on a second meetup.
Yeah, when she come out, yeah, nigga, I will fight you talking about my hoes. Okay. Instead of throwing got punched out.
I gotta sit that one out, man. I gotta let you and KP. Y'all have that first meet, man. I'll sit that one out. We'll get after it. Once you're able to walk again, then we can all do a couples thing.
You already said you were size 0, 117. Okay. When you get that motherfucking belly button twist up to a third nipple, okay.
Oh my lord. KK, don't listen to these two wackadoodles, okay? We just have fun laughing.
I think it's funny you assume that I listen to them.
Asshole, get an asshole. See? Get a fucking asshole.
No, it ain't gonna be no wackadoodle. It's gonna be some doodling, motherfucker.
So how's London, KK?
It was good. I'm there like several times. Not several, but like 3 or 4 times a year anyways. But it's good. It's good. It's changed though, can I tell you? It has changed. Like it's from last year to this year, it's really changed.
For better, for
like
worse?
For worse.
Oh, you gotta tell us
like,
spill the beans.
Ooh, just the crime. Like you can't, like you can't like be on your phone looking down, trying to like look for directions or hold your phone just in your hand, because people will run by you, just swipe it, keep it going, or on the little scooters, motorcycles to do it, and then they tell like especially the ladies, if I'm traveling alone, they tell me put your purse on a crossbody on the inside of your jacket, so they can't see what type of purse it is, or that they can easily just flip it off your shoulder. So it's got to be on your cross, or it's got to be attached to your wrist. So I had to get one of those crossbodies just for my phone, so that way if they can see it, like it's almost like a deterrent as well. And even in like the nice parts of London, like in Mayfair and Kensington. Kensington is where the palace is, right? Where Windsor Palace is, and even around there, you have to be so careful. And I'm just call a spade, but a lot of them the problems are the Somalis, and the Middle Easterners. And the Middle Easterners, they've come over there, and I was told at a coffee shop I was declined service. I mean, it was a place that I've gone to multiple times. It's like right around the corner from the hotel that I usually stay in, and it's like I was shocked. I've gone there so many times, and I usually don't go and sit down and whatever, but I'll go and get a bottle of water. I'll grab a croissant or something, a piece of fruit, whatever, that I take up to my room. and I got declined service. Like there was a person standing there, and I thought he was just gonna welcome me, like, hi, come in, welcome. He's like, can I help you? I was like, oh, I just want to grab some water and a bite to eat before I go back to my room. He's like, no, thank you. I was like, what do you mean, no, thank you? What? He's like, no, not today. And I said, well, why not today? He's like, no, you can go now. I was like, the fuck? And I looked around, and everyone there was Middle Eastern. They were all Arabs. And I'm like, okay. And I knew it was an Arab-owned, little coffee shop or little place. I mean, I've never had any issue there before, but I asked the concierge desk and the manager, and I was like, is there something that I'm doing? And I explained it to him. He goes, no, we'll make a note of it. And I'm like, well, what's going on? She goes, well, they are churning down service for people that are not of their kind, is exactly what the manager said. So they're basically deciding who can and cannot, and they only want to serve Middle Easterners. They have the Palestinian flag and whatnot. So I'm like, I'm fucking Asian. I have no skin in your little war game that y'all got going on right now, other than I hate people dying on both ends. But literally, that's what the problem is. My client that was there, he's like, I don't wear my nice watches anymore. I go, what do you mean? He goes, I don't even wear my nice watches to Mabel's. And I go, what? Mabel's is like a private-owned social club. You have to be a member just to even enter that place, or you have to be with a member. It's a very high-end social club. And I was like, I don't even wear to Mabel's anymore. I'm like, why? He goes, because there have been men that have been in the restroom and they bump into you and they pickpocket you, or they take your watch off of you. In the bar, the lounge area, they've had a lot of problems with it. And he's like, the crime has gotten really bad. And I was like, wow, I was shocked by it. And then one time when I was leaving Harrods, and the only size bag, Harrods is like this, they're big, popular, department store in the middle of London, and it's walking distance from my hotel, and the only size bag that they had was this huge Harrods green bag. It looks like a fancy store bag. It's a fancy department store. And I only got a couple sleeves of Nespresso pods for my coffee maker in the room. That's all I wanted. They're like, sorry, this is the only size bag we have. I'm like, okay, no problem. And they're like, they cover it with tissue and they put a sticker on it to close it. And they're like, I was like, why is the sticker? He's like, oh, we like to hide it so people can't reach in and easily grab when you're walking through the store. And I'm like, okay, he's like, yeah, it's kind of new. I'm like, all right. So I'm walking around, I walk back, and I notice these people, they're following me. And I'm like, I was starting to get paranoid, so I kind of walked past my hotel, and I walked around the block, and I pretend to, I was ringing a doorbell of, from some random home that was, close to my hotel. And I came back again, and I walked past the bellman again, by the entrance. And he looked at me, and he's like, okay, he knew exactly what I was doing, and then he walked up with me, and then just followed me for a while, and then until they walked away, and then he escorted me back in. So I was being followed back to my hotel, which was wild. Sorry, KP, was that?
Oh shit.
He's an asshole. He probably was
too much more of these. Too much more of these.
I'm just saying, anytime y'all miles, we're bored already. So.
I know. Shut the fuck up then. Don't ask me a question then.
Yo, Sig, I want to toss a question to you. What do you think about the Sig? What's that 550?
Wait, Sig 55. Sig 550. What's a Sig? I never heard of that. 550?
I think it's something.
Is it new?
No, it's old. It's Swedish.
Sig. Let me look it up. Yeah, I never heard of a Sig 550. Let me look.
And I'm sorry that lady was upset with me. She sent me private messages this morning asking me what I meant by why black women, what they were doing in criminal justice.
Wait,
I was like, ma'am?
in this room?
Yeah, well, I forget her name. She was very nice. But I was like, I don't know. I was just asking. Like,
Well, you did not get a chance to speak a whole lot because I was trying to cut in for you to speak. I don't know what that asshole was doing. Go ahead.
I don't know. She was nice though, right, Sig? It's just she went wild out of nowhere. I don't know.
Dr. Goddess, black chick?
Yeah, that girl. That
She's nice. She's nice. She just got on a tangent.
Yeah, she misconstrued something, and yeah, I'm giving her some grace because I don't think she understood the dynamic. But no, she thought KK was coming up to attack, and so she got on the defensive. Didn't realize KK was actually coming, from a genuine place, whatever. And she didn't realize, we got history with KK. So, yeah. So I think she was. And I think her intentions were good, but it was just, it was kind of fucked. Execution was fucked up.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna send her a DM.
Say for Beth, you don't know the history, what Beth said, and we used to be up to 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever time frame you in. We had good times. So she didn't know. That's why I said, hey, stop. You don't know the history. And that's when the shit went left. It's okay.
I don't think she liked it that you were fighting for a non-black woman. She swore I was white with you.
Because she was about to go attack, our baby girl. Oh shit, what's her name? Sig, what's the baby girl's name?
That cute little girl, like shit. I forget all.
Just left out with her husband. She was gonna attack her. She has a pro-black memory. And I was like, yeah, I already know this shit. Goddamn, I'm sitting by. Nice, studying. Go ahead.
Yeah, she wasn't mean. She just sent me a message and asked me, what are you trying to prove? And I said, I'm really sorry. I don't know what you're asking me for. And then she said, why do you think black women wouldn't get a criminal justice degree? And I just responded, I have a criminal justice degree, but most of my black friends that got that are does that ask a question? I mean, I do know that every once in a while there is this one girl that comes in here and I forget her name because I just chalk her off to the left. She'll send me weird messages. I'm like, oh my god, okay, yeah, whatever. I hope you have a great night.
I just found out, I've been on the Clubhouse for a while. I just found out that y'all can send pictures to each other now. Now, how's that going? I can only imagine the dirty pictures that people be doing and shit.
Yeah, I think they actually, though, like, you can't send, like, dirty pictures. I don't believe so. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit. This is what I don't check back channels, DMs, of where the fuck y'all call it. No.
I wish I could just clear those notifications on those messages though. It's like all these numbers on the bottom right. Can I just clear all notifications? I hate.
Man, sitting outside in this heat and getting drunk. Fuck that shit.
I just sent her a DM, just let her know it's probably just a harmless misunderstanding, but yeah. I don't have anything against her. I actually enjoyed having her in the space. She did contribute, had some really great contributions to the topic, but it's just a harmless misunderstanding, man. We're all human. We're gonna blame it on the Asian woman. Yeah, right.
That's true. The fucking Asian woman. Everyone thinks I'm white anyways. I'm gonna start calling myself white selectively and when it's convenient. Okay?
Yo, I'm just glad Brad was not here because he would have went straight left.
Oh, yeah.
He would have went straight the fuck off.
Yeah, as soon as she said, and she needs to get the fuck off the stage, Brad would have came and fucking.
Oh, yeah.
I would just boot it up. I'd be like, go ahead, Brad, you got it, man. I'm not even gonna fucking stop that man.
Motherfucker come on here with a fucking sword and shield. That's my girl. Fuck you. Like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't even step in front of that bull, man. Fuck that. Go ahead. Oh yeah, so I just looked it up. So that 550. Yeah, so that's a 6 version of the AR-14. Yeah.
What's that? 7.62, 39 or some shit like that.
So no, they got
it's like an AK-47 round.
So yeah, they got 2 calibers. Yeah, so they got the 7.62, and then they got the 5.56 version of it. But yes, it's like their version of the AR-14. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it before. I just didn't know it was called the 550. But yeah, it is. Yeah, it is Swiss made. So yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about buying one, bro.
How much are they running?
You can get them used in the U.S. I think they're about 300.
Okay.
If you get it from Swiss, it's gonna be like 30 grand. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well, yeah, because that one's a fully auto. That's the Swiss Army version. Yeah, that's the one they issued in their military. So yeah, that's gonna be a full auto. Yeah, that fucker's gonna be around 30 grand. Yeah. Full auto.
You'll be alright.
You guys have a couple military bases near you, right? And so you should be able to do what I do. As soon as they're swapping stuff out, they only allow to go out to ex-military and law enforcement. And that's where we've gathered up all our guns.
Yeah, so we don't get it.
You don't have a gun, Beth. You have fishing rods. What the fuck are you talking about?
We have guns in our house.
I know you have fishing rods.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, we do have it with hooks. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, we got a National Guard base, Selfridge Air Force Base, pretty big base. But that's the only thing we have directly in the Metro Detroit area. You go a little bit further north, you got Grayling. You got an Army base up there in Grayling, Michigan. But we don't get any military like trade-ins or anything like that. We do get a lot of law enforcement trade-ins on a lot of our gun shops. So like you'll go and they'll have like shells that are like they'll mark as LEO trade-ins. So a lot of department issue weapons that they're getting rid of and replacing, and they'll sell them. And yeah, you get them at pretty heavy discount too, really good price. But they're kind of beat up. That's the only thing that sucks. They're like scratched up and beat up because these guys, they've been in service for 10, 15 years, so.
Yeah, I pay attention to one shop around here that sells fishing rods, because most of the guys don't go and ever use their fishing rod. So I just go there. I guess that's my code.
Because what's the one down there by Utica?
I have Space Force, which used to be named Patrick Airport.
What gun shop? KB?
Base.
No, that's Selfridge. Yeah, Selfridge.
Selfridge.
Our base. Yeah.
Because we had ships to go over there, airmen to go over there to 9/11. We ain't a foot from here to there. That was the first launch, if you know about it. You know. Man, I'm getting from the fuck. I'm done. Come on, Beth, come to bed.
Do you want to come to bed? Is that what you just said?
Yeah. You know, a drunk motherfucker talking to another drunk motherfucker.
Come on, Ben. Come to the hammock.
Yeah, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. I just made pepperoni rolls and food for the kids. Yeah.
Fuck some Disney girl. I'm just teasing.
Yo, KP, you know planes they got
what's up?
At Selfridge. They got a Warhawk. They got a Warhawk, A-10 Warhawk squadron over there. So
which one they flew out of Missouri, out of St. Louis area?
Oh, I don't know.
Motherfucking man, when I was just laid over there in Iran. Man, dog.
Oh, you're talking about the B-2? Yeah, B-2, yeah.
Dog. Yeah. B-2 is a motherfucking BBC times goddamn 30. You ever seen this motherfucker? You ever seen the round that shoot at that motherfucker? Yo, I'm telling you, seeing airplanes without starting into this shit. Yo, this motherfucker here. I'm gonna grab the microphone for a second. Your motherfucking refrigerator not that goddamn tall. You can't even say, hello, your ass gone. Your ass is talking to Jesus. You don't even know.
Yo,
that motherfucker there, man. Shit.
We had an air show when I was in North Carolina. We had an air show at the base. I got to see a B-2 fly in person. Yo, it's the weirdest shit to see in person. That big ass black triangle like that flying with no like engines, no rudder, no vertical stabilizer. No, it's the weirdest, and it's big as fuck, bro. And this thing is quiet. It's fucking silent. You don't hear it until it passes you. I mean, this motherfucker creeps right up on you, and it's over you. You don't even fucking hear it, man. That's how quiet and stealthy these fucking things are. But yeah, they flew one over, man. It was like the most like jaw-dropping experience I've seen in aviation in my whole life. It's like the weirdest thing seeing this thing fly in the air, bro. It's hard to describe, man. But you see it in person, dude. It's fun.
It was developed in what, the 80s, early 80s? Like,
No.
Can you imagine what the fuck we have now?
No. They started working on that in the 50s, bro.
Right. So can you
Skunkworks started working on that in the 50s.
Right, I actually have that book. The Skunkworks book. It's a great book.
Yeah.
But have you seen these big titty motherfuckers fly?
He's like, I'm just looking at the titties. That's it.
No. I would tell you to see what the Blue Angels fly over. And your motherfucking ears will bust open when they hit Mach.
Nah, they don't hit Mach. That's the afterburner you're talking about. You can't hit Mach. It's illegal to hit Mach that close. That should blow your eardrums open, bro. They can't legally hit Mach.
Yo, my shit's already fucked up.
Yeah, that's the afterburner. Yeah, that's the afterburner.
Yo.
Yeah.
But you have to hear this motherfucking round that's the size of your kitchen counter hit you, and this shit is coming down and rain. What the fuck?
Yo, imagine.
Yo, the U.S. is the supreme shit.
Yo, so Pensacola is where the Blue Angels are, and they fly every day to practice. Beth, you probably, how far are you from Pensacola?
They don't fly out of here, but when I lived in Virginia Beach, they did. But this weekend, the F-22 demo team,
yeah,
doing an air show down here. in Cocoa Beach.
You get to see them?
Yeah.
Isn't that aren't they some badass birds?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, they start tomorrow.
These are fucking bad, bro. Yeah, they're fucking dope. I was when I was in Japan, I was in Okinawa, when we were stationed there, we were right next to the first F-22 squadron that got commissioned. So we got to go over there and check them out personally. They wouldn't let us climb on them because it was still like super, super top secret. But they let us go in the hangar and, you know, they gave us the reservation. You'll see one of the motherfuckers in person up close like that. And then when you see them fly and you see them taking off, because we shared our ramp and our runway with them for our planes. You'll see them motherfuckers take off every day, bro. It's like, yo, you're right, KP. It gives you so much respect for America and the technology and engineering and fucking brain power that we have as a country, bro. It's like, dude, it's amazing.
Those are 22 to the 24s. Which one?
Yeah, 22s, yeah.
Dog, when Barack came through, I think it was 09, through Detroit, and you had that motherfucking stealth, yo, it was like, what the fuck?
Talking about the F-117?
And your motherfucking, your ears are getting blown out because they just shoot. Phew. I said, yo, you better cover your ears.
You know what kills me though? You mentioned the A-10 Warthog. That shit will make me giggle fart because when that thing fires off those rounds, it literally sounds like it sounds like a big fucking fart blast.
Did you see the round on that motherfucker? That motherfucker's the size of your refrigerator.
Giggle fart.
Never ever I've heard a man say giggle.
Giggle fart. Totally. Yo, it's a giggle fart. Yo, that thing launches, it sounds like it's farting. Like when it's farting shit out, I can fall on the ground.
Yo, you know that A-10?
That sound kills me.
That A-10 Warthog is like one of the baddest. Like, it looks like shit. It looks like a weird ass plane. But hands down, that's like probably one of the badass planes that the U.S. has in its arsenal. So when they designed that plane, they designed the plane around the gun.
Put it up in Jumbotron so people know.
Okay, yeah, I'll find a link to it. So they designed that. Yeah, they designed that plane around the gun, and that's the most notoriable thing about that plane is the fucking gun. Like Sean B was saying, just a badass fucking gun. But they designed it so the cockpit actually is like a titanium bathtub that the pilot sits in for protection because that thing does look the cockpit. Goddamn right, the cockpit, not the pussy pit, the cockpit. Goddamn it.
This motherfucker can hold 40 tons.
Let's go.
What the fuck?
But yeah, the cockpit is sitting like in a titanium bathtub because those things fly so low. Because they just come in and shoot shit up, man, destroy shit. So, you know, a lot of the Hajis and shit, they'll be shooting at it with AKs. Like, it flies so low on its missions, you can actually hit it with a rifle, with an AK-47 or RPG. But those things are designed, you can literally shoot off a wing. It can fly with one fucking wing. Those are like some of the most bulletproof, badass fucking birds out there, man. And when you see an A-10 coming, bro, like, you know, you might see other planes come in when you're out there in the field or whatever. You see an A-10 coming, bro, you know you're fucking done. Because those things get so low, and they're like coming right at you, dude. And they're lighting your ass up, man.
Yeah.
It's
and this is the motherfucker that knows this shit about planes.
Today, the best ground support to date. Right?
Yes, yeah. Because, yeah, well, that's the thing, Sean B. They wanted to decommission them because they're so fucking old, but they can't because of just how fucking bulletproof they are and how vital they are to those low-flying missions like that. You really don't have any fixed-wing planes like that can get that low and get that fucking precise, you know, when it comes to shooting shit up, shooting tanks up, you know, shooting ground support up, you know, for the opposing side. So they can't decommission it, you know, it's so fucking vital.
Which one?
The A-10 Warthog. Yeah, the Warthog. Yeah, let me grab a link.
Yo, you remember the B-2s? Man, they would drop a motherfucking bomb on your ass. Hiroshima. Goodbye.
Yeah, the triangle shape one we were talking about earlier, right? The B-2 bomb.
Yeah, KP just trying to play that again, right?
Man, no, I'm just telling motherfuckers about our military.
You know, that beats
for the motherfuckers in the backstage. Yo, these guys got some shit that will fuck you up.
But that sound of that damn warthog fucking makes me crack the fuck up. I'm like, oh, you have to shit on right
That's how you go here.
That's about to fucking be shit on you.
Yo, I heard that motherfucker go off. Blank. That's my motherfucking ears. Empty. Crazy. I salute you, Sig, and everyone else that, sir. Yo, you're fucked.
I like to see someone trying to hold that big cannon. KP, can you imagine someone trying to hold that cannon and shoot that?
Hey, you're not gonna pick up a shell like that. You're not gonna pick that shell off like that, you know.
No, they won't be able to handle it.
No.
Because I was thinking, remember, you saw that movie, The Purge, when the guy's in the back of the truck and he rolls it up and he's got the Gatling gun, like it's like a mini Warthog gun, but not even close to it.
That was, what the fuck was that?
It's like an Iron Dome. It basically, isn't it the same as an Iron Dome? Isn't it the same, Sig? KP, you guys know?
What's that?
What the Warthog has? The Iron Dome, when it's shooting. Different kind of cannon?
Yeah, it's, I forgot, I think it's like 39 or 42 millimeter, they're big ass fucking rounds, so they're like the size of your fucking, like, if you took the top of your finger and kind of went like halfway down your forearm, that's how big those fucking rounds are, man.
Shit, bullshit, them motherfuckers tall jump refrigerator.
Nah, they're not that big. They're not that big. Okay. Yeah. They're about the size of your like from your fingers down to halfway about your forearm. But they'll tear some shit up, bro. Like you get hit with one of the motherfuckers. Even the kinetic energy from
just say goodnight.
Just by you, you're fucking done. Yeah, you're done.
Just say goodnight. That's all you gotta say.
Hey, Outlook Bug.
Hey, what's going on?
Yo, I just shot a Gatling gun. I just shot a Gatling. The new age Gatlings. Gonna stand.
It'd be cool to have handheld cannons.
And I'm 6'3", bro. Man, shit. I was like, fuck this shit.
That's cackle fart shit going on right there. It just makes me
fuck this shit. And I shot what the fuck was you shooting over there? That they say we were shooting out there. I said, what the fuck? Killed the whole goddamn the stadium. What the fuck was you shooting?
What at the gun range?
At Kitover. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's my noisy cricket. Yeah, it's just it's a 6-inch barrel AR. But I got a fucking 3-chamber muzzle brake on that bitch. That's loud as fuck. It'll thump your chest right on your teeth, man.
Yo, motherfuckers like, what the fuck is that? I said, well, I got fire one downrange.
Okay. Is that legal in California? Can I get one?
Oh, no, it's illegal.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's not to scare some. No, I'm just kidding.
I think that was me, you and Nick.
Oh, yeah, we went to the range that day,
Yeah, Nick about to get shot in the head. He was just wild, man. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, Curse, that F-35, yeah, F-35 is badass too, man. F-22, so F-22 is still, when you talk about air superiority, F-22 is still, on paper, technically a better plane, but yeah, the F-35 is a beast, man. It's a beast of a plane.
It was a beast, man.
Yeah, I like the
Jesus. 86.
You're talking about the Bravo version?
The one that vertical takeoff, the one that goes up vertically, like.
Okay,
yeah. It's the 80s.
Yeah,
I was going to ask you, what's the difference between the Marines version, which has a dual jet, and then the Navy version, which is what he's talking about, has a single, and it can stop in mid-air and do like a 360 or a 180 in mid-air and stop. It's pretty crazy.
So
it's like an alien shit, man. Like on the real world, it's like an alien shit, but that's literally what it is, bro. That's literally Superman.
Yeah, so that
35 Lightning II, right? That's the F-35.
F-35, yeah.
My brother's in he serves in the Air Force, and he was stationed in Ogden for about 4 years. He was in charge of the 40 or 50 plus F-35 Lightning IIs. His task was meteorology for strategic air traffic for those kind of vessels, like if they're on missions or where they're heading and making sure it's clear. He's now in Guam. That's I believe where the B-2s either took off or landed from in this mission in Iran, if my memory serves me right. I haven't got a chance to talk to him because he's been busy. He's been working 12-hour shifts.
Yeah, so you're right, Wallace. They've got 3 variants of the F-35. They got the Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie. Alpha's for the Air Force, which, it's just a basic stock model. And then, the Bravo version is for the Navy Marine Corps, which is the vertical takeoff. And that replaced the Harrier. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the AVAB Harrier. Yeah, so
that's what I got confused. I thought the A-10 was going to be discontinued, but it was the Harrier.
Yeah. They took the Harrier out. That thing just had so many fucking problems. That bird was a piece of fucking shit, man. It was a horrible bird. We were at my home base in North Carolina. We had about 3 or 4 Harrier squadrons. We actually saw one crash live in person, dude. But those things were always fucking broken, always had problems. So they needed a replacement, so that's why they came out with that Bravo variant for the vertical takeoff and landing for the Marine Corps, Navy, simply for the ships, Wallace. So then that way they can embark and debark from the aircraft carriers a lot easier.
The cargo bays are humongous.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I went to an air show. It did a low fly. It turned on its side in front of the stands and opened the cargo bay and then closed it.
It's like 2 seconds.
Back down.
Yeah, it's like 2 seconds. It's quick.
Totally insane. And like I said, it stopped in the middle of the crowd, super low to the ground. It came to a stop. It turned around and took off from the way it came. Absolutely amazing. And this was 8 years ago when I saw it demoed. We weren't expecting it. No one knew it was going to be there. And so when everyone saw it, it might have been actually 10 years or more ago. But when everyone saw it, no one knew what the hell it was. And everyone in the crowd was talking. Everyone. You could just hear everyone talking. What the hell is that? Oh my gosh. The oohs, the ahs. And absolutely an amazing display.
Ain't it fucking awesome to see that shit in person? It's unexplainable, man, when you see that shit. Dude, it's holy fuck, man. Yeah, no, they're badass birds.
Hey, say, what is the lighter? There was an F-35. There's F-35A, B, and C. Which one is the one that's able to go just vertical?
Yeah, so the vertical one is Bravo. That's specially designed. No, I'm sorry. No. Wallace was right. I'm sorry. The Bravo is for the Marine Corps, and then the Charlie is for the Navy. So the Alpha version is your stock standard one. And if you actually look at the differences, the nose gear one for the Alpha is designed for the Air Force. Air Force has normal runways. So the nose gear, you'll notice, is very, very slender, very, very lightweight. When you start moving to the Marine Corps and Navy variants, you'll notice the landing gear is a lot thicker and it's titanium enforced, just because of so much, what is it called? So much, I can't think of the word right now. I'm having a fucking brain fart. But anyways, the shorter runways on the aircraft carriers, they need that thicker titanium reinforced landing gear. So that's the immediate difference. Looking at it, just straight on. The Navy version, the Navy version has that thicker runway for aircraft carrier landing and takeoff. The Marine Corps has the big fan door that opens up in the middle, so then that way it can vertically lift up and take off. I forgot exactly why they needed that vertical takeoff and landing, but for whatever reason, I'll look it up real quick, but the Marine Corps, that's their specialty, and that's what they replaced the Harriers with. But I forgot, man, I read somewhere before, because back during the Vietnam War, I know what it was. The vertical takeoff and landing was needed because the runways were extremely short over in the rice paddies, Vietnam, when they were setting up airstrips when we went over there and set up our bases. They're just extremely short and there was not enough fucking runway. So they needed a plane that could put in the Vietnam territory that would be able to vertically take off and land for that specific purpose. So they got rid of the Harriers and then replaced them with the F-35 Bravo. And I don't really think they need the vertical takeoff and landing because we're not in Vietnam or anything like that. But Marine Corps still likes to have that variant, to be flexible for whatever comes.
Yeah, it's unclear as to they say it's safer to be used as a short takeoff and landing compared to as a VTOL. So yeah, absolutely.
It's that was it. Was that F4?
Oh, the F4 Phantom. Yeah, that was an attack plane. Yeah, F4 Phantom was Yeah, that's actually my squadron I was in. I was in the EA-6B squadron. We were electronic warfare attack plane. But before my squadron picked up the EA-6Bs, they were an F4 Phantom squadron.
And were those trainers in the beginning, I think? Trainer jets?
Yeah, the F4 Phantom, it came from a trainer airframe, and then they kind of reinforced it so it can carry bombs and be an attack plane,
Yeah, that last jet we were talking about, the fascinating thing too is its full arsenal was contained inside, so it could be fully loaded and you wouldn't see anything on it.
Yeah, and that's to help with the stealthiness, Wallace, because whenever you arm it with external missiles or guns or bombs or whatever, all that stuff creates a radar signature that makes it easily detectable. So the F-22 and the F-35, everything's internal to help with the stealthiness. Same thing with the B-2 as well.
Now you're talking about the military side. We were buying this shit in the supermarkets. Just being out here as boys. Man, we had some bad shit. Goddamn.
Well, those Phantoms, aren't those Phantoms like super small? I think they're smaller than an F-16, aren't they?
Yeah, they're smaller than an F-16. Because if you ever seen those T-jets, the trainer jets at the Navy, and Air Force, and Navy, Air Force, and Marine Corps use are really, really tiny jets. So they're single-engine aircraft, and they have those two ducts on either side of the fuselage. And those ducts are like really, really big for the size. The duct ratio is pretty big. You don't really see that a lot in military aircraft. But they took those that trainer platform and airframe, and then just kind of beefed it up. And then that's where they came up with the F4 Phantom. Yeah. And those are fast. Those are nimble little jets too, man. Oh, what's that?
My brain's spinning. I was just doing a chat GPT on the F-117s. There's some interesting history on that.
That's Raven, right? F-117 Raven.
It looks like a mini B-2 bomber. It's the that black. Yeah, that came out in 1983. Apparently, when I was reading here, check this out. F-117 was grounded because it came. Wait, let me go back. I just had it. Debuted in 1983. It was world's first operational stealth aircraft, but in the late 1990s and 2000s, newer stealth aircraft like F-22 Raptors, the F-35s were more advanced in radar evasion, speed and maneuverability, sensor fusion, and multi-role capabilities. The maintenance apparently was brutally expensive. It said that the F-117's radar-absorbing skin was fragile, requiring intensive and costly upkeeping. And it says its stealth shaping is based on 1980s computing limitations, less efficient than newer designs compared to modern aircraft. This is the thing that was fascinating because I did not know this. It says vulnerability was exposed. In 1989, during NATO's bombing of Yugoslavia, an F-117 was shot down by a Serbian SA-3 missile. While the Air Force emphasized that this was a rare scenario, it raised questions about the jet's survivability in evolving air defense environments. Just a fun little share on that. That was such a cool ass looking aircraft because it reminded me of a mini B-2 bomber.
Yeah. Obviously, the F-117. It's called the Raven's F-111.
They're black.
Yeah, it's black, but it's got a vertical stabilizer on it. It's kind of triangular shape. It's like a smaller aircraft. It kind of looks like a B-2, but with a vertical stabilizer in the back. That kind of sticks up, that back part, that back fin that sticks up on the back of the plane. But what is it, Sean B? The 117 is like the Nighthawk or?
And was it the first flying wing? Was that the original flying wing?
Yeah, that was the original one. Yep. That was the first stealth wing. Yep.
That thing just like literally like a jet version of a UFO. We can only imagine. We
was the only one we lost.
Ideas of what we have. Can you imagine the stuff they have not unleashed on anything yet? Can you imagine what's behind those garage doors?
Oh yeah, there's already been prototype.
Yeah, because that Black Hawk was like now is down to the size of a goose. That's how that motherfucker's smooth. Go ahead.
What are you talking about? The radar signature, KB?
Yes.
No, a Bumblebee, bro. The F-22.
Yeah. God damn.
The radar signature is a beat. Yeah, it's a.
God damn.
Yep.
It's crazy. Like, okay, so the Army 250th anniversary when they had the dogs and the little drones fly, I was laughing because I'm like, that's not even what we're really using. You think that's because they're not going to show you what they really have. The drones we have. Oh shit.
Yeah, you all fucking around with America to find out
what our drones could do. We don't need 900 drones. Like 10 drones pretty much could take out the whole country.
Dude, the footage from Russia and Ukraine, the drone footage and the use of drones, I mean, that shit's scary.
What we have is even scarier than but as soon as you let that stuff out in public, it does allow for other countries like China to Alibaba the technology, because that's all China has is Alibaba rip-off versions of what they've discovered from what's been unleashed in war. I mean, it's like the Black Hawk that went down with Osama bin Laden. That Black Hawk that went down, that was something that people forget about. That was an untraceable helicopter. Yeah, that was something that we never even seen before.
Yeah, they sell devices now that you can set up and it puts out pulses and will disturb and bring down drones, small drones.
Yeah, I saw that. You can never do that shit here in the States or our territories.
I can't wait to see what the Golden Dome does. Can you imagine? I can't wait to see the Golden Dome built.
Just think about one of our territories. Man, we will fuck you up.
Yeah. I don't even think it's nuclear anymore. I don't even think nuclear is a concern anymore, to be honest. Do we have technology that's beyond what nuclear is?
Well, you know about electronic warfare planes, right? Electronic jamming. You guys know about that?
I think that's what I was mentioning. I don't know much about but I think that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, they so the planes I used to work on, and this, I mean, you're talking Vietnam airplanes had this, but the EA-6B Prowler, the jamming pods that it contains, like, literally shut down power. And our planes, what they would do is they fly about 40,000 feet in the air, while the troops and the convoys were on the ground traveling and moving. They would just fly, and any signal that wasn't a friendly signal, they could jam and stop. So when the Hajis were set up IEDs to wirelessly detonate, to attack convoys and shit, our planes from 35,000 feet in the air could stop that signal and jam the signal, so our troops wouldn't get hit with IEDs and shit. But yeah, they would. We had a couple times. We had two instances where our birds went out for training missions. They would do like a cross country. They'd go out for like 6, 7, 8 hours and come back, and they'd still have their jamming shit on. So we'd be sitting in the shop with the squadron, and literally all the lights would go out, computers would shut off, power would fucking shut off, because they still had the fucking jamming pods activated when they came in, and maintenance control would have to radio up to them to turn that shit off, and then as soon as they did it, like, all the power and shit would come back.
That's wicked. That's wild. That's like next level. The one that I never hear anyone ever talk about, like I've never heard anyone else ever talk about it, ever on Clubhouse or even just around, just out and around, is neutron bombs. Because I'm just going to say, allegedly, I'm going to make sure I'm clear on this, allegedly, Vandenberg Air Force Base, which is now Vandenberg Space Force Base, had neutron bombs. And what those would do is the same as what a nuclear bomb would do, except all the buildings would be stay intact, but wipe out all electronics and people. Like, literally would leave the whole city for you to take. Basically.
That's crazy.
That thing functioning. Like, shit that... I think it was... So, I think... the reason why I don't think it's... that continue to talk about is either they want it to be silenced, or it still exists, or it was so deadly that that it wasn't controllable as far as the power of it. But if you ChatGPT, just for your own interest, what a neutron bomb does. It's fucking wicked. It's like,
what does Geneva think about it?
I don't think Geneva would know what to do with it.
Yeah, some of the technology though they have on the planes are fucking crazy. Before I left, we got assigned surveillance missions. So they gave us surveillance pods. We started installing on our jets, and like the lens. Imagine a fuck man, what would be the best? What kind of, okay, like a paper plate, right? Oh no, okay, never mind. You know, like the circular baking sheets, like you can put a cake on and bake, like the big ones that are like probably maybe
10-inch pan.
I'm trying to say like a 16-inch. So like that's the diameter of the fucking camera lens on these fucking pods. We got to go into the war room. We were in Las Vegas for a red flag training mission. And they let us into the war room where you can see all the images, you can see all the places. Big black room, it's super dark, and it's kind of like a globe-shaped room on the top. And they have a projector that projects all the positions of all the airplanes, both friendly and enemy, and you can see them like moving live. You can hear all the radio transmissions as they're flying, coordinating their fucking missions and combat strategies, whatever. It's really dope. It's a really fucking dope experience. But they had a screen on there with some of the surveillance images. Bro, from 35,000 feet in the sky, these cameras could read the fucking Lacoste alligator on a fucking polo shirt of a guy walking on the ground. Like, that's how insane the fucking technology is with this shit. It's...
I've heard that there's a coating that apparently the military can use on the batteries of electronics and stuff to absorb a lot of that EMP energy. That someone might use as an enemy. Because I've always thought, like, what's the point of sending, I guess you'd say, robot soldiers, if somebody could do what you guys are talking about? But apparently you can actually put a coating on that, right? So,
yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, I mean, you guys, I know you're excited, but maybe your children or your grandchildren will see a different kind of war, man, where humans won't even be deployed.
What tribe are you from?
Tribe? Remember in South Africa. Why are you asking?
Because I asked.
Yeah, but yeah, definitely. I'd love to see that, but yeah, I just wonder what warfare would look like.
Yeah, they're trying to, excuse me, Curse, get it to the point of, they're trying to get it to the point where they don't have to. What?
Don't do it.
Don't do what?
It's one of these motherfucking African motherfuckers.
Oh, this is all shit. This is all shit. This is so right. I already know how you do that. I know how you do that.
Don't tell the secrets.
This is all shit on.
This one, that's Yo, I had to interrupt my fucking dinner. Saying you're my brother. No, this is dirt dance. No, you're not gonna do that bullshit.
This is all shit on Google, KP. This is all public information. But yeah, Curse.
Let that motherfucker go look it up.
They're
trying to get my line.
They're trying to they're trying to get to the point where they can eliminate the human element out of warfare, man. You know, humans need rest. They get injured. They get tired. Humans are limited on what kind of how much ammunition they can carry. You know, things like that. Have you seen the the bionic suits they're testing out?
Yeah, I've seen on soldier war. Yeah,
like the exoskeleton suits and shit. Yeah, so they've been testing those out. And yeah, with those suits, they're able to carry a lot more in their packs, a lot more ammunition, a lot more gear, water, shit like that.
Too much, man.
I think I'm gonna let you get here, but
I'm ready for drone boot camp, Sig. I can't wait. Drone boot camp where they just tell you gotta play a lot of fucking video games and you better win. That's what's going to determine if you get to fly one of those fucking drones.
That's no.
The hand-eye coordination shit?
Yeah,
that's like the best video game ever, I swear to God.
But that's actually what it's like, man. They actually, like, when they recruit for the drone operators and shit, yeah, they recruit these kids that play a lot of video games. That's exactly what it's...
Yeah, real time.
Yeah, the drone swarms are crazy. Like, the reconnaissance drone swarms that work together, and like I saw the demonstration, I'm sure most of you have, but absolutely fascinating.
No, I was just saying that I think the biggest drawback is still on batteries. I know this simple graphene.
These things have nuclear, like, we're talking about.
Hold on, Shelby, let Curse finish real quick. Let Curse.
I'll be quick. I was just saying, batteries, so far they don't last as much. And obviously the problem with the combustion engine will be too loud. So obviously there's almost no point of putting a robot with such an energy source. So I think definitely having a stronger battery can last, let's just say maybe 10 to 11 hours, right? That would be long enough. That's when I could see like at least a fast track to like a lot of the, at least I wouldn't say fully replacing humans, but maybe the exoskeletons like you were talking about. But I think it's a battery thing for now, the biggest.
I was going to say that they run on, like, think about satellites. A lot of satellites run on nuclear power, nuclear fuel engines. It's like submarines, nuclear subs. Like, the battery power isn't an issue at all. And even now, just for local consumption, we're just less than 5 years away from solid state battery technology that weighs less than the current batteries that are in your average cyber trucks or whatever else you want to think of. And we're talking 800 miles of power, 800 miles of driving on a 10-minute charge. Basically, go take a shit, get some food, pay the bill, and by the time you go get back to your vehicle, you got 800 more miles. And wait till they turn them into cartridges where you could basically charge up 10 cartridges at 800 miles per cartridge. That's what's coming.
Yeah, we just need thousands of more.
No one is talking about what I'm saying. No one is saying how AI just turned on Elon that quick and said he's it. Huh?
Yeah, or the developer who tried to shut it down.
Or the first. When AI came out and they had to unplug this motherfucker with Microsoft. What the fuck's y'all doing?
Right, didn't the AI like blackmail him through the darknet and like planted like compromising stuff on his
And if you know about darknet, it's not no HTTP shit. We was way back.
All I know is we better have a good kill switch to cut that shit off.
There's no kill switch when you unleash it.
I know.
Yeah, the Terminators that
make sure we stay ahead. Yeah, we're gonna have to stay ahead.
You can't.
I know. It's a reality. I do believe that's a very real possibility.
I think
you cannot get ahead of it.
RoboCop was better than Terminator, I think.
Well, here's the thing about AI. Once the TIs came over, they learned so quickly, which we're trying to do right now, okay? And now you don't know shit. Just go to, what is that, AI chat bot, whatever the fuck it is, and just say something. It will come up with a whole story, a whole character, and a whole storyline to make a movie. You don't have to think about anything. Are you fucking retarded? Hello?
Did you say TI, KP? TI's gonna come and do a concert? You mean T1? When the T1s came in Terminator, you said TI.
Whatever the fuck you want to call it.
I think you said wait till the concert arrives. Well,
whatever you want to call it.
It's a concert of some serious advanced artificial intelligence. Yeah, when they... We know
I'm trying to interrupt my goddamn dinner.
Look at what they're doing with like amputees and replacements. Like transhumanism is something that's in the process. I mean, even Neuralink would be an example of that. But they're looking at like people soon will literally, instead of wanting to get a facelift, they're going to be literally going, I want my right arm to be strong as hell. I want to have all these abilities. And they're going to literally have their arm chopped off and get literally like a robotic arm attached, or a knee replacement. Literally, it's called transhumanism. You can look it up, but it's a real thing. It's something we might not see in our lifetime, but it's definitely in process.
Yeah, I was a volunteer for a robotic dick. It's done wonders for me. Yeah. I'm the Energizer Bunny.
Yeah, he just does it for fun. No feeling.
And then I never have to worry about social diseases, sexual STDs.
Bob is going to be all on that. I mean, what happened to that guy? How's that thing working out these days? Not that I want to know, but...
Well, I can tell you.
He did a porno show. It works.
I can tell you straight up personally, a lot of this shit that's going on, it's gonna come back to fucking young guys over, young women. I wanna fuck. You can look up AI right now. You can tell. Let's say, who's the old school people? I'm getting buzzed. Old school people, L&D. What's the old school people? Al Pacino and shit like that.
Red Fox.
You will see those people on AI looking, from 1979.
Like Chuck Norris.
Yeah. They look straight up athletic men. And cracking jokes or doing kicks. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah, you're about to be fooled.
Yeah, and it's important.
You didn't notice this during the late 90s.
Yeah, it's important everyone knows that their eyes are going to be fooled. And so, KP, that is super important that you share that message probably daily, because people aren't going to be expected for their eyes to be fooled, and it's going to happen.
Yeah, you didn't know this shit through the 2000s with our presidents. You saw this motherfucker 6'10" come out.
We put it together. I mean, look at what's being said. Cell phones are going to be a thing of the past. It's going to be meta AI. It's going to be the glasses. It's going to be the glasses. It's going to be a new cell phone. You won't even pull it.
Why did they introduce you with lenses?
It's going to be a chip in your ear, a chip in your head. You don't even need a physical thing to do all the shit that all of our technology does.
No, we got sunglasses. Always cool. You wore sunglasses first. For us as Gen X and boomers, we had that. Now to have it in your ear, if you remember, they introduced sunglasses with Bluetooth. So you can see.
Like Black Mirror with the little chip on the side of your temple. You see Black Mirror.
I never watched it.
Oh, KP, you got to see that. You will be mind blown.
Yeah, if it's a chip, I'm going to put the chip in my dick. That way, if I'm in the middle of fucking a woman, my dick will ring. Yeah, and then I'm in the middle of fucking a woman, my dick will ring and oh honey, I'm sorry, I got to take this call. And then,
I would take it back.
When you put on pause, what do you do then?
Yeah, exactly.
I would take it back, bro. Because I was sitting on the couch. My wife and I were sitting here, and a friend of mine introduced me.
Your wife is going.
Shut the fuck up. If I touch it back in the ocean. introduce a good friend, I'm not going to say her name, that's really deep into Hollywood, that came on this goddamn app and said, yo, you're getting fucked. Yo, I'm going to tell you who's going to be the next Oscar winner. Oh, Best Actress, I'm going to tell you an hour before. That was sitting there at the stage. Gotcha. And Alan, you know how fucking Hollywood is.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna go back to eat my dinner.
Well, I got something to complain about. Arabs.
First.
Yeah, but nobody's around. Oh well.
KP, what are you eating for dinner? Computer chips? What are you eating?
Flattened pizza.
Nice. That was fun.
Going to sleep for 16 hours. Yeah, right. I'm gonna heal my body.
Is Adam, is you at work? You just listening? I don't know. He's here, physically. Hey, Marianne. It's good to see Wallace up on the stage. Nice to hear your voice again, my friend. How you been?
Oh, good. Just doing personal work for myself, trying to catch up on my own projects, put other people's off, and yeah, ate some lunch, so I'm just relaxing, waiting for the heat to kind of die down before I go outside.
Nice. I've been seeing him special ops. I've been seeing him. He in the listening lounge a lot. He listens to me when he's studying.
It's been a while. He's been around 40 years.
No, I know he is. No, I know, Charles. I know. Well, it's good to see him up though. I think we were just talking about you the other day, Wallace. We were talking about that one day when you came in and rattling off for like a couple hours in there. Remember that?
Was that the last month? Or like
he went the fuck off. He went straight off.
Yeah.
Wallace went straight the fuck off.
Was that 4th of July? I don't know.
No.
It was way before that.
Like May or April, May.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to like drink beer and come on here and talk shit a lot. So I'm pretty dry now. I drink maybe 2-3 times a year. So since I stopped drinking, I kind of just sit down in the audience and listen. When I get a few beers in me, like I'll get on stage and just talk, and not give a fuck. But yeah, lately, man, my hands are moving so much. I just listen while I work.
Not jerking off. Don't do that.
Oh no, I'm dealing with much more.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah. But liquor definitely makes us talk a little more on stage, for sure.
Oh, liquid courage. Yeah.
That's right.
You know, I'll tell you. Give us the food on stage. And a Sprite. And that's the best jokes you ever gonna have in your life. Because I'm on stage, I don't drink. But some goddamn Sprite and some food, I'm gonna talk shit all night.
Let's go.
See, fuck you. Fuck you, look at that. I ain't got no spring, but something so far.
Yeah, as long as you ain't fucking with that grenadine shit.
Grenadine.
Shit.
You know
what? KP drinks Shirley Temples. He won't admit it, but he will. He loves Shirley Temples, so spiked Shirley Temples.
I do like Shirley Temples.
Those things are good as hell.
Oh yeah, as a kid going to the bar with my dad, dude.
Yeah, if I was, if I have to do shit, yeah.
So you know what my grandfather
just
called? Real talk. So when it said there was a correction on it, because my grandfather was like, "You're ordering a Roy Rogers, not a Shirley Temple," and it was the same exact thing. A Roy Rogers. That's like John ordering a John Wayne. Except there was no John Wayne drink, but it basically was like a cow. It was like the masculine drink to order. If you're a boy, you
just Coca-Cola, right? Instead of something.
Yeah, it was Coca-Cola and cherry. Yeah, and cherry juice. Yep.
Jesse, something nigga shit.
Yeah, the Marciano cherry juice. Marciano cherries in it. Yeah.
This is why I like white people.
I heard
that. I'm over some new shit.
Yo, you gotta look up Roy Rogers.
Coca-Cola develops
Cowboys and Indians. I like it. Don't make quiet, motherfucker.
No, Wallace, what were you saying? Wallace was gonna say something.
I just said the other day I heard, or I saw a thing, and it said that Coca-Cola, because no one would drink Coke in the wintertime, so that Coca-Cola developed Santa Claus.
Ooh, see, I like Coca-Cola. You put it in a cooler, ice cold, all day.
Yeah, all day. Pepsi's trash. I hate Pepsi.
Yeah, it's like, maybe. But Coke is all day.
Coke is it. Remember back in the day, they said Coke is it?
But no, when Ray Charles came up with that campaign, everybody's, and I still have those old golden cans of Pepsi from the 80s. Yeah.
What's up, Yosh?
But did you say that Coca-Cola developed because the people wouldn't drink it when it was cold?
Yeah, I guess every season Coca-Cola would just go off the shelves, especially summer, and then they couldn't sell it in the winter. So, and I don't know if this is true, but it was a sales marketing.
No, that was Coke. That's
Coca-Cola,
to
bring Coke in the wintertime. Was Santa Claus was kind of blended, taken off of Kris Kringle, and Santa was developed for marketing Coke. And I would think that Santa's older than Coke, but then when I started thinking about it, I was like, damn, how old is Santa? You know what? Coke might be that age, right around Santa.
When the fuck have you ever seen in your lifetime a Pepsi Cola truck with lights on it? Never. You always saw Coca-Colas through the 70s and 80s. I don't know what the fuck I do. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So then they convinced you that polar bears drink Coke, see, so they expanded the marketing.
Well, when they...
It's just cute.
Yeah, when they first started talking about it, that's what I was thinking. Before they even mentioned Santa, I was like, oh, they're going to mention the polar bears and this and that. But they didn't. They went straight to Santa, and I went, wow. Like, because I was thinking, okay, a winter promotional thing, get people buying Coke in the winter. I thought polar bears. That's what I thought of. But they went on this
why?
marketing.
And I'm sitting here talking to friends that work for Coca-Cola. Why? You don't know
worked
who the
there
fuck you're
for
talking to.
12 years. I was told they used their syrup to use their engines.
No, the marketing.
Oh, I don't know.
Why would you do that?
Oh, do you ask when or why?
No, why? See, I'm directing for them.
Sell Coke all year
long.
I don't know. Makes sense to me.
Have a seat. Come on, let's sit down. No. Let's sit down. You say you work for Coke. I'm pulling out a chair. I'm about to sit down in my chair. Why would you do an advertisement during Christmas for Coke? With Santa? I'm asking you, come on.
Sell more Coke. What do you mean?
Why would you
sell Coke in the winter? You got to think of some way you can sell more Coke in the winter.
No, you open your fucking mouth. You don't even know.
No, I made a guess.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Myself.
You're talking to the wrong person. When I sit down at a table to come in and get shit correct, why are you doing this?
No motive.
Okay, you know why you sell Coke?
Coca-Cola? Coca-Cola. Yeah. I don't drink that shit. I saw what it does to a penny.
She's a fucker. I didn't ask any person to speak.
Hey, Pete, relax, man. We're just chilling, bro. Just relax, man. It ain't that serious, man. Relax.
No, I'm having a board table right now.
What up, Yosh? What's going on, brother?
I did hear you say that.
No, Yosh, I don't need anybody to speak.
Hey, Pete.
I'm going to tell you why.
Relax, bro. We're chilling here. We're chilling. Relax. We're chilling.
And I'm going to chill. Just chill out for a second. You know why it's done? For that time. Because you have holidays. 4th of July is over. So I have to sell it again. Because guess what? Pepsi and their brand of barbecue sauce is made by their brand. But I want you to know that Coke is better. So now I have to say, hey, let's get Santa Claus and Care Bears and all that bullshit. That's how you dominate a boardroom.
And the Cabbage Patch.
Cabbage Patch Kids for Coke. Remember, it's
Absolutely
for Coke. You had Wallace confused for Brock. Brock's the one that's the Coca-Cola master. Remember? Brock's the Coca-Cola guy.
Yeah, where the fuck it is. Yeah, that's how you walk into a goddamn boardroom. When you sit in a boardroom, I always say it over. I don't give a fuck what you say. And I will throw my jacket in your face. Get the fuck out of my face with this shit.
Yeah, the only boardroom I know is She-Rock.
But, you under the table. You trying to suck somebody's dick? The fuck? I'm out. It's 5 o'clock. I'm gone. Y'all do what the fuck y'all want to do. So yes, when you have serious conversation, yeah, that's how it goes. When marketing and advertising.
It's not 5 o'clock, it's 6 o'clock your time. I think that was 3 drinks ago. Back at 5 o'clock, it's 6 now.
But I still can dominate a motherfucking room. And I'm an old man. And I hope you young cats picked up and said like, hey, yo, chill out. No, this is what I do and what I've done. I dominate a room.
Well, we don't need this shit. Just chill. We're chilling, bro. Chilling.
I didn't actually say a goddamn word. Did I actually say shit?
Start doing some somersaults right now. I swear to God.
Right. Jesus Christ, nigga, calm down, man.
He's like doing gymnastics.
They want to see the whole grizzly bear come out.
Yeah, you can do
that. That's what you get with man. Y'all got the motherfucking grizzly.
I'm chill talking to you guys, and I'm like watching the street over here. I mean, I spoke through this like little low-key private parking lot, and I just saw this dude running like fucking must have been running 20 miles an hour and he had a whole stash of clothes. And I saw some dude, like Hispanic guy, chasing after him. He was about 250. This guy was like some white-looking dude, skinny as hell, probably on meth, running fast as hell. This guy's trying to keep up with him. Cause I know he was running with some clothes. He stole some shit.
And everybody knows
I've never seen anyone run that fast in a long time.
You should have been running.
If you could run that fast, you could have probably actually paid for the clothing. Because that guy was just running fast. It's like, I've never seen anyone run that fast. This guy was fucked up, too. His clothes were all falling off his body, and he was crossing the street, almost got hit by a car.
And that's still into it.
I kid you not, I'm glad I don't own a store. And I can't do one in California, because I just point and shoot. Run, try to steal some shit. I'm just going to take you out.
Well, you work for me. You'll be good.
Hey, what was that model of SIG you guys were talking about? Since Yosh is here, I'd like to hear his opinion on that action and caliber.
That was the
51
550. Yeah, the SIG Sauer 550 rifle. Yeah. You ever heard of that one, Yosh?
That's a long gun?
Yeah, long gun. It's like kind of you know the old AR-14s.
Okay.
He said 7.6239, I think. He said.
Yeah. They make it in 7.62 and 5.56, but it kind of looks like the old ass AR-14 rifle, or the African issue rifle. They have. It looks kind of like an AR-15, but it kind of more resembles AR-14 a little bit.
Nah.
Yeah, I never heard of it.
M14.
No, not the M14, the AR-14. Yeah, look at the AR-14. Yeah, it was African issue. Africans, some of those African countries adopted that, and that was their military issue rifle.
Then they corrected it, made it the AR-15, and sold those to America, left Africa with the 14s.
Yeah, left the dirt diggers with the whole shit.
Went to the guy to perfect it, get something out of that.
Okay.
Yeah, most people don't realize that there's an AR-10, there's AR-50, there's a lot of models in that Marmalite line.
The AR that shoots a the AK round, what is that, the 39?
7.62.
Yeah, is that a different model, or are they still considered AR-15?
I'm more a handgun guy than a long gun guy. I have some long guns, but I don't really spend a lot of time researching those.
No, and since my kids were born and they're like teenagers now, I really stepped out except for reading and looking around. But like the new truck guns that accept your pistol mags, like what's the one? The JR.
I have a Ruger PCC, which is basically a 10-22 branch gun that breaks in half, but it's chambered at 9, and it takes Glock magazine.
Wow, and it breaks in half. It's like a breakdown.
Yeah, it tears down into half, so you can throw it into a backpack.
Oh my gosh! Well, that's great for the truck, as long as it's disassembled. And and I saw the Ruger one like that. That kind of came in a backpack. Yeah, it's kind of cool. And you said 9mm, which is attractive.
Chambered 9, takes a standard Glock magazine.
Yeah, the JR carbine was interesting to me because I could get it with the Smith & Wesson M&P mags. But I totally stopped looking. But yeah, they're a cool truck gun. I guess they're labeled as truck guns.
Sig, what the hell was KP smoking there?
That's what the hell was KP drinking, man.
Oh, it's halftime.
That was
weird. Lip stuff.
Yeah.
I thought he said he doesn't drink when he's on stage.
Nah.
Yeah,
nigga drinks, man. Yeah, I love my bro, man. Love him to death. That's my bro and shit. But sometimes he get hammered. He gets too serious. I'm like, bro, just relax, man. Yeah. It's all good. Just chill.
In the boardroom. All of a sudden, William's trying to defend his comment of I don't know.
When he gets bored though, he starts hitting the leave. He starts hitting the leave quietly button instead of the mic button. When he gets to that level, he'll start hitting the wrong button and he'll start kicking his own self out. It's like,
no, it's okay though. Come on, we know KP.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I was gonna throw in on the soda thing. I recently heard that Dr. Pepper now has supplanted Pepsi as the number 2 most sold soft drink.
It's the only soda I drink. If I drink soda, it's Dr. Pepper.
So you're saying Pepsi is number 1 or Pepsi was number 2?
No, Pepsi's 3. Coke's always been 1.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. I was like, oh shit, Pepsi.
So it supplanted Pepsi as 2, and now it's number 2.
Okay, gotcha. Is regular? I know Coke Zero's been shooting up there. I was reading something like Coke Zero's gotten so popular now. It's hitting some pretty heavy numbers.
I didn't follow that. I was just listening to something, and they were saying Dr. Pepper is number 2.
Well, what makes the 0 0? Is it something other than the?
It's got no sugar and 0 calories. It's got all the chemicals in it.
Yeah, I'll drink a glass bottle.
0 calories, 0 sugar.
Yeah, it's because the diet, I think, used like aspartame, or they had some funky concoction to make it diet.
Yeah.
But Zero's got, like, I think the chemical makeup for all these Zero products is that, Diet drinks always had that kind of weird taste to it, weird funny taste.
Yep.
The Zero chemical makeup gives you more of the flavor, where it doesn't have that weird taste, but you get the benefit of not having the calories. Well, 0 calories and like 100% cancer, I'm pretty sure. So
100% cancer.
no calories, but cancer.
But isn't everything 100% cancer?
Right. Well, yeah, technically, yeah.
Yeah, I used to go.
Day, no one's ever gotten out of this place alive. So.
Hey, I used to go to a warehouse, and this warehouse must have been like maybe 600,000 square feet, and it housed all the preservative and flavor chemicals that they put in all the foods. And I used to go in there, and the smell, and you look around, it was so freaky that all these chemicals with these hazardous labels all over them, because of the quantity, of course. All this stuff was for our food, and absolutely crazy going in this place, thinking, it's just disturbing.
And the backlash to all that is how popular when you go to places you can buy Coke with real cane sugar in it now.
That's all I drink.
Everybody's like, screw this, I'm going for the real stuff.
Yeah, that's how they have in Mexico, the glass bottle Cokes. Like when we go to Mexico.
Well, our Costco has all the time has.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Costco. Yeah.
Oh, Costco sells glass bottle Coke?
Yeah.
Oh wow, shit. Okay, I didn't know that.
For years.
What?
Yeah, the Coke bottle got so popular. I heard that they were gonna try to put the can formula in a glass bottle, and I think it got turned away because people found out they were gonna do it. People were like, well, I'm not gonna buy a bottle of Coke that's gonna change the formula. So that was a thought by Coke, so they could sell more regular Coke instead of natural Coke, I'll say. Yeah, the regular Coke's great. You can't get it in Costco. It's still expensive.
Yeah, but it uses real sugar. Don't use that, what's that, processed and bullshit sugar that's in everything, the high fructose corn syrup or whatever.
Yeah, what a treat. Those bottled Cokes they are a treat.
Oh, they taste better too, man. You can taste the difference between that and the high fructose shit. Yeah, it tastes a lot better. Yeah, that's the thing too about Mexico, man. When we're down there, like all their bags of chips and stuff, like they have like these big warnings on them saying like high in sodium, and like they put all these warning labels on all their shit that we don't have here. And then to a lot of their stuff that they sell there, like if you like they don't allow like a lot of those chemicals and shit like that in their products, man. And you can tell, like if you got the same product from the United States and got the same product from like Mexico or another country, like way less chemicals in the shit in the other countries compared to all the bullshit they put in our food.
Well, when the whole Maha thing started with RFK Jr., they were breaking down Fruit Loops,
Fruit Loops in other countries have like 4 ingredients, and ours has like 18.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Well, and recently I've been like questioning this, and I think Yosh, are you in California?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, me too, unfortunately. And California is really good about labeling every single thing and every single building on every single sidewalk. Every single product is labeled cancer-causing. Like, their liability is insane when it comes to that.
Oh, so that's the one thing that California does well, I guess.
Yeah, but not the products you were just talking about. The Takis are not labeled. Like, there's all these products that these kids and my kids enjoy. Like, all these products that are not labeled, and I'm thinking, how stupid is California? Are they like, they're not that stupid, so why don't they label? I guess they can't get the manufacturer to label the bags because of one state who requires this. But what a conflict of, it's just a conflict, because everything is labeled. I want a $5 vent for my kid. I'm sitting in the dentist. I said, I bet you there's one of those signs in here. He goes, what sign? What are you talking about? He goes, I'll bet you $5. So I went around and I actually found it, because you know there's one in every building, that there's material in this building that causes cancer, da-da-da-da-da. So, yeah, with the foods that have been being sold and that are going to get canceled by RFK, like, I don't understand California's, worry and protection and liability protection for themselves when the last 5-6 years these products have been flying off the shelves with no warning.
Well, how many times in California, if you go to McDonald's or Burger King, one of these bullshit ass fast food restaurants, like you order fries or like that Proposition 5 sticker on the box of fries when you get it, or the chicken nuggets.
No, and maybe the reason is because these things haven't been proven to cause cancer, so that is the stipulation. So until they're proven to cause cancer, they don't have to label it. Maybe that's the
proof in reality has no bearing on the California state legislature. They pass stuff every day, has absolutely no basis of reality.
Yeah, that's true.
They feel like it's going to make things better, or, make them feel better.
Yeah, how about the criminals?
How much money it costs.
Right, criminals are being given rights. Like, you have a duty to a retreat, and now it's going to be put in stone. Like, if you try to protect yourself or your family, like, that's why you just gotta have a bunch of holes in it.
So that's why that was proposed and was in committee, and it had so much backlash that it actually died. Good. Back next session, but it died in committee because it was batshit crazy, and that's one thing. It got a bunch of people, not only the 2A people, but anybody who did martial arts or anything like that. Because if you defended yourself in any way, basically you were supposed to run away. Somebody's in your house, robbing it, confronting you, and you're supposed to leave.
Yeah, even though you're trapped in the closet, you have nowhere to go.
Right. Well, that's one of the things, one of the techniques I've told people about over the years. That if you're got intruders in your house and you get your firearm, retreat to some place where you can't leave. There's no door or window for you to leave. So that way, when they come and investigate, you say, I had nowhere to go.
Is there any?
I use my firearm.
Any SCOTUS 2A stuff currently that came out that I
crap ton of it. Some of it's good and some of it's really bad.
But they're still holding on a bunch, right? I think I talked to you maybe 5 months ago, and there was stuff in line, but you were saying they probably won't get to more than 1 or 2.
Some of them have been given cert. Some that didn't, that should have, or the magazine ban and the quote-unquote assault weapons ban stuff. SCOTUS decided not to hear them, which is
well, because they're slam dunks and easy to decide on, and it interrupts agendas. So it is crazy that they can't just go, all right, yeah, this is obvious that you can't restrict these things that pertain to 2A and the right of. So, anyways, yeah, I was just gonna pick your brain because I haven't.
Yeah. Well, we've been having some wins in the Ninth Circuit, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, they just struck down the they did the 3-judge panel in the Ninth Circuit. We had a law in California that passed that basically stopped like children's kids programs for shooting rifles and clubs and things from talking to them because they were marketing towards children. And they just came out in the 3-judge panel and said, nah, that's against the First Amendment. It was really a First Amendment case. And they came down on the right side of that. But California will just go ahead and challenge it and move it up to the en banc or get it up to the Supreme Court and spend California taxpayers' money on lawyers on things that they know will not succeed when they get played out, but that they get to play it out for 10 years. Some of these things have been bouncing around for 10 years. They've gone all the way up to the Ninth Circuit en banc and been sent, vacated, remanded, sent back down to the original district judge, and then they take a year to rehear the case, and it's just a game that they're playing. But all along, we're funding, as California taxpayers, we're funding these attorneys who are spending millions of dollars to go defend these. And Newsom's so brazen, he gets up there with Bonta and he'll actually say, oh, I think this is probably going to get challenged eventually, but we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, don't they call this like judicial tyranny?
It sure is a misappropriation of funds because, and they're in these committee meetings when they're trying to pass this stuff and they're flat out saying, this isn't going to make muster, this is going against the most recent decisions of Bruin and Heller, and it's not going to survive, and they just don't care.
Wait, Sig, I'm sorry, I'm on my lunch break now. Are we done bashing black women? Did I miss that?
Hours ago.
What do you mean? Oh man, I had my whole spiral notebook of my grievances.
Oh, and I was gonna say, one more thing in California, that tunnel. Up here in Northern California, like the word's out that Trump supports tunnels, the water coming from our delta down there, down south, and Trump supports it. So I think all these red Trumpsters up here in NorCal are getting pretty pissed because he's pushing for the tunnel.
The California Delta is a huge problem. It was built in the early 1900s by Chinese, and it's man-made basically, and nobody's done anything with it to disrepair it. And then we're snafu with this freaking stupid Delta smell, and we've put billions and billions of gallons that could have gone down the Central Valley and helped us feed the world, went away, and the farmers had to increase their drilling and basically take all their water in their area down because they, I don't know if you realize this, but they signed contracts with the government saying that they were getting a certain amount of water, a legal binding contract, but then the government comes back and says, oh, we're only going to give you 40% of your allotment.
Sounds like homeowners insurance.
There is no food security issue, okay? There's no health care security issue. There is no social welfare security issue, okay? We need to cut fat, disgusting, piggish people off of our healthcare system. Sig, you wouldn't believe, I got a call earlier today. This person called, and they called yesterday, and I didn't call them back because they sounded like they had no money. So it's like, what is the point of me calling you back if you can't do any business with us because you have no money? So finally, he tricked me into getting on the phone. This kid is 26 years old trying to move into a senior care facility. 26. And his whole reason, he was trying to apply for a voucher. He says that he's 26 and autistic, and he's trying to move into a senior care facility. So I tell him, I was like, listen, this is a facility for old people. He goes, well, I understand that, but I mean, don't you guys have any space? I mean, I'm technically disabled. I mean, this is the mindset, Sig. I almost wanted to ask him, like, were you raised by a single mother? Like, what is wrong with you? 26 years old, and this kid is trying to move into assisted living.
Maybe he identifies as an old person.
Yeah, he might be trans ageist, man. Come on now.
Probably 89% chance he was in a single parent home.
Yeah, they're lazy now, Adams. These young, they're fucking lazy, man. They don't want to work. They don't want to do shit. They just want to live off everybody else.
Yeah, and then he was like, well, can't there be an exception that's made? And as I was starting to ask him, like, have you ever heard of Golden Girls? I thought about it for a second. I was like, that show was off the air before this kid was even born. And I just hung up the phone. Like, I didn't even give him the pricing. Like, you thought that you were going to save money here? Like, my cheapest unit's almost $9,000 a month. Like, are you stupid?
mop in the shower.
It's one of those buildings, say, where you just look at it from the curb and you're just like, yeah, I can't afford to live there. Like, why the fuck would it? I mean, these kids. This is crazy. This is crazy.
Facility?
Yes.
The $9,000 a month.
Yes.
For care too, I guess.
No, the care is they can range anywhere from an additional $500 upwards to like an additional $10,000 a month, just depending on the care that's needed. But it's not meant for people on government assistance.
And he came in with a diaper. He had like a full diaper when he came in, and maybe a walker.
You can't have somebody under the age of 55 that's disabled. Like, you can't have somebody under the age of 55. And even with 55, there has to be certain medical, like, exceptions that can be made. Like, it's very, like, licensing restricts you in, like, the age of the people that you have moving into your building. You know what I mean? Like, when you're a senior care residential facility, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't just move disabled people and, like, young people in there.
And that package price doesn't even include the happy ending package.
Hey, did anything ever happen to Newsom and New York's governor for their mishap through COVID with our seniors?
No.
Supposedly they're looking at, I know Cuomo for sure.
Yeah, that was wild. And it'll never leave my mind because I dealt with my grandparents during that time. Yeah, I forgive them because I'm not going to carry hate around with me, but I'll tell you right now, I didn't get to see my grandparents when they went prematurely.
Well, remember the 26-year-old that they placed into one of those homes, and he beat the crap and beat to death his roommate.
What, as a tenant, or?
Put him in there because of the COVID thing. You know, they were putting people with COVID symptoms into those homes with the most, vulnerable people in the population.
Well, and that's what I was asking, if anything was going to be done, because the actions they took were, even when they were doing them, were like, what are you doing? Like, it looks like totally, they're totally in the wrong.
I think in California, they only put people in there that were, like, they were on certain vouchers. You see what I'm saying? Like, those assisted living waivers that I'm always complaining about. Okay, when you accept government subsidies like that, you lose your right to be able to say no in certain situations. Does that make sense, Wallace?
Yes.
Hey, what's happening, gentlemen? Are you saying that a human being loses their rights when they go into retirement home?
No, you lose your rights as the operator of that facility when you were accepting government money to be able to create a hard line between the standard that you're marketing to the public and your obligations behind receiving that money.
I understand.
So in this instance, the Cuomo administration might have directed these people, because they were receiving public money, that they had to take these COVID patients early on.
Right.
No, it was a totally new policy. And if that's the case, then what they were doing was misdiagnosis and, medical negligence. So that would be fraud and murder, right?
Well, supposedly the DOJ is looking at Cuomo's actions during that time frame.
Well, the whole board of the NIH at that time got removed from RFK recently as well, I think this week.
Yeah, that was 3 weeks ago, maybe, yeah.
So one thing that people need to understand, and while it's very sad what happened, any of those family members, which quite frankly were scared into staying home themselves, even through COVID, had the right to be able to move their family back into their house with their kids until COVID blew over. Some of them chose not to for a numerous amount of reasons. But nothing legally stopped them from being able to do that unless, their loved one was under a strict conservatorship, where it would have taken a judge to be able to authorize the said conservator in making that type of change.
And you would think it would be reasonable to think that if you had a parent in one of those facilities that since COVID hit and it was locked down, that it might actually be safer there.
Well, is that actually true? I saw that husbands and wives were separated. I saw that children weren't even able to visit their grandparents, and they were told that they would kill their grandparents if they breathed on them. So if you have an entire kind of ecosystem of fraud surrounding this whole COVID thing, wouldn't that be criminal?
So you're not listening to what I'm saying. If you choose to continue to live in that facility, yes, husbands and wives are going to be separated because nobody who does not live in that facility is able to access that facility during COVID. But again, that same husband had the ability, if the wife was in memory care, for example, and she doesn't have the ability to make her own decisions, and he's doing so as her spouse, had a legal right to remove her from the care facility and bring her back home. Now, what I'm trying to explain to you is there are reasons why people didn't. If you have a need to put your loved one into care like that, especially a married couple, it probably means that they weren't able to medically support her care at home. So it puts somebody in a situation, you're either going to have to pay up the ass to replace that care and to bring that person home, or you're going to have to leave them where they are because that's the only facility that's able to support responsible care. Especially if you have somebody with diabetes, or if you have somebody with ports or catheters or things of that nature. Like, these are all very common things when somebody ages.
What I was going to say, with the unknown of C-19, like, I bet people did feel like they would be safer in a medical setting at their friends.
They did.
Yeah, no, totally. I agree. Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, Adams, that if you pretty much do give up your autonomy, accepting the care and the funds to prolong your life or take care of your life, you kind of almost do give in to their, unless you, like you said, have somebody come pick you up and bring you home.
So that means America can run concentration camps in America where they can terrorize the elderly, and they're going against the Constitution. That's fine.
No.
There were not concentration camps.
They literally were. They had them all isolated. They had them...
The same way that people had a choice to call their kids home from boarding school during the pandemic, the same way that people had the option of moving their parents out of those facilities. Nobody was keeping them there and holding them hostage.
Well, I don't think they were government facilities.
No, they were not. But what I was explaining to you is if they're receiving certain type of government funding, meaning like those waivers and those vouchers, so if somebody can't afford to pay private pay, they go to a facility that accepts a voucher and they have to meet certain income requirements and financial threshold for the government to then step in and pay. Well, for a building to be able to accept money from the government like that, they have to be enrolled to be able to accept money from the government like that. And through that enrollment, it comes with specific terms as to regulations and like standards that you have to follow. You see what I'm saying? To be able to receive that money and to be able to be in that partnership.
Right, but Fauci broke that, he compromised the relationship. Because once he said in Congress, he made all of his mandates, all of his directives, it was then upon the NIH, and it was their fault for everything they did during COVID, which was then fraud. It's fruit from the poisonous tree.
You won't find me arguing. Yeah, I think Fauci's his whole protection thing going on is going to get tossed out because of the auto pen. I don't think he's going to be granted protection, especially from things that he's never been charged with or accused of. So it'll be interesting to see what sticks when the peanut butter does fly. You know,
it's going to be crazy. Excuse me, coughing. It's going to be crazy if the auto pen puts all these people in jeopardy when the Biden administration thought they were doing them a solid and giving them a pardon as they're going out the door. And if it comes around and bites them in the ass, it's going to be pretty ironic.
Well, even without the auto pen, right, they can't get pardoned for being a traitor to treasonous acts, and I don't think they can get pardoned for being part of a genocide. I don't think that's a possibility of pardon.
Or broad sweeping protections through pardon. Like that is kind of, which that might be iffy, it can be debated, but how does it make sense? Okay, like Fauci, why would you ever even give him one? Isn't he just the hero of the century? And why does he have to be pardoned? It makes no sense.
Yeah, what's so funny was that the Hunter Biden pardon was 10 years back, and there was actually, and then they put a date on when it took effect, or was not, going to be covering him. And there was actually a couple days there where he could have went and gotten anything he wanted to, and he was under the pardon.
Well, the whole laptop thing on top of that. And what has been come to find about the laptop? Oh my gosh, it's so obvious and so dumb that it's not even debatable what transpired and what we witnessed, and when the timeline and the events are all lined up, like, yeah, I don't know how mainstream still has any relevance to anything that goes on today. It is truly all entertainment, programming entertainment.
The linear media is pretty much dead. I mean, they can't. They got people that are YouTube streamers that are getting more views every day than they actually get in their audience. They're 3 times as many views. So people are voting with their feet. You've got Paramount and ABC trying to get rid of their television side because they just know it's a dead medium.
So what about MAGA people actually suing the media for fraud? Like the situation that happened yesterday, right? They picked up some little kids who were working on a pop farm. They said the little kids got tear gas. Why is Trump tear gassing little children? When really and truly he was saving them from child labor. We could sue them for that. That's misrepresentation.
Yeah, so something happened, and I bet you Yosh is familiar, but somewhere between the beginning of Obama, maybe before, something happened where propaganda, and I use that word just because I don't know what else to use, was allowed to be used in quote-unquote news. That it was no longer a journalist standard of reporting, but it was actually entertainment. And it did do the change post-08, as far as I know, but I could be wrong.
You know what it was? It was the invention of the 24-hour news cycle. Because now these companies needed to fill 24 hours a day and keep eyeballs on them. Because clicks and eyeballs are the only way that people in media make money. And so when we got a 24-hour news cycle, now all of a sudden the crap, you got to fill that with content.
Which is ironic because it's the same way with YouTube. And what people are choosing and feeling is more reputable. It's totally ironic that mainstream TV made that choice and went that direction. And yeah, I think it's just wrecked and gone. Journalism as a whole, not just television, programming.
The dying of journalism could be the thing that brings this country down, because it's the only profession that is mentioned in our Constitution. And having a journalist or journalism people that try to report on what's happening and not skew what's going on is one of our checks and balances. And we lost that a long time ago. So now we're getting fed stories that have a political slant. And when you've got people working on like Trump for over 10 years, still 90% of all the stories about him are negative. Even though he does something fine. The old joke is Trump could cure cancer, and tomorrow the headlines will be Trump puts 20, 30, 40,000 scientists out of work.
Right, they would advocate for the cancer against Donald Trump. They would totally, I mean, it's obvious. And anyone who would argue against that is obviously, got something wrong. But you're totally right. Cancer would win if the leftists have the way.
Well, I think he said, Yash said something very important, right? There's supposed to be checks and balances in journalism. They're not supposed to be able to slant the argument. So if they do slant the argument, we should be able to take over CNN. We should be able to take over NBC, do lawsuits, and then put who we want, the people, the pundits from YouTube that we trust, that are bringing more straightforward information, until they no longer bring that straightforward information. We could put them on the TVs. We can get rid of this trash.
Yeah, I come from a newspaper family, and it is a shame. I mean, I'm sure my dad's rolling in his grave to how it's treated today. But I encourage my kids. Like, I would love for them to be writers, be journalists, and I highly, even though they probably want to do other things, but I always say that because if we don't have true journalism and it does go away, like, all our worst nightmares will come true, and we'll be doomed if we don't have people reporting. That's why the internet is so fascinating, how it turns out and how we can get all this information without mainstream. It's great, but at the same time, I guess it's probably just more work.
if you're interested, you have to put in more work to get the truth or close to it.
You have to realize that, 30 years ago, there were thousands of independent newspapers throughout the country. Now they're all owned by the same company. There's only 2 or 3 corporations now that own this whole mechanism as far as linear media is concerned, owns the whole mechanism of how stuff's delivered and what message is delivered. And that's why it's dying, because people realize that the independent journalists are all on YouTube and X, and they're flocking that way to find people that they think can actually give them a story without the bias.
Right. The only journalists we have, it seems like, are war journalists, unfortunately. I don't know. War journalism still seems to be the same, and you can't really change it. It's just too bad that all the other journalism is kind of, tossed in their towel or whatever, however you want to say it.
Even the war journalists can be manipulated by where the army that they're attached to lets them go, what they see.
Oh, totally. But I mean,
many times through history where they're asked not to report on certain things that they didn't want to have out there.
No, you're right. I guess the whole Russia-Ukraine thing kind of showed that. Like, you don't know what to trust or believe unless you do, like I said, lots of work on it.
Unless you do all the time to sit there and get it verified that 2 different people are saying the same thing, and maybe they're not ideologically aligned together, then you can start to say, but who has the time to do that? That's what's crazy is, then you're pretty much picking, who am I going to believe? And we start listening to what they say. But fortunately, like I said, the independent journalists of YouTube and Twitter or X are kind of winning on this battle, and people are less and less watching these CNN, MSNBC type ones.
They're winning the literary battle, but they're not winning the financial battle. That's why I say we can sue them, and we can put who we want on these teams. See, we don't have the structures. Independent journalists don't have the structures. They don't have the people working for them. They don't have the researchers. They don't have the teams. They don't have the software, the hardware, nothing. So let's just take it. Let's take it for the people who've been duping our society for years and just put it for ourselves and then get paid to do it.
So, there are people on those spaces right now that are making tens of millions of dollars a month. Tim Pool, Dan Bongino, before he left to join the administration, those guys were making much more money than they ever could. Megyn Kelly, now that she's left and gone on her own channel, they are making buku bucks because they're drawing the people that want to see them and see what they have to say. So they can make Rachel Maddow's $35 million for one day a week look kind of silly because they're making so much money hand over fist, just being in these other spaces. So you kind of say it's not the only way to go anymore. And once these ideological billionaires get tired of throwing money at CNN and MSNBC because they're not getting any viewership, that money's going to dry up. And we've seen that already because a lot of their talent that's been overpaid is starting to get fired.
Yeah, we just have to, Mike, just go back to soapboxes and pamphlets, keep it simple.
What truly is scary is that this AI is getting to be so good that we're not going to be able to believe our lying eyes, because once they get the finalization of making sure that everybody's mouth movements are exactly synced, you're not going to know what was AI generated and what wasn't, and that is going to be really tough because they'll float somebody out. Most people read the headlines, they don't read the story, and a lot of these headlines are slanted, and when you start reading the story in the 6th paragraph, you see the real truth of what's going on, but they just put the idea in the headline that's maybe totally opposite of the story, knowing that 95% of the people are going to read the headline and believe that's what the news is.
Well, yeah, and most people know what they're looking for. So that right there, that's it. People know what they're looking for. If they don't see it, they'll go find it somewhere else, and they're almost led more than, I don't know.
That's the thing too, the average American is a fucking retard, bro. Like, you gotta think, like,
we are eliminates
who are informed and we know this shit. Like, we're a very, very small segment of the population. The average American is a fucking retard and will fall for that shit of a blind singer.
You see these people that are motivated to go out to these protests, and when they get questioned by somebody, well, why are you here? They don't know. They just absolutely don't know. They can't, well, from the river to the sea, well, what's the river? They have no idea. They're just lemmings.
It's especially with the anti two-way protests. Did you ever watch those videos when the guys go up and start asking them, well, why are you not in support of this, or what are you looking to get accomplished here, and start asking, digging a little deeper, asking questions, and they're just fucking, it's just crickets, man. Then they get all pissed off and want to walk away from the camera. They're like, I'm fucking.
Yeah, you get below the surface of what they're supposedly protesting, and they have absolutely no knowledge about it. Somebody told them to come out, or it was something to do. That's the problem with our culture, is that we have been granted so many conveniences. We have the ability to have clean water at our disposal, electricity at our disposal, hot water. That is my hot water heater's broken. I'm getting a new one. But all of those things, a lot of people in the rest of the world wake up and they've got to first think about their security. Is something going to kill me today? They got to think about, am I going to eat today? Can I procure something to eat?
They have third world problems.
Exactly. And, we have so much free time that we're allowed this ability to stare at our navels and start complaining about who gets to use what bathroom. And the rest of the world looks at us and goes, what the fuck are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I'm about to whip my water heater. Since you said that, I'm going to stop procrastinating because I got the whip for it and all the stuff to clean it out. And I'm going to do that because I don't want to have to replace my water heater.
So I had a water heater. I had my, in 2015, I had my whole air conditioning unit replaced, and the original water heater, 25 years old, was sitting there next to it. And I said, we should both just go ahead and replace it while we're doing everything. So we did that. So here it is, 10 years, and I've been told 8 to 10 years, these new water heaters, they just stop working. We go buy a new one. Planned obsolescence. Get a repeat customer. Have the thing fail.
What's going on, Mike? What's up, bro?
Chilling, brother. Can't complain, man. Just here listen.
Yeah, I noticed, you call it a hot water heater, and Lawless called it a water heater.
Same difference, right? I think he's correct because it makes hot water.
It's 112 here where I live right now, so the water coming out, even though the water heater is inoperable, is still pretty warm.
Okay, so then, yeah, he technically has it. Yeah, that was my ex-brother-in-law. He's a freaking plumber, electrician, trade dude. And I used to say hot water heater was like, dude, he's like, the water's not hot. It's just a water heater. It's like if the water was hot, you wouldn't need to heat it. I was like, that's fair.
Yo, you're probably taking cold showers anyways, it sounds like.
Yeah, I'm a practitioner of that, but it's challenging at this time of the year because even instead of cold, it comes out at about 75, 80 degrees. So we have little tricks. One of my breathwork instructors came up with getting a laundry bag, those mesh laundry bags that like women put their panties in and then wash it so it all stays together. You take that, put a bunch of ice in it, take a shower, and you throw that over the head right at the very end of the shower, and you get 30 seconds of cold water before the ice melts. So we have ways.
I think that was too weird for anybody to respond, bro.
So I've never looked into cold immersion stuff, guys. There's so much research that's been coming out talking about how beneficial it is for your body. It takes down all your inflammation. If you look at some of the, like the Scandinavian countries, they'll build a dock out over the water and then they'll put a sauna there. And the dudes will go in their sauna and then they'll jump out and jump into the freezing lake. And when you put your body in cold, you have this thing called the vagus nerve, which goes through your entire body. It resets that. And taking inflammation out of your body can be very helpful. So there's just a lot of benefits to it. And you don't have to be as extreme to jump into a 34-degree cold plunge. If you just turn your water to the cold at the end of your shower after you're done doing whatever you're doing, you turn it there and just rotate your body. You don't have to put your head in for 30 seconds. You'll get the benefits of doing a cold plunge out doing that.
how funny, as teenagers, we would go in the sauna, and then we would do the plunges. We would do it multiple times a night sometimes, and I never knew the benefits of it until like my adulthood. But yeah, like I want to build a sauna, and I'm going to put it closer to the lake so you don't have to walk so far when you want to jump off, into the lake.
So oddly enough, I learned about all this during the pandemic on Clubhouse. There was a room called Cold Showers, and people would get on and they would actually take cold showers at the same time with their mics open. And then that led to one of my friends now, Miles Lucas, who's a jiu-jitsu professor and a level 2 Wim Hof instructor who trains with Wim Hof himself, is the OG, the brought about a lot of the techniques that people use as far as breath work and cold immersion. And he was taking us through breath work exercises, which is another big component. And I learned all that here on Clubhouse. And now I'm actually friends. I actually rolled with Miles last weekend, and I go to some of his breathwork seminars. So yeah, that set me down that path. It was Clubhouse.
Yeah, my neighbor has a barrel on his deck, and he fills it up with ice water, and he did it a couple times, and now the barrel just sits there. I don't think he's done it since. But yeah, quite entertaining hearing him get in it. Because he literally, I hear him like putting, 60 pounds of ice in this thing or more, and then filling it up with water. And, yeah, I was pretty fascinated watching him, because I don't know if I could do that. Like you said, just cold tap water probably would suffice the effect you're going for. The ice water, I don't know.
I worked myself up to 15 minutes the last time. But you just need to do 2-3 minutes to get the benefits.
Yeah, as a kid, it was like a high. Being in the sauna, being able to sit in there for 10 minutes, as long as you could, and then going in the water, it was like that shock, which I'm assuming, if you could repeat the name of that runs down your body, that was the effect we were feeling as kids then, and how good it felt after.
It's like Vegas without it's like Vegas without the A. It's B-U-G-U-S, B-U-G-A-S or U-S, Vegas nerve. Whatever it sounds like they're saying Las Vegas, like we're saying.
Yeah, we talked earlier too about fasting and diet. I think it was before you came in, Yosh, and how beneficial fasting is to purifying your body and cleansing it. I did it only for losing weight, and now it's become a lifestyle for me. The last 6-7 years, daily fasts, only eating 5 hours a night, and getting under a regimen like that. I lost 70 pounds. Like, I don't really drink anymore like I used to. You might have heard me out here talking shit, drinking beers. But since I stopped drinking, and doing the fast and drinking, more than a half gallon of water a day, it's amazing the health benefits. And so the cold plunges, I'm almost going to start looking into doing that. Because, yeah, it's super attractive, the benefits.
I've been intermittent fasting for about 6 years now. I don't do anything from midnight till at least noon. If I can go to 2 o'clock, I'll do that, depending on what's going on with the day. But I have 2 cups of coffee in the morning. Other than that, I don't take anything until the afternoon, and that's been very helpful.
Yeah, I'm 9 p.m. till 3 p.m. I don't do anything except for, like you said, 2 cups of coffee, pure, and water. And and I'm a laborer, so I'm constantly going through lots of calories every day, sweating, so water's important. But my wife's like, how do you even do that? How do you extend that many calories? And you know what? I take in probably 3,000 calories a night, but that's it. And I tell her, oh, well, that lasts me to the next day. And she goes, it doesn't work like that. I said, well, it must work like that because I'm not getting headaches, I'm not getting nauseous, I'm not having these issues people get who are used to eating 3 meals a day, you know.
Well, you think about it, us as a species, you know, hunter-gatherers, we weren't ever guaranteed to eat every day, not specifically 3 meals a day. So our bodies are kind of set up to have periods where we don't take anything in. And, you know, when I was really getting into that, when I was getting really disciplined, I was getting to the point where I was doing 24-hour fasts. I have friends that do 3-day fasts a lot, like once a month.
See, I want to push it.
And they're training jujitsu at the same time.
Nice.
So it can be done, and it's amazing how if you don't answer that call of, oh, I want a snack on something, how it goes away, and then 2 hours later you're like, oh yeah, I was hungry a while ago. No.
Yeah, most people are just thirsty, and that's how I disciplined myself, having, oh, I need my snack now, I just drink water, and you know what, before this, most of the time I was just thirsty, and now I'm finding myself drinking, I want to say almost a gallon a day, because of how active I am, but most of the time it was thirst. Yeah, food is energy, and it shouldn't be over-consumed.
Yeah. Welcome, Curse.
Yo, should we return that pink ticket in, man?
I guess I could do
It's been, what, 3-4 years?
I'm just lazy. I'm just lazy. You like, do I click on, how do I click on mine?
Click on the house up top, the masculinity man.
The house, okay.
Yeah.
That's why, because I'm stupid too, so I'm doing it.
No, it's a pleasure, Yosh, seeing you in rooms, listening to you, because I'm most of the time in the audience. But just a wealth of knowledge you are when it comes to SCOTUS and the things going on. So, yeah, enjoy it totally.
Well, you'll notice that I only try to talk about things that I actually know something about, unlike a lot of people on this app. So when I get in here and Sig is railing on black women, I have no experience whatsoever. So I keep my mouth shut, and I might just sit in the audience and listen. But on a lot of these topics, I have absolutely no experience. I am a pseudo-minority living in this country, been married, been with the same woman for 42 years, no divorces or anything like that. So there's a whole bunch of subjects that you guys get that I have no experience with whatsoever.
42 years, Yosh?
42 years. We've been married for 37.
Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome, man. That's fucking awesome, brother. Hell yeah.
It's too late to trade her in. The warranty's over. I was joking. I was with my brother and sister-in-law are really close. It's her sister and her husband, and they've been married 28 years maybe. And I said the other day, I said, well, we're not going to trade you guys in because I've seen these 30-year-old women, and I don't want any of that mess.
Yeah.
I can't imagine these 30-year-olds. Oh my God, that would drive me insane.
Yeah, it's a hot mess out here, Yosh. Yeah, it's a fucking hot mess, dude. It's so retarded out here with these women and the dating scene, dude. Ugh.
Wait a minute, there was a return policy?
Yeah, you didn't read the fine print?
In California, it's just before the 9th year, because that's when it becomes common law marriage.
Oh, gotcha.
That's why all these stars get divorced at 8.5 years.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, in California, does your wife come with a Prop 65 sticker slapped on her, too?
and a 3-figure or a 6-figure career.
6-figure? Yeah, she actually did really well. She just actually retired. So, she's basically she was on family leave because her mom's really sick, and now she's taking the rest of her accrued vacation. But in a couple weeks, she's going to be officially retired.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, give her a chance to fix herself because she was getting run down and not being very healthy and stressed out over her job. Yeah, a stressful job. So I said I'd rather have her retire and take less money and be around a few more years than watch her run herself into the ground.
Yeah, that money ain't worth a good wife, man. That's a lot of these women don't understand. It's like they get out here and stress themselves out prematurely for no reason. It's like, man, just like you not being stressed out and just being pleasant, and that's worth its weight in gold, man. It's worth way more than a fucking paycheck.
problem is they impose their own stress, right? And they never really get the money that they say that they're trying to get. Not only that, when they do get the money that they say they're trying to get, they spend most of it because they have no money management skills for the most part. I just see it happen so many times about a woman that gets a nice job, then automatically she goes into debt, running a house, trying to build a house or maintain a house that she can't afford, and therefore it's like you impose your own stress. It's not your job to build a house in the first place. If you divorce your husband, now you got to do it. So.
Well, I thought right because she's extremely sensible. She's not into sues and all that kind of shit. She didn't want surgery or she's against all that kind of stuff. And she became a very high earner just before she retired. So I was like, yeah, sweet. Especially because of the pandemic. She was working through the pandemic. I had nothing going on in my business. And she was killing it. So, but she was an essential worker, and so she had to show up every day. So, and she worked in a large organization and saw a lot of people who lost their loved ones during that. That was hard.
She in the medical field, was?
No, she actually worked for a school district.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And she was one of the directors, and there's like 20,000 employees or something. And you know, we had such different COVID experiences. I was sitting here with nothing to do except be on Clubhouse. I started teaching people on Clubhouse and all that stuff, holding my ribs. All of my friends had parents. Some of them died during COVID, but none of them died of COVID. You know, I don't know one person who died of COVID. Yet she was coming home every day saying, so-and-so's husband's died. She had one friend who lost her husband and 2 children. She buried 2 children on the same day. They were grown.
From COVID?
From COVID.
Holy shit, man. Wow. Goddamn.
She's like traumatized. And I'm like, this doesn't seem like it's a big deal. And then, you know, I'm in this point where I can't ask her, you know, so did these guys have comorbidities? You know, it's just too sensitive, right? Because you're saying, well, you know, what if they were 350 pounds and totally out of shape and drank and smoked and, you know, did all these things that made you more susceptible?
Right.
Couldn't even go there. It's just like, oh man, I'm sorry. You know, it's just like somebody came in and said her husband had died, and she's just like, you know, dealing with that the entire time. We didn't know anybody personally that died of COVID. But she had all this like, strong experience of people that she was going to work with that was affecting her.
Yeah, I don't know anybody personally that died of COVID or know anybody in my circle that knows anybody personally that's died of COVID, so.
Yeah, I'm older, so I had a bunch of friends who were losing their parents, but they were losing their parents for other things. And then I had a friend here on this app, and her family owns a mortuary, and she was talking, and it's right there where I live. And she lives up 7 hours away, but her family owns a mortuary in my town. And she was telling me about the stories of how everybody's body was coming in, and it was marked as a COVID death. And there were a few families that took exception to that, and they challenged the county, saying, hey, this wasn't COVID. They didn't have COVID in their body when they died. They had stage 4 cancer when they finally succumbed, you know? The only thing that the county would do, they would put a supplemental paper, which would be stapled to the back of the death certificate, that said that they removed the COVID thing. But the actual original still said COVID. And I'm sure that they got paid by whatever facility they were in, you know, for treating somebody with COVID.
Yeah, that COVID shit was the biggest scam ever, man. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You know, and then meanwhile, this very same woman had her nephew, 20 years old, die from fentanyl overdose. And we don't talk about that shit at all.
Right, yeah, exactly, yeah.
You know, there's over 100,000 people in the United States that dies of fentanyl. And there is no reason that they should be getting fake pills or marijuana or cocaine that's laced with fentanyl. The only reason to do that is you're trying to kill people. It's not giving them a better high or something. It's in there because it's going to give you a good opportunity to die from it. So talk about a major conspiracy. And we don't talk about it at all.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
China's at war with us because they're sending that shit over here.
Yeah, it's coming.
And it's
coming up through Mexico, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and what's the profit in that? It's so cheap to make. It takes so little to kill somebody. It takes like 3 to 5 grains of fentanyl to kill somebody.
Well,
so I don't understand why this isn't legal.
less than 3.
Yeah, I mean it's super potent. And it's great, it's got a medical use and that's fine, but to see these kids going to a party and taking, Molly or something and it's laced with fentanyl and they die. Why in the hell is that happening? Why do the dealers want to do that? They're killing off their customers. It just is so nonsensical to me.
I was watching something on it. Real quick, Rick. Sorry, man. Welcome to the stage, Rick. Real quick. I was watching this thing. They were saying the drug dealers were putting it in because it actually is more addictive than heroin. So when they lace their drugs with fentanyl, the customer is more guaranteed to come back and spend money with them. They're like, you can do, like heroin's highly addictive, but they were saying like compared to fentanyl, fentanyl is like 10 times more addictive. Like all it takes is one and like you're guaranteed to come back versus heroin. You might be able to try one time and, the odds of you being able to walk away from that one time try are greatly increased. Fentanyl, you're one and done. You're hooked on that shit the second you try.
Well, they're sure missing on how to mix that stuff into these other things because they're killing too many people.
Yeah, you want to say something, brother? You got the mic, man. Go.
I just want to say, I came to the conclusion that I think many of these dealers are actually agents at this point because I understand this the logic behind, okay, we're going to make it more potent and they're going to come back because, of course, they try to reach the same high, even though it's so dangerous, but it doesn't make any sense. The risk is too high. I mean, it's a 50-50 chance. I mean, you can hook up somebody so much that it comes back constantly, or you can kill this person, and you're losing a client. You're losing a customer. It doesn't make it. I mean, from a dealer point of view, I think it doesn't make very much sense. But if you're somebody in charge of an operation, for a sort of depopulation plan or something, to stir up chaos, to then propose a solution, of course, as always, then it makes more sense to me.
Yeah, I wonder what the ratio is for customers they actually kill to how many customers they get addicted, and start bringing them more money.
Well, because it doesn't make any sense. Like if I try to put myself in their shoes, like
No.
I would not sell something as potent, but that gives me as some sort of continuity with the customer. Yeah, and I'm not going to kill the customer. Why killing the customer? From a money point of view, I don't understand it.
Yeah.
So you might have hit on it. Maybe from a numbers perspective, it's a small part of their quote unquote clientele, and so they're just taking as acceptable losses, and they just don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
It's probably what it is.
Yeah.
Pretty sick shit, man. I hope there's karma and hell for some of these people.
Yeah, my wife's cousin, he just passed away 2 months ago. He OD'd on that shit. He was taking the what's that horse tranquilizer? Oh, ketamine. Yeah, he was doing ketamine, man, and that shit was laced with fentanyl, man. Got him. Died in his sleep. And his fucking 14-year-old son found him dead in fucking bed, man.
That's crazy world. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, and this kid, I mean, he was a big time DJ in Detroit, man. Promoted a lot of festivals, DJ'd a lot of big festivals and events. He's a really well known DJ and entertainer in Detroit, man. And we went to his funeral. They had it at his mom's house, her aunt, and I shit you not, man, it was like 450 people showed up to this house to pay homage to this kid. He had people flying in from the UK and shit, other DJs and producers, and like it was mad crazy, man. But the drugs in that entertainment music scene, man, it's huge. I didn't even realize it because I've been out of the game for so long. But yeah, dude, the level of drugs and the type of drugs these kids are using, it's like, man, when I was in it, like everybody was just smoking weed. like all you did was drink and smoke weed. That was it, man. But they got ketamine and shrooms and all this crazy shit they're doing now.
Sig's so old he used to scratch on real record.
That is true. Yeah. That is true. That's actually still scratch. I still DJ on records, man. Yeah, I still use records. I don't use that fake press button.
Where are a lot of the drugs coming from, though? Is it in-house, made in-house or something?
Mexico. And like Yo said, the fentanyl, a lot of it is China's producing a lot of that shit, and then they ship it out to Mexico, and then the cartels batch it up, cook it up, and then they send it up through the southern border in bulk, and then the dealers here, they cut it up, and they cut it up even more so the product goes further.
When they're getting some of these busts and coming across the border, and they're saying there was enough fentanyl in one bust to kill every American.
Yeah, yep.
335 million people? Do you think that China should be putting restrictions on how much of that they produce, trying to constrict the flow of it and making sure it just goes to medical places?
So do you think people, the way you guys make it sound, right, fentanyl, it sounds like something that someone would use it as suicidal. Do you think that people are not using it?
Most of the people that OD are buying something else that's laced with fentanyl, and they don't realize how powerful it is in the OD because they don't realize that whatever their drug of choice is has been cut with it.
How can you even cut something like this? I don't know. It's in the micrograms.
I don't know. I just know that people are dying. No, what's wrong?
Yeah. No, I'm not surprised, but because with such a little amount, how can you even do this? Like, it's almost impossible to get the right amount, in a bag of whatever. But what's this guy 6 Hour was talking about? Ketamine, yeah.
Wait, so, oh shit, man. So you're saying even the smallest gram is mixed with Molly or something?
No, it's in the micrograms. The fentanyl is in the micrograms. It's like, it's not even milligrams, it's micrograms we're talking here. So can you imagine? Yeah, sorry.
I said, I don't know if you heard it earlier, Chris, but they were saying it's 3 little tiny pieces. I mean, we're talking about, it's nanograms.
Yeah, nanograms. It's measured by nanograms, Curse. Yeah, you're talking like millions of a gram.
Yeah, that's times -6. Oh shit, but so it's in nanograms, it is still analyzing to you.
Yes, yep. That was a big controversy with the George Floyd case, because the original autopsy.
That's what you meant when you said the bus was able to kill every American, because he kills in nanograms. That shit's crazy. Because I was wondering, what did they mean by that?
Yeah, we're talking 15 pounds of fentanyl, and it was enough to kill every American.
This is multiple times a year, Curse, that they do these busts, man.
What about it's the DEA, right? The guys that work with drugs?
Yeah.
How are they dealing with this?
They're not. That's the whole point. They're not. That's why most people say it was a conspiracy.
When you allow 20 million people to flood across the border, and any one of those people could be carrying even a pound of fentanyl, I mean, it's out of control. You can't keep up with that.
If you listen closely, you start seeing the pattern. Someone once said that to me last. I think not someone, a TikTok saying something like that. Because I know something similar is happening here. But what do you think a lot of the government, clearly a lot of the populace are complaining about some of the drugs. But almost none of them are like dealing with it directly. I mean, it's almost possible to talk about dealing with these issues, but really, it's almost like none of them really care as a collective.
The problem with let's say, with Western people for the elites. Is that we have rights, that we complain, that we need to vote, that we need this and we need that. The type of world that they're picturing, let's say after 2030, when everything allegedly should be digitalized and everything, it's not a democratic situation. So I think they have a big problem with the people from the Western world that do have all of these rights and all of this Western style of living. So they have to depopulate a little bit, more than a little bit. And all methods are valuable. Let's say all methods are, you can use propaganda, you can use LGBT, you can use drugs, you confuse the youth, you do all this crazy stuff and to reach the goal. And I think they're going to be successful. Let's say in 10 years, I think they're going to be successful.
Oh, your microphone's really low, Curse. We can't hear you, brother.
Oh, sorry. Curse, Yosh, you said no, it was you, sorry, it was you sick, right? About how they're allowing so many immigrants to pass through. So you think that all ICE busting those Cuban thing and whatever, it's just all play? And they're just gonna come back and maybe one of them will have drugs or something? But the way it sounds, I'll be honest with you guys it's almost sounds scary, right? It's like you're saying something that
You know, during the Biden administration, they were getting 1,500 to 3,000 stops a day. Now it's under 90. So we don't have the problem with the drugs as much coming across the border. Maybe all 90 of those people were drug mules, but most likely not. But just the mass number of people that were coming across every day, there was no way for them to stop enough people and try to intercept drugs that were coming in on the backs of those people, which is the way that some of them bought their passage from the coyotes through, was to go ahead and be a mule for the drugs.
So just
It's pretty. I wanted to say real quick, it's pretty obvious. I mean, you can't. You're doing some crazy technological projects and Project Stargate, and how much is it? 800 billion, whatever. You know, you're doing the impossible, but you can't find fucking fentanyl in the whatever hidden under a truck or whatever. You can't do it in America today. You're letting the stuff in because you need to fabricate prices to then propose a solution and change the whole situation. So every method is allowed, let's say.
Yeah, I just asked ChatGPT about the fentanyl deaths in the last 5 years. So last 5 years, you had roughly 312,000 fentanyl deaths. That's 1% of the population in half a decade that has died off because of fucking fentanyl. That's fucking crazy. Fucking crazy.
Yeah, tell me that's not a declaration of war. You know, if China's feeding us that shit, that's an act of war.
So you don't think your government is in it? You just think it's just the Chinese? I mean, that's why I kept asking you that question.
Well, unfortunately, we found this out during COVID. We don't make any pharmaceuticals in this country. We have a pretty thriving pharmaceutical manufacturing business in Puerto Rico, but during George W.'s term, they found out there was a lot of corruption and stuff going on there, so they shut it all down. So what that left us was is that all of our all the pharmaceutical manufacturing then was coming from China, and a lot of the PPE was coming from China. So when we locked down the entire world, and the United States was looking for PPE, and they were looking for the pharmaceuticals that we needed, we were at the total beck and call of what China wanted to do with us.
By pharmaceuticals, you're talking about, are you including generic?
I'm talking everything from penicillin to vectromycin to, we didn't make anything here. Aspirin.
Well, that's strange, eh? Well, don't you find that's strange? I mean, you've been, China's always been somebody who's...
But that's a direct effect of the environmentalist movement, because they made it so hard to produce anything in this country that all of these pharmaceutical companies fled to places where they could get it made cheaper and where they could have it without all these restrictions that drove the cost of producing those pharmaceuticals up.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but don't you wonder why use your adversary though? I hear what you're
China
saying.
is?
No, like why import drugs specifically, or put yourself in a position where you import drugs from someone who potentially you see as your enemy in the future?
Oh, because that's the question everybody started to ask when we realized, oh, we've outsourced all of this stuff, and if there's some kind of a major beef, China could just decide to not give us any drugs. I mean, what would we do? I mean, we found out the same thing with, we outsource a lot of the parts that are in our military and our planes and things. You know, if we can't fully produce it ourselves, and there's some kind of big, international brouhaha, and countries decide that they're not going to supply us with the things that we need to keep our stuff flying, what are we going to do? You know, it was one of the biggest reasons that we won World War II is that we were self-sufficient and we could do our own production, and we outproduced Japan, who didn't have any resources. We outlasted Germany, and we just were able to keep that machine going and keep putting out thousands and thousands of planes and replenishing the ones that we lost, where they started to get into finite resources. We also had all kinds of people to draw from. You know, at the end of the war, Japan was barely training their pilots how to fly and just telling them to go crash into the boats because they just didn't have anybody with any skill, or they didn't have anybody to draw from. In Germany, they had 12-year-old boys on the line and 70, 80-year-old men on the line because they'd gone through all the military-age people. And it was their last-ditch effort to try to keep an offensive going or a defense going at whatever point in the war they were at. But that's, we just thankfully have so many natural resources and so many people to draw from that we were able to create our own war machine and keep it going until we could get rid of our adversaries.
So here we are on this. Supposedly today China is the adversary, right? All right. So tell me how actually both Europe, I'm in Europe, okay, I'm Italian, I'm in Italy. Europe and America are somehow using the same method or trying to impose slowly but surely the same method that the social credit system that they're using in China basically on us too, right? With CBDCs, with Internet of Things, digitalizing everything. So, but supposedly these people, they're our enemies, meaning we don't share the same values. Yes, supposedly, but eventually we're doing the same. So no wonder today we see some sort of denied but factual collaboration between the U.S. and Europe with China regarding supplies, regarding, as you said, PPIs, medical gear, medical stuff, pharmaceuticals, raw powders and everything. Because of course they're in bed together. They've used China for so many years as a testing ground for the social credit system and see if it worked or not. And they see that it's properly working. The control grid is actually in place and is 101% working. And now they want to propose the same here in Europe and in America. So this whole narrative, I think, of who is against who, I think it's too surface level. I mean, we have to dig a little deeper, I think, in my view.
I mean, there can be more than one war front, right? I mean, we could have a country that's flooding our borders with drugs that are killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. And we also could have people that are here that have different ideology trying to work their way into positions of power to where they can influence which way the country goes and what we start accepting as norms that are going to degrade our ability to control ourselves, control our population. There's a major brainworm that's been into a lot of Americans' heads, and they're believing a lot of stuff that hasn't worked. Somebody said it great the other day. I can't remember who was it that attributed this to, but they said that last 100 years, socialism and fascism killed 100 million people, and somehow
the hubris of current Marxist or communist is that, well, they didn't do it right. We're going to do it right this time, and it's not going to get out of control, which it gets out of control every single time.
Because it's counterfactual. I mean, Marxism and socialism, they're trying to propose something that is pragmatically unfeasible. It's impossible to do. You know, but you see that today we have, let's say, a conversion of two things. Methods that were taken from fascism in Italy through Mussolini, and Nazism through Hitler, and socialism and communism through, you know, whatever USSR style of doing things, yes? Because basically, so you see the implementation of certain technologies toward social engineering, yeah? So as we, like what they have in China with the social credit score system, you're using technologies to basically shut people down, to you know, impose a certain way to do things in society. You can close people's bank account, you can do whatever to people if you control them digitally. And I think this is the last resort. It's like a nightmarish type of situation, and it's the wet dream of a tyrant, basically. And again, I want to stress this because this is crazy. Like, there is a narrative for people to view China, Russia, you know, all the forces from the East as the evil forces. We have to fight them. But somehow we're doing the same. How is it possible? Like, you're telling me these people are enemies, but you are programmed, you have these projects like Project Stargate that demands basically everything to artificial intelligence. You digitalize everything, you control society through digital means, ruled by AI. Like in China, you're doing the same. How are these people my enemy? You are my fucking enemy, you know? Your own government is the enemy, not these people.
As I said, you could be attacked from multiple fronts. And everybody in this room, listen to this carefully. When everybody starts talking about U.S. going to digital currency, oppose that with everything you have. Because just as he said, if it's all digital, whoever's in power can decide that they don't like Joe B one day and just turn off all of our accounts. Trudeau did that during the trucker protest. He went and not only turned off their business accounts for these trucking companies, these single owner guys that were just trying to provide for their family, he cut off their personal accounts. He basically cut them off from their money because he could digitally take control and do that. And so when I hear them talking about, let's just do an American cryptocurrency or American currency, make it all digital, get rid of real money, you don't want to do that. I'll tell you, just between us, the day that happens, I'm going to start making a hell of a lot of money in the black market because I'm not going to play that. And it's going to be the biggest black market, gray market you've ever seen in your life when that goes down.
In Russia, they have a system, it's called Gosuslugia. They use this system to basically, it's like it takes into consideration your SIM card, your residency, your taxes, everything, like basically like the social credit score in China. And specifically, this is just because, you know, my girlfriend, she's from Kazakhstan, but at the time, in this moment, she lives in St. Petersburg, yeah? So she was telling me the other day, like, she received a message on this application that basically she had to go to the government building, basically to give her biometric data, so voice, face, digits, everything. So basically, everything except a retina scan, everything except the blood sample, let's say. And if you refuse to do this, they block your SIM card, they block your bank account. You can't do nothing. Yeah? And this is in Russia. So even for people who view, because maybe not you in this room, but a lot of people, they see Putin like the savior, you know, because he's opposing the crazy West and this and that, you know, the degeneracy in this world, through the Orthodox Church and everything. No, they're all the same. Okay, they're all the freaking same. It's just a geographical difference, let's say, but planning to do the same move.
If you hear us talk about social credit score and you don't understand what that is, go check out Black Mirror on Netflix. There's a episode with Dallas Bryce Howard and Ken Howard's daughter, and it's all about a future where we're using social media to rate everybody that we meet. And she starts having a bad day and things start going wrong, and pretty soon she's kind of locked out of doing anything she wants to because people have been down rating her. It's kind of, the social credit score is kind of the same thing. If you don't behave the way that the government wants you to behave, they start down rating you to the point where you can't do it.
Yeah, I was watching this special that was explaining some of the things they were showing in China through the WeChat app. I don't know if you guys know what WeChat is, but it's pretty much a government-sponsored app. You do all your banking, your social media, all your healthcare, all your phone calls, your messaging, like everything's in this one app, and the government monitors it and controls it. So China's been putting up. China has the most security cameras, like public security cameras, government-owned security cameras, publicly placed all over the place compared to any other country. And even small businesses, like private businesses that have security cameras, the government mandates that they allow the government to tap into that footage, to tap into those cameras at any time. So they've been using facial recognition. And in China, if you jaywalk across the street, those cameras will pick up your face, recognize your face, and you'll automatically get a fine deducted from your bank account. You'll literally see it when you jaywalk, and 2 to 3 minutes later, you'll get an alert on your phone that they deducted the fine automatically based on your facial recognition. And then you get your social credit score points deducted, just like a regular credit score. You'll get your social points deducted. And also, if you buy too much beer, if they see that you're swiping your credit card or using your digital tap pay or whatever, that's linked to all your personal information, your banking. They're like, well, this motherfucker's buying 5 cases of beer a day. He's probably your social credit score will drop. If you curse too loudly in public or you're being unruly in public, they pay the neighbors to rat each other out. Your social credit score is going to go down. Once it goes below a certain threshold, you go on that app to purchase a plane ticket or a train ticket or rent a hotel, you'll be blacklisted. You won't be able to do any of that stuff. There was a reporter who actually did a story on one of the government officials about corruption, and because they didn't like it, they automatically dropped his social credit score, and this dude was literally confined to like the 2 blocks, within the 2 blocks that he lived in. He couldn't even use the app to get a cab. He couldn't buy a plane ticket, couldn't buy a train ticket. Essentially locked down to about 2 blocks where he lived.
You're basically a serf at that point. You only exist at the whim of the government, whereas the levers of power at the moment. And that's a very, very scary thought.
Said, my daughter lived in China. She recently moved to Korea, but she was in China during COVID, and when COVID was opened up, the United States was more opened up besides California. They used that system, facial recognition system, more than ever, and you had to be cleared to go into even just a certain building. They checked your face everywhere you went, just so you could get into your own building. And then they would shut you off, wouldn't let you in. And for some reason, the government did. You shouldn't be there. Like they tracked you and monitored you and made sure health-wise, so they really, it was scary that they know exactly where you're at, how many times you've been. So,
Saying they're trying to push that shit in the States, man. They're relying on everybody being deafblind and dumb. They're relying on technology. And that's a big point of selling everybody convenience. They market everything as convenience. So everybody's like, oh, it makes life easier. It makes life easier. No, that convenience is for the purpose of getting everything into their grasp. So grasp that they can control you, control your assets, control your finances, We're
going out with 27-year-old Marine Corps
property.
officer for dinner named
Same thing, you know, we're talking about the digital currency. They want to get everybody off of fiat currency, off of gold, off of silver, off of anything that has any tangible, that can be backed tangibly. They want to get everybody off of that. And imagine how scary that would be. We got all digital currency.
I think the anthrax vaccines may have caused her some problems. Or she's just a jarhead.
Yeah, and unfortunately we have so many Americans that are aware of any of this type of thing, and they'll just go along and get along.
But you know, to impose something like this, that actually is so extreme, you need some, let's say, catalyst factor, some type of crisis to induce the change. Because there's no way that they will ask for it. Please, can you move everything digitally so we can control you? So maybe 90% of the people, or maybe, let's say at least 70% of the people, I think they would disagree with this. So they need crises to then induce a response that will take into consideration as an answer the utilization of CBDCs. So, and knowing the fact that the full, let's say, transformative action of all of this might take place within, let's say, at least for 2030, everything has to be in place. Yeah. I think I'm expecting those changes, a big crisis in between the 2025 and 2030. So, including a possible second pandemic. Let's see.
So I think it's a hell of a lot easier to do for them to do. Basically, all they got to do is make an announcement. We voted, it's been signed by law. We're going to go to an American digital currency. So basically, you have this date to convert your United States fiat dollars into the new cryptocurrency. After this day, 6 months later, you can turn it in if you're going to be resistant, and you only get 75% of that fiat currency in the new U.S. currency. And a year later, it's going to be 50%. And if you don't do it in the time frame that we want, by the time you're done, we're not going to exchange your fiat currency for anything, and it's going to be non-negotiable in any place in the United States other than some kind of black or gray market. And they can just force you to turn over your dollars for their new crypto space money just by that kind of leverage.
But you can induce a civil war like that. Because how you know, it's not something like
Can you motivate enough people to get upset about that when we have generations of people that have grown up in the digital age and everything they do is on their phone? I mean, like, oh, I don't care, that's just easier. I do that with Apple Pay anyway.
That is also true, yeah.
When they were doing the Hong Kong protests, the CCP got China to deactivate the airdrop feature on the iPhones, because that's how they were sending each other information on where to protest, how to protest, setting up the demonstrations. So, obviously text messages can be monitored. What else? Email can be monitored. When you're within the vicinity of, hundreds and hundreds of, maybe if not thousands of people, airdrop is the most secure means of communication. China didn't like that shit. So Apple incorporated an update and killed it to where your airdrop feature turns off after like 5 minutes or 10 minutes or something like that. So it can't automatically stay on for a lengthy amount of time.
Okay, I'm getting depressed. Change the subject, sir. You think about this stuff, and it is just a little scary, and I'm kind of glad I'm older, so maybe I'll time out before this thing comes to pass. It'll be somebody else's problem.
What do you think about it?
It's very exciting, actually.
What do you think about it? Like, think about our phones, our cell phones. How many physical updates we've had. Like, think about our cell phones were 10 years ago compared to where they're at now. Everybody thinks the waterproofing of phones, fingerprints, cameras, retinal scanners, face ID, 3D facial recognition. Everybody thinks that's for, secure. You know, so if you lose your phone, no one can get your phone. If you think about it, remember it used to be back like 10 years ago, you could pop the battery out of your phone and swap it out with a new battery. All of a sudden, all the phones are sealed. The batteries are sealed. Why is that? Well, if you think about it, when you shut your phone off and you take the battery out, there's absolutely no power going to that phone, so nothing inside internally can work. Well, when you seal the batteries in, yeah, you can hold that button down and shut the phone off, but that's a soft power down. That phone can still be working in the background. I was telling you, like 6 years ago, I was telling people this. I'm like, yo, you think your iPhone's off? It's still running in the background. They're like, no way. Well, you guys noticed probably about 5-6 years ago, it may have been a little bit sooner than that, when you turn off your iPhone, what does it say on the top? It says that even though your phone is off, the GPS and the tracking feature is still working, so you can use Find My.
Because it makes a Wi-Fi triangulation. There's constant Wi-Fi triangulation even though the GPS is off. Both Android and iOS, they do Wi-Fi triangulation, so they try.
I have to say that that's a horrible analogy. If I'm a police officer and I see somebody who I suspect is high on drugs, and maybe it's because I profiled them and I'm not so certain that that was a proper stop to begin